The greatest story ever told. Tonight we present The Resurrection, the third in a series of 3 Lenten dramas, The Betrayal, The Crucifixion, and The Resurrection, based upon episodes in the greatest life ever lived. Outside the gates of a Roman palace in Jerusalem, the palace of Pontius Pilate, there is now no hired mob. Only one man approaches the gates, and the guard challenges him.
Who goes there?
I am Joseph of Arimathea. I have come to see Pontius Pilate.
Matter of life and death, I suppose. That's what they always say.
This is a matter only of death. It concerns the burial of a man. That can't wait.
We'll see. Sergeant of the Guard. Man who calls himself Joseph of Arimathea wants to talk to His Excellency. Says it concerns the burial of a man. What shall I do?
Have him wait. We'll see.
You heard?
Yes, I'll wait.
Hey, did you hear about the excitement this morning?
Yes, I did.
Crazy, isn't it? Man getting himself killed over a few words. You know, they'd have let him off if he'd only said he didn't mean it.
Yes.
Imagine a man dying for words. Why? What's it get him?
Something you Romans haven't discovered yet.
Maybe not. When I saw him staggering down that road carrying that cross on his back, I said to myself, there goes a fool or the bravest man that ever lived.
He was no fool.
You know, they don't come any braver than Roman soldiers. Everybody in the world knows that. But they couldn't get one of us to die just for a few words. No, sir. We've got to know what we're dying for. Land or treasure. Something real, something hard, something a man can see and feel, not just words.
Guard, you may bring the man in. Pilate will see him.
Aye, sir. All right. Come along. I'll take you to His Excellency.
Oh, it's you, Joseph. Well, what can I do for you?
Your Excellency, a man has died on a cross on Calvary. I would like to have his body released.
You knew the man?
I did.
And you want to show him the honor of burying him. Why?
Do I have to tell you why?
I thought you hated him.
I didn't hate him. I had nothing to fear from him. He was my friend.
Friend?
Yes. He was friend to every man who'd let him be a friend.
And yet your people asked to have Barabbas freed instead of him.
My people? Oh, no, Pilate. A hired mob paid to stand outside your palace gates. A mob speaking on cue like actors on a Roman stage. They asked for Barabbas.
But they told me
They told you. Pilate, I'm afraid as a Spanish warrior serving Rome, you're strong and cunning. But as a statesman, you're weak and innocent as a baby.
How dare you speak to me that way?
Since last night, I've come to dare many things. From now on, the truth will be spoken more freely in this land. For one man has shown us that it's not so hard to die for truth.
Truth. Yes, I remember. I asked him, what is truth?
And he answered,
With his eyes only. But it was enough. Such a man deserves a decent burial. You may have the body.
Thank you, Pilate.
How will you bury him?
I have a tomb, which I had bought for myself. A cave carved out of rock. He shall lie there.
And the manner of burial.
In the custom of my people, of course. The multitude loved him. He was one of us. How much they loved him, you'll know before long.
You are threatening again.
To men who bow to political expediency, any fact can be a threat. You'll find that out, Pilot. Yes, you'll find that out.
You sent for us, Pilot. Why?
I sent for you because of the way Joseph of Arimathea spoke. It had a nasty undertone. If there's going to be trouble, you'll have to patch up things or face the consequences, Anna.
Wait, Pilot. You can't be swayed by every breeze that blows. As for explaining this to the people, don't worry. We'll do that. But why did Joseph come here? Just to make threats?
No. He asked for permission to bury him.
And when you refused, he began making the threats?
I didn't refuse.
What?
The man deserved a decent burial, didn't he?
Yes, after all, Anna's, he's out of harm's way now.
Don't you understand what's happened here?
What do you mean?
You suspect something, Annas?
Of course. It's not the burial that's important.
What do you think he means to do with the body if not bury it?
Of course he'll bury it. But that's only the beginning. You've heard them, his disciples, talking about the fact that one day he would rise. Even he himself gave an inkling of it when he said the temple would be destroyed and he would rebuild it within 3 days.
The temple? What's that got to do with it?
Everything. It was not the temple he spoke of at all, but the temple of the soul, which is the body. He meant that his body would be destroyed and that it would rise in 3 days.
It is impossible. Isn't it, Annas?
You know that, and I know that. But if the body were to be buried, and then were to be secreted away in the dark by night by his followers, they could claim that he had risen and gone off by himself. Don't you see?
Yes.
It's too late. Joseph's claimed the body already.
But we can use his own plot to confound him. We can make sure the body never arises. That it stays in the tomb past the 3 days. We'll place a guard there. We'll seal the tomb.
Place a guard?
With your permission, of course.
And if I refuse?
Would you refuse, Pilot?
I've had enough of this. I've washed my hands of the whole thing. I'm sick of it.
Have you ever been in a storm at sea, Pilot?
Of course.
And been sick from time to time?
I'm a soldier, not a sailor. Yes, I've been sick at sea.
It's the same in this case. Sick as you may be, you're in this now. You better stay with the ship till we all reach shore. Do you understand?
Joseph was right. I'm not much of a politician. All right. You may place a guard.
Thank you, Pilot. Now we'll go and take care of matters. Come along, son-in-law.
Yes, Anna.
Halt! Captain, have your guards roll a huge rock up to the entrance of the tomb. It must be so large that it cannot be moved even by 5 men. Do you understand, Captain?
Yes, sir.
And it must cover the whole entrance to the tomb so that none can enter it, even the smallest child.
Yes, sir. We'll search for the rock at once.
There is no need to do that. I noticed one as we passed by on the way. Leave 2 men to guard the tomb. Bring the rest of them with me. We'll put the rock in place now.
A little more, men. Is that enough, Annas?
Roll it closer. There's still some space between the rock and the entrance to the tomb. Closer.
All right, men. Again.
Good. That's fine. Now remember, 2 men must stand guard each hour of the day and night. Is that understood?
Yes, sir. It will be done.
Now, Caiaphas, there'll be no false miracles here. No disciples stealing in during the dark of night and carrying off the body. It's in there to stay.
All day, back and forth, back and forth. And what for?
Who knows? Who's afraid of a dead man?
There's some people who think it's their duty to find things for soldiers to do.
Yeah. Like guarding a stone that guards a tomb.
Oh.
Well, keep walking.
Wait,
What? What is it?
someone's coming.
Get ready for trouble. Got your spear?
Yes, but there'll be no trouble. Look, it's 2 women.
This is the place, Mary. He lies here.
Yes. We must wait here and pray.
The Master. He suffered so.
Well, what do you want here, woman?
The Master lies in there. We've come to mourn.
No one is to loiter here.
Is it loitering to mourn for the dead?
Hey, wait, I know you. Aren't you the one they call Mary of Magdalene?
I am.
When I'm dead, I don't want the likes of you mourning for me.
You'll not talk that way to her.
I'll not take orders from you either. Now, move on.
Please. Please allow us to remain here. Just let us stay for a while, and we'll go soon without a word.
You won't make any bargains with me. Come on, move on, both of you.
Don't touch her.
I'll do what I choose to do, and I'll...
Thunder. Thunder out of a cloudless sky. Thunder.
The rock. It moves. It moves by itself. I tell you, we saw it.
Say it once more, Mary. I can't believe it.
Please, Peter, she's upset.
We saw it. The thunder first, and then the rock slowly rolled away. And the guards were struck senseless.
And then we ran to tell you, John. Oh.
Please, don't weep.
Can this be a trick, John? Maybe they've tried to steal his body away. Shouldn't we go and see?
By all means, come, Peter. We'll go to the tomb.
Oh, wait, I'll go with you.
It's true. True, the rock is rolled away. Hurry, Peter, hurry.
I see, John. Should we go in?
I don't know.
But I must see. I'm going in, John. So dark. It's difficult to see. Wait. I feel something. The shroud. Empty. He's gone. Gone.
Come, Peter. We must tell the others. We must find out what has happened here. If we can. Come, quickly.
What did you find?
He's gone, Mary.
Gone. It can't be true.
But it is. Now we must go back and tell the others. Are you coming with us?
No, I'll wait here. I'll wait here.
You may be in danger.
Leave me. I'll wait here alone.
Take care, Mary.
Gone. Gone.
Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou?
They've taken away my lord, and I don't know where they've placed him. If you are the gardener here, tell me, please. Have you removed him from here? Tell me where, and I will take him away.
Mary.
Master. Master.
Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren, and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father, and your Father, and to my God, and your God.
It can't be! It can't be!
Don't shout so, Caiaphas.
Well, it's a trick! You want me to believe that the stone rolled away by itself?
I don't want to believe it either, but...
But what?
Thunder, rock moving. Saw it move. Saw it move.
Oh, stop jabbering, you idiot, and get out of here.
Come, we'll go.
The thunder, the rock rolling. Rolling and nobody there.
Get out! Get out! What kind of a trick was it, Alice? You know about these things. You know everything. Tell me.
I know everything. Yes.
What could it have been?
You're frightened. Eh, Caiaphas?
Well, I'm not frightened. I'm bewildered. I don't know what... I don't know.
You don't know. After all this, now you begin to realize you don't know. You're frightened, Caiaphas. I can see it in your coward's face.
Now, please, Alice, please, don't talk that way to me. Maybe I have made a mistake, but I meant it only for the best, for both of us.
Quiet. They ran away. All his followers ran away. Like frightened sheep.
Yes, and that part worked, didn't it?
Did it?
Why do you look at me that way?
Fool, fool, fool.
What is it?
Yes, they ran away. And if we had kept him in jail, they would have stayed away.
Well, we did better.
Yes,
we killed him.
We did better. They'll be back. All of them. In just as long as it takes for the word to travel, they'll be... Don't you realize what has happened? He's shown them that you can die with grace and courage for an idea that you believe in. And that dying that way means more than living any other way. It's been proven. Proven.
Alice, what is it? Listen to me.
Listen to you? You wonder why I laugh. You can wonder. You, a stupid fool, risen to power through lies and dishonesty. You had a hand in proving so great a thing. History has played you a strange, vengeful trick, Caiaphas. You should complain against it, for it has placed your littleness against the greatness of this thing that has happened. You miserable, lying traitor.
Me, traitor?
You betrayed a whole people with this rotten deed. But as the master himself might have said, God have mercy on you.
I don't like the way you're talking, Alice. We can brazen this thing out. If we don't, the people will take their revenge on us.
Let them. I won't fight it, for I have seen it. I should have known when Pilate asked him, "What is truth?" And he answered only with his eyes. He is truth, Caiaphas, and truth murdered and buried will rise, as it always has, and always will.
You believe this? You believe what has happened? Tell me, do you, Annas?
I almost wish I didn't.
And he spoke to me. Believe me, John. Peter, he spoke to me.
We believe, Mary.
And I denied him. 3 times.
Please, Peter, don't think of that now. You were no less courageous than the rest of us.
And when he used to call us ye of little faith, I didn't know what he meant. But when danger came, we were of little faith.
But now, he is risen. Risen, Peter.
Will he ever forgive us for what we did?
Before we deserted him, he knew and forgave. Now he sent Mary to tell us that he is risen. Come, Peter. We must gather the others. We must stand together. And from now on, we shall never be afraid again. Come.
I just received the word. I came here as quickly as I could.
Were you followed, Thomas?
No, the city is quiet. No more guards than usual. Tell me what I heard. Is it true? Can it be true?
Yes, Thomas, it is true.
All the way here, I said it over and over to myself. And I could not believe.
Did you hear what Thomas said, John?
Thomas, if he hadn't appeared to us after Mary had seen him, perhaps we would not believe either. But we saw him. We saw him.
Now do you believe?
Don't all look at me that way. Is it my fault if I'm skeptical by nature? Sometimes I wish I didn't doubt so much. I do. I cannot believe unless my doubts are satisfied.
But the rest of us believe, Thomas.
Have I ever been like the rest of you? Wanted to be? I'm not. When he lived...
He still lives, I tell you.
Please, Peter, let him say it in his own way.
Thank you, John. When he lived, he indulged my doubts. He explained to me, taught me patiently. Now that he's gone, shall I be content with less? I want to believe. I want to believe.
Please, Thomas.
You must understand, John. I can't believe, not until I see the nail wounds in his hands, the wound the soldier's spear made in his side. Else, I will not believe.
Master.
It is he.
Master, it is you.
Peace be to you.
Master, you know me well. I am Thomas, and being Thomas, I doubt. I must have proof before I believe.
Thomas, reach out thy finger and behold my wounds.
Yes, Master. The nail wounds. The wounds.
And bring hither thy hand and put it into my side.
A wound of the soldier's spear. Oh, Master, Master.
And be not faithless, but believing.
My Lord and my God.
Because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Blessed are they that have not seen, and yet have believed. All power is given unto me in heaven and in earth. Go ye therefore, and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world. Amen.
Msgr. Fulton J. Sheen of the Catholic University of America will now deliver the last in his series of 17 addresses on the general subject, peace. His discourse today is entitled, The Resurrection. I present Msgr. Sheen.
Friends, celebrating Easter in a world that is more like a Good Friday, and hearing the chants of peace amidst the explosions of war, makes us wonder what lesson this blessed feast could have for these tragic days. The answer is to be found in two distinct scenes in the life of our Lord. The first scene took place in the Garden of Gethsemane, when the Savior, in the full majesty of his person, goes out to meet the devil in the guise of Judas. He surrenders himself into the hands of Judas and the soldiers with these words, "This is your hour, and the power of darkness." The important word here is hour. For apparently evil has its hour and uses it to turn out the light of the world and to deliver it over to the Stygian darkness of despair. The second scene took place earlier in the Lord's life, when the Pharisees sought to get rid of him by making him fearful of Herod, whom they said intended to kill him. The supreme value of the story is in the answer our Lord gave. In effect, he said, "Go tell that fox who has a mind to kill me that he is helpless. He cannot kill me until I have done my work, and I have 3 days' work to do." This was figurative language. 2 of these days are for works of convincing men of his divinity. But the 3rd day will be the day of mystery and perfection. The important word here is day. Put the 2 scenes together, and there emerges this lesson. Evil has its hour, but God has his day. And that evil hour is inseparable from God's day, one with it. Unless the seed has its hour when it falls to the ground and dies, it will never have the day when it rises forth to newness of life. Without the war with evil in its hour, there will never be the day of peace. Unless there is a Good Friday in our lives, there will never be an Easter Sunday. Unless there is the crown of thorns, there will never be the halo of light. Unless there is the scourged body, there will never be the glorified body. And there is the answer to the question of Easter. How can we celebrate Easter in a world that is like a Good Friday? By seeing in this war the operation of God's law. That without this hour of suffering and sacrifice, we might never come to a national resurrection. Did we but realize it, peace is not a passive but an active condition. It is not something that is given. It is something that is achieved. Our blessed Lord never said, "Blessed are the peaceful." But he did say, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Peace must be made. It must be won in a battle. Good Friday was not a day of appeasement. And therefore, Easter was not a day of false peace. God hates peace in those who are destined for war. And evil has its hour, but God will have his day. And so much is that hour of suffering and tragedy a part of the day, that in the triumph of his resurrection, our divine Lord keeps the scars that he received in the hour of his defeat. And he keeps those scars for all eternity. And on the last day, when he shall come in the clouds of heaven to judge the living and the dead, he will show them as pledges of his victory. He is a Prince of Peace, but only because he was once a captain of wars and the Lord of hosts. Soldiers wear medals for bravery, but he wears his glorious scars as radiant suns in hands and feet and side, scars that he received the day that he fought in the battle for peace. The Via Crucis is the Via Pacis. The way of the cross is the way of peace. To pass through that hour of evil alone and in itself is no guarantee that we will have peace. We have to pass through that hour with him. The thief on the left on Good Friday had his hour, but it was not born in union with our divine Lord, and therefore it profited him nothing. The thief on the right, on the contrary, passed through his hour in union with Christ, and therefore came to his day. And our Lord called it just that, this day, paradise. And St. Paul has said, this saying is true. If we die with him, we shall also live with him. Now apply this lesson, that only those who pass through Calvary's hour with him shall ever come to the day of victory. Look out upon the nations of the world, except our own. Look at Holland, Belgium, France, Germany, Finland, Italy, Philippines, Greece, Russia, the Balkan states, Mexico, and Spain. Think of how many are suffering in these lands. And I speak only of those who are in these lands are suffering in the name of Christ. There must be hundreds of thousands of them in these lands. They are having their hour of darkness, of famine, and of hate. Above all the battlefields of the world, beyond the din of national slogans, the scheming of foxes, the debates of politics, the selfish clashes of economic forces, there is one common bond uniting them all. They are all prostrate before the cross of Christ. They have all been kissed by some Judas, smitten by some soldier, misjudged by some Caiaphas, mocked by some Herod, crucified under some Pilate, and in this their hour of darkness, they have a pledge that if the Easter law holds true, and it does, to the extent that their sufferings are one with Him, they will rise again. Not because of any reshuffling of politicians or any new theory of economics will they rise, for politics again will fail. Economists again will blunder. Foxes will be caught in their own traps. Schemers will be caught in their own schemes. But because these hundreds of thousands of chosen souls have been signed with the sign of the cross and sealed with the seal of salvation, because they have borne their cross in Christ in that hour, they will rise with Christ. This war to them is the sowing of a seed. Evil has its hour, but God will have His day. Apply this lesson now to our own country. If it be true that those who have already had their hour with Christ will have their day with Him, then the inverse is true. We shall have our day of victory only on condition that we have an hour of darkness with Christ. We want victory in America. We all want it. A victory with justice. But Easter teaches us that there can be no day of victory unless we pass through the hour of struggle against evil and in union with the Savior. As our risen Lord told the disciples at Emmaus, "Know you not that the Son of Man must suffer in order to enter into His glory?" It is the only way we can enter into glory. And we Americans have already begun to pass into that hour of sacrifice. We've not chosen it. It has been forced upon us by our enemies. But we're in it. And like the Savior on Calvary, we are already being stripped, as He was. But we are being stripped of our rags of self-righteousness. And as we're stripped of these, we'll begin to be great. First of all, we are beginning to die to that false notion that there's no such thing as evil. How often we have said in America in our schools in the last generation, there's no distinction between right and wrong. Good and evil are only points of view. There's no absolute. But now, we're dying to that false notion. We are all pointing our fingers across the seas to boast across both seas, and we're saying they're evil, they're wicked, these men are devils. Well, if they're wrong, then there must be a right. And if there's a devil that wars with God, there must be a God. We're being forced onto God's side. And we're being stripped, too, of another rag, the false rag of self-expression. There are a few reactionary educators in the United States who have not yet caught up to the tempo that wins the war, who are still talking about self-expression. They want no discipline, no authority, no restraint. But fortunately, we're being stripped of that now by the war, and sacrifice is being imposed upon us. And now, like Nicodemus, we're beginning to see that nations like men must be reborn before they can live. And finally, we're being stripped of another rag, the rag of progress. We've been saying up to this time that progress was in an ascending straight line, that the mere fact that we lived, we got better, that blind cosmic forces were sweeping us on until we became kind of supermen. But this war reveals to us just the contrary, namely that no life becomes better unless it dies to a lower self. This spring which we are now enjoying is not an ascending progress from last spring. It is a result of the death of the old one. And so must all nations and civilizations die in this hour of darkness before they will come to the day of their victory. There will be an hour of humiliation. Of this there is no doubt. Our choice as a nation is not between being humbled and not being humbled. The choice is, who shall humble us? Will it be our enemies? Or will we humble ourselves? Let me put it bluntly this way. Would we, as a defeated nation, be more moral, more just, and more Christian than we would as a victorious, revengeful nation? If we would be more moral as a defeated nation, then we may expect from God to be defeated. That is the only way that we could be bettered. We'll go down to it. But fortunately, it is not the only way. Instead of being humbled by enemies, there is another way. We can humiliate ourselves by recognizing that only by and through our share with the redemption of Christ can we pass through that hour that will bring us to the day of peace. And if, therefore, we pass through that hour in such a way that labor lifts up its hand as Christ lifted up his in the carpenter's shop, in service of a father, and if capital like Joseph of Arimathea gives of its wealth for the service of Christ, if women like Magdalene will bring their spices to anoint him, if educators like Nicodemus will come in the dark to find the truth that is his, if soldiers like the one at the foot of the cross share the wine of their life with him, if we all begin to see him wounded in the wounded, hidden in the lost, destitute in the destitute, if we enter this work of sacrifice as he entered the garden, then we need never fear the outcome. Why, we've already won! Only the news has not yet leaked out. We shall have our day of victory in him if we first have our hour of darkness with him. And if there is anything that adequately describes this Easter message, it is that of the eagle. Eagles build their nest high in the mountains, generally overlooking cliffs and precipices and abysses. When finally the young are hatched, the mother eagle, in virtue of an instinct implanted in her, begins to stir in that nest and scatter the twigs that cradle the infancy of its young. It nudges one of the eaglets to the edge of the nest, and it shrinks back again in safety. But the mother bird, through the infallible urge of the Creator, finally succeeds in pushing the young over the edge of the nest. Down and down it falls, its feeble wings fluttering in vain to bear it up against what must seem to it as catastrophe and death on the rocks below. But just before the eaglet crashes in the fearful depths, the parent bird swoops under it, gathers it upon its great wings, bears it aloft into the sky, and there debarking its living cargo, allows the young one to flutter again and to fall, but not to death. Again the mother bird catches that cargo on its great pinions, lifts it up into the sky, and on and repeats the process until the bird has learned to fly. And Moses, looking out upon a scene of that kind in his own land, said that as the eagle stirreth the nest of its young, so does God stir up the nations. So does God stir up the nations. In other words, we have been like those little eaglets, quite satisfied with the little nest of this world of ours, smug, satisfied and self-complacent. We forgot that we had immortal souls. We forgot that our souls had wings and were destined for God and can carry us to heights above the earth. And because we forgot this destiny, God had to stir in its nest of America to unearth us from our smug worldliness and to make us realize that we had another destiny and to bring us possibly within the very edge and to the edge of disaster before he would lift us up as an eagle bird does and carry us back again to the God for whom we were made. And that is indeed an apt figure of America. For America chose as its national symbol not the lion seeking whom it may devour, not the sly fox laying in wait for its prey, not the vulture flying above waiting for its carrion, but America, in the full consciousness of what we were all supposed to be, chose as its symbol the eagle, flying upwards and onwards beyond the sky, up past the troubled gateways of the stars, across the margin of the world, beyond the hid battlements of eternity, up through that hour of darkness to the day of everlasting victory with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. O Lord Jesus Christ, who in thy mercy heareth the prayers of sinners, pour forth, we beseech thee, all grace and blessing upon our country and its citizens. We pray in particular for the President, for our Congress, for all our soldiers, for all who defend us in ships, whether on the seas or in the skies, for all who are suffering the hardships of war. We pray for all who are in peril or in danger. Bring us all, after the troubles of this life, into the haven of peace, and reunite us all together forever, O dear Lord, in thy glorious heavenly kingdom. This concludes my series of broadcasts for this season. It shall be my honor to be with you again, the first of the year, on January the 3rd, to be exact. Your response to the Holy Hour has been marvelous. In a small town in North Carolina, for example, where there was no church, 14 souls, under the inspiration of a colored schoolteacher, expressed a desire to come to the fullness of the faith of our Lord. We are going down there this summer, and with the gracious permission of Bishop McGinnis, preach a mission in that little town and start the first Catholic church in that community. Such things are very encouraging, for you must know that the Catholic hour has no other standard of success except to bring souls to our divine Lord. If these broadcasts of mine did nothing more than to bring but one soul in the United States to the feet of our blessed Savior, then they would have been eminently worthwhile. Please do not discontinue your daily holy hour. America is still at war, and we want America to be on God's side. It will be all right for the sheen to wear off, but don't let the holy hours wear out. And before I take leave of you, my blessing to each of you, to every Jew, and to every Protestant, and to every Catholic. I hope that you're closer to God just because you listened. And this personal note, it's a little secret. I am on relief. I come to you begging. The relief that I want is your prayers. Would you, whomsoever you be so kind as to breathe a little prayer for me occasionally, that I may be a good priest and bring souls to God? That is the only thing in the world that matters. You have been tuning into me. Now I want to tune into you. If you will drop me a note assuring me that you will contribute a prayer to my relief, I shall send you a letter of thanks. In the meantime, I shall meet you every day in the holy hour. Au revoir. May Almighty God bless you. May His divine Son extend to you the merits of His redemption, and may the Holy Spirit sanctify you. And may Our Lady protect you and watch over you and keep you safe. Bye now. Bye. God love you.
In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of many fine programs brought to you each week on NBC. Tomorrow night, there's top comedy entertainment with the Bob Hope Show, the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This with Senator Ford. Bob Hope delivers rapid-fire comedy routines, while Phil Harris and Alice Faye bring both mirth and music. It's a great Friday night lineup of comedy programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the Six Shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still remembered legends.
Attended a Tuesday evening choir practice in quite a spell, but when Reverend Broom stopped by the Tropical Ranch where I was working and asked me if I could manage to take part in this week's rehearsal, well, I sure couldn't see how to do any harm, so ringing in the sheaves, we shall come rejoicing, ringing in the sheaves. Anyhow, there we are. About 10 of us all gathered around at John Farley's General Store, it was. You see, the town of Easter Creek didn't have a regular church building yet. They held their services and social affairs in the mercantile while they went ahead trying to raise money to put up a community church. It was during the second verse of Bringing in the Sheaves that things started sounding a little peculiar, sort of like the voices and the music were sort of traveling different trails. At first I thought it was me. I never had been exactly what you'd call melodious, but then the other folks were beginning to have their troubles too. And holy smokes, it just was getting terrible. And finally, Mrs. Peebles, she was the organist, she just threw up her hands and stopped even trying to play.
I simply can't.
No, Elvira.
Heaven knows I've tried. I've done my best. But this organ just won't play anymore.
Well, we'll have Mr. Farley take another look at it, Elvira. I'm sure he'll be able to get it back into shape.
There's nothing Mr. Farley can do. Or anybody else. It's plain wore out. You can't expect a thing to last forever.
Oh, no, of course
Seems
not.
to me that after all this time, something could have been done about buying a new organ. When I donated this one to the congregation, I didn't suppose I'd have to go on playing it all the rest of my life. But apparently that's what's expected.
No, there's no need to upset yourself, Elvira.
Well, I can't help being upset. I say I can't help it. How do you think I feel every Sunday? All those sour notes, and that wheezing and whining. Folks are beginning to think that it's me, that it's my playing. Well, I've been humiliated for the last time, and I won't go through it again.
But Elvira, we got to have music for Easter services.
Music? Well, you certainly don't call that music, do you? Good night, Reverend Broom.
All right, everybody. Give me your attention, please. Attention, folks. Quiet down now, please. Quiet down. It appears that matters have come to a serious crisis. It's bad enough for a town by the name of Easter Creek not to have a proper building for Easter services. But to be without an organ and an organist, well, it's a disgrace, a positive disgrace. Now, we mustn't blame Miss Peebles. That instrument has seen its best days, there's no doubt about it. So I propose that we take immediate steps to purchase a replacement.
Just one thing, Reverend Broom.
Yes, Sheriff.
Where's the money coming from?
Well, now I've given that matter serious thought, Sheriff Appleton, and there seems to be only one possible solution to the problem. We'll just have to borrow from the building fund.
That's sort of like robbing Peter to pay Paul, isn't it?
No, not exactly. Seeing as how we haven't reached our $1,000 goal anyway, well, the money's just sort of lying there.
No, I don't know about that.
Just how much do you figure a new organ will cost, Reverend Broom?
Well, I've done some investigating in the field, Mrs. Appleton. Last month, when Elvira's foot went through the pump pedal, it seemed like the situation was coming to head. The church over to Whitefield purchased a new organ just last Christmas, and they're willing to sell us their old one. It's used, of course, but it's still in excellent repair. And they're only asking $95.
No. I'm afraid that's a bit more than we can afford, Reverend.
We must have at least $95 in the building fund. We've been putting money aside for the last year.
No, we ain't. We got $42.50. That's the total. Up to and including $3.65 from the Cake Bazaar a month ago.
$42.50?
Yep.
I just had no idea.
We're shy over $50 from what it would take to buy the organ. And there just isn't any way we could raise it. Not between now and Easter.
Now. We mustn't give up. After all, we only need the $50.
$52.50.
Yes, exactly. Well, let's see. There was just someone who could take a firm grip of the situation. A man who... Mr. Ponset.
Yes, Reverend.
Mr. Ponset, I know you aren't a regular member of our congregation, and you've only been in our midst a few months. But...
Well, I sure be glad to donate what I can to the cause, Reverend, but I'm afraid it'd only be a drop in the bucket.
Oh, a donation wasn't exactly what I had in mind.
Oh?
I think perhaps you can be of more service in another fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that we appoint Britt Ponset, a committee of one, to take charge of the organ raising.
Now, hold on a minute here, Reverend Broom.
We all know that you're a man of strength and determination, Mr. Ponset, that you inspire confidence, and we trust generosity.
Well, now, I'd sure like to oblige you folks, but what you're asking is just out of the question, that's all.
You wouldn't turn us down in our hour of need.
Oh, no, I'm not turning you down exactly. What I mean is, it just couldn't be done. Why, you've been a whole year raising $42.50, and now you're talking about raising over $50 in just a few days.
Well, we've been going at it the wrong way, Mr. Ponset.
What?
I'm sure your approach will be 100% more effective.
My approach?
Why, certainly. And just to show you how easy it'll be, we'll start things off by taking up a collection right now. Sheriff Appleton, will you pass the hat?
But,
all right, everybody. Dig down deep. It's a wonderful thing Mr. Ponset's doing in taking over this fundraising campaign.
But I never said a
word. And here's
word.
our chance to let him know how
Reverend.
much we appreciate it.
Reverend. Well, the sheriff finished passing the hat and poured it out on the table, and Reverend Broom counted it, $2.50. And yet the Reverend was real pleased, too. He said that meant that I only had $50 to go. It's a nice round number. Well, not that I had any intention of taking this job of raising the money to get the new organ, you understand. I told the Reverend I couldn't do it. I told him just as plain as day that I couldn't do it, but somehow he got the idea that I had already agreed to do it, and no matter how hard I talked, he just kept... and the other folks, they were as bad as Reverend Broom. I was just outnumbered. That's all there was to it. So, early the next morning, I took my hat in my hand and started out. Must have been getting around noon when I finally came back to the sheriff's office. Oh, come in, Bet. Come in.
Morning, Abner.
Oh, how's everything going? You been out collecting?
Yeah, I've been collecting.
Well,
$11. That's what I got so far.
$11, huh? That's remarkable, Brett. Simply remarkable.
But the trouble is I've already asked everybody in town.
Uh-huh.
Except you, that is.
Oh, well, I suppose I could give you $1, but don't forget I was in on the collection at choir practice. You ain't serious, Brett. You don't mean you really ask everybody else?
As a matter of fact, there is one area I sort of skipped over.
Oh?
Well, those cabins over east of the creek and the ranches out that way. I haven't visited them yet.
Well, you'd just be wasting your time if you did.
I would,
Yeah, those folks wouldn't be very anxious to help out at church. Mess of thieves, cattle rustlers, every other kind of riffraff.
Oh, is that what they are? Oh.
Oh, well, now, that's just a general census of opinion. Of course, if I could know for certain that we had any actual outlaws living around Easter Creek, if I was positive, that is,
Well, it'd be my duty to arrest them.
I see. Uh-huh.
But the fact is, they ain't caused any trouble here in town, none of them. I can't go around arresting people on rumors. Well, can I, Britt?
Yeah. I understand Red Eye Kirk has a place somewhere east of town. Is that right?
That's hearsay, Britt. Pure and simple hearsay.
Oh, I see.
Why, you don't think I'd let a notorious gunfighter like Red Eye live right here under my nose, do you?
Well, it's too bad he's not in these parts.
Oh?
No, I was thinking I might like to pay him a little visit.
Well, what on earth for?
Well, as long as he's not in the neighborhood, I guess it doesn't matter. It's kind of a shame, though.
Oh, well, now, if you're really anxious to... what I mean is... Oh, Britt, they do say there's a fellow who somewhat resembles Red Eye. He's got himself a cabin just this side of Deer Mountain.
Just this side of Deer Mountain, huh?
Now, well, wait a minute, Britt. Wait a minute. What in Sunday do you want to get mixed up with Red Eye Kirk for? What's he got to do with raising money for a new organ?
Well, he probably won't have anything to do with it, but it's just that I don't want to leave any stones unturned, you see. So long, Abner. It was about a half-hour's ride out to the cabin Sheriff Appleton told me about. Not much of a cabin, though. Just a shack at the foot of Deer Mountain with a corral off one side. There sure were a lot of different brands on the horses in that corral. Well, I pulled up in the yard about 15 feet from the cabin door. Whoa, Scar. Whoa. For a minute, it didn't seem like there was anybody at home. And then I heard the door start to creak open. The barrel of a .45 poked into sight. The man behind it was tall, square-shouldered, and thick black beard, and kind of reddish eyes. Howdy.
What do you want, mister?
I'm looking for Red Eye Kirk.
Ain't nobody here by that name.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe you'll do, then.
What?
My name's Ponsett, Britt Ponsett.
Ponsett?
Now, hold on. I'll just take it easy with that gun.
Get him up. Get him up high.
Oh, sure. How's this?
You alone?
Yep, I'm alone.
You must be plumb crazy thinking you can take me single-handed.
No, I'm not interested in taking you, Red Eye.
I told you that ain't who I am.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yes, you did. Yes, that's right. You mind if I get off my horse?
Well, just don't try nothing, that's all. And don't move toward your holster.
Don't worry.
That's close enough.
Sure.
Now, what are you doing out here, anyway?
Well, the fact is, you see, what'd you say your name was?
Jones. Bill Jones.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Jones, I've been given the job of raising some money.
What?
Now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't my idea, but since it was for such a good cause, I just couldn't turn the folks down.
Good cause?
A new church organ. That's what I'm collecting for.
What?
You see, the one that Reverend Broom's congregation has been using, it sort of gave up the ghost last night, and what with Easter coming on,
Are you joshing me, mister?
No, of course I'm not.
You mean you're out here trying to raise money so you can buy a church organ?
That's right.
Go on. Get moving before I take a shot at you.
You won't give me a hand, huh?
I wouldn't give you 5 cents for every church organ west of Mississippi River.
Now, it wasn't your money I wanted.
What?
No, it wasn't that at all.
And what the devil did you come around bothering me for?
Well, I was thinking that you're a pretty influential man with some of the folks hereabouts.
And they've told the mark if I tell them to. You can bet on that.
Yeah, well, that's just the impression I got.
So what?
Well, it seemed to me that if I was to go moseying around these parts alone, some of your friends might not look too kindly on the idea of giving me donations.
They sure wouldn't.
But on the other hand, if we were to approach them together as a kind of a team, you might say,
A team?
That's the general idea, yeah.
You want me to go along with you?
I sure would appreciate it if you would.
And help you raise money for a church organ?
That's right.
Well, I'll be... Me taking up a Sunday school collection. Well, that's the doggonedest notion anybody ever had. What do the boys think, huh? Jack Denton, Wisconsin Billy? Why, it'd be almost worth it just to see their faces. You sure got a sense of humor, Ponson. And you know something, this here crazy scheme of yours, I'm going to take you up on it.
You know something, Mr. Jones?
What?
You know something? I kind of thought you would.
You are listening to The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman whose name has become a legend throughout the great Southwest. And now Act Two of the story called Crisis at Easter Creek.
Well, the first place we came to was a farmhouse about a quarter of a mile south of Red Eye's cabin. At least it had been a farmhouse once. There sure wasn't any crops growing in the vicinity now. The porch sagged off at a slant, and the windows were stuffed full of papers and rags. Even the front door looked like it was about to slide off its hinges. The place really looked deserted, but Red Eye gave me the nod, and we pulled up and dismounted. Old Red Eye, he had a great big grin as white as a full moon spread all over his face. Been there ever since we started off.
Hey, Denton! Get out here, Denton! It's me, Red Eye. Well, I mean, well, I guess you know who I was anyway, didn't you?
Well, I had a pretty good idea.
Howdy, Red Eye. What can I do for you?
Denton, this here's Britt Ponsett.
Ponsett?
Howdy, Denton.
Now, don't you worry, Red Eye. Even if he did get the draw on you, he ain't turning you over to no sheriff.
Oh, put your gun away, Denton.
Huh?
Use your eyes. Ponsett ain't covered me, is he?
Then what are you doing riding along with him?
Oh, we got us a little project. Now, you explain it to him, Ponsett.
Well, the fact is we're collecting money to buy a new organ for Reverend Broom.
What?
That's right, Jack.
Oh. Sounds to me like you said money for a new organ. I must be getting loco.
I sure ain't going to argue that with you, Denton. Well, come on. Come on, fork over.
You mean you're serious, Red Eye?
Of course I'm serious.
And he must be holding a gun on you.
I ain't got all day, Denton. How much we need, Britt?
Well, let's see. 12 from 50, $38.
Well, you heard him. Denton?
Sure, Red Eye, sure. Now, just let me look in my purse here. Oh, yeah, two $20 gold pieces. How's that?
Well, I didn't mean that you had to contribute the whole thing.
Just keep the change. Just keep the change.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
My pleasure entirely. Was there anything else, Red Eye?
No, I guess that'll do it for now. Let's go, Ponsett.
Yeah, sure. Easy, boy.
I'm glad you boys stopped by. Anytime I can, well, you know where to find me.
We'll stop at Mike Morgan's place next. That's just down the road.
Well, that's mighty considerate of you, Red Eye, but we don't need to make another stop.
What? Well, what are you talking about?
Well, $38, that's all we needed, you see.
Oh.
See, the organ's all paid for now.
Well, there must be something else the Reverend needs money for, ain't it?
Oh, I suppose.
Doggone it, Ponson. I'm enjoying myself. And besides, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the boys if Denton was the only one who got a chance to do a little contributing to charity. Least we can do is stop at Mike Morgan's, seeing as how we're so close.
I said, well, whatever you say. Whatever you say, Red Eye. Well, we made about 8 more stops before evening, and I must say that all of Red Eye's friends are mighty generous. Why, I even had to turn down the offer of a couple of cows for the cause. seeing as how there was some doubt as to the legal owner of the stock in question. But the gold and the silver and the paper money, well, there just wasn't any way of telling how that was come by. At least, wasn't any way I could think of. So by sundown, I was carrying quite a load of cash. And we were riding away from Slick Wilson's place when Red Eye gave a little sigh and looked at me sort of disappointed.
Well, guess I better head back home now.
Sure, Red Eye, sure. What's the matter?
I was just thinking about how Mike Morgan tripped over his shotgun when I told him what it was we wanted. Nearly blowed himself right over the barn.
Yeah, it's kind of a close call, wasn't it?
Doggone it, I don't see why Wisconsin Billy wasn't at home. Well, he'd have been fit to be tied.
Well, we did all right without him. Easy.
Say, Brett. Oh, why don't you come back tomorrow, huh?
Oh, no.
He'll probably be around there.
Oh, no, thanks, Red Eye. I got a whole lot more than I ever expected. And I sure do appreciate your assistance.
Oh, pleasure's all mine. Well, good luck.
Same to you, Red Eye. It was about an hour's ride back to town, but before I'd gone more than halfway, I got the feeling there was somebody following me. I sure didn't like it either. Not with all this money I had in the saddlebags. So I gave Scar a little touch of the spur. Come on, boy. Come on, let's go. When I heard the other horse pounding up the trail after me, let's go, boy. Come on, let's go. His first shot was over my head. There wasn't any point in trying to outrun him, Scar being as tired as he was. So I slid out of the saddle and I rolled over behind a rock. He was still coming, so I eased my gun out of the holster and inched up to get a look at him. He was a big fella, holding his revolver loose in his hand like he didn't figure on using it. Well, I didn't figure on letting him rob me either. I waited until he was about even with the rock where I was hiding. Then I stood up.
Drop it! Drop it! Okay, take it easy, Ponset.
Why, you know who I am, huh?
Red Eye told me you was heading this way. I've been trying to catch up with you for the last 15 minutes.
You mean Red Eye sent you after me?
I'll say he did.
Well, I'll be darned. I thought I had him figured different. Now, I suppose he told you about the money, too.
Sure.
Yeah.
Here's mine. My share. Catch.
What? Your share?
Plymouth Church organ. Name's Wisconsin Billy. I was out when you come by to collect this afternoon.
Oh.
Then I wanted to make certain you got my donation.
Oh, I see.
Now, do you mind handing me my gun?
You got it? No, not a bit. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, so long, Ponset.
Oh, yes, so long there.
I simply can't believe it, Mr. Ponset. There must be over $1,000 here.
Just about, Reverend, just about.
Enough for the organ, enough to build a church, too.
Yeah. Well...
Mr. Ponset.
Yeah?
Now, you mustn't think me ungrateful, but I'm afraid we can't accept this money.
What?
Well, you see, Sheriff Appleton told me where you got it.
He did, huh?
Now, mind you, I don't have any objections myself. I think when help is offered, it should be accepted, irregardless of the source. But some of my people, they aren't quite so broad-minded. And the idea of permitting Red Eye Kirk and those other outlaws to donate to our fund, well...
Now, just hold on a minute, Reverend Brome. Now, just hold on. Now, when I was talking to Sheriff Appleton earlier today, he claimed that there weren't any outlaws in the vicinity of Easter Creek.
Well, we don't like to admit that our town is a haven.
Why, the sheriff said that if there were any bandits around here, it was his duty to arrest them. Of course, that would mean getting a posse together. It'd probably mean a lot of shooting and killing.
Well, Mr. Ponset, everybody knows it. I mean, it's common knowledge.
And as for Red Eye Kirk, ever having anything to do with that money I raised, well, you could be mistaken, Reverend.
But you were seen riding along. Well, it looked like Red Eye.
Didn't Sheriff Appleton ever tell you about the fellow that lives out near Deer Mountain who's supposed to be the spitting image of Red Eye Kirk? Didn't he ever tell you about that?
Now, Mr. Ponce.
No, even if some of those fellows on the other side of the creek are sort of outside the law. Now, I'm not saying they are, mind you, but even so, accusing them of being criminals, it might stir up a whole lot of trouble.
That's true, of course.
And besides, Sheriff Appleton says they're law-abiding citizens, and he's your duly elected sheriff. He sure ought to know. Well, night, Reverend. I'll see you in church. Well, I guess there was a little argument about whether or not to accept the money, but Sheriff Appleton finally convinced folks that they didn't have any right to turn it down. So, by the following Sunday, Easter, the congregation had a new organ. And the service was real well attended, too. Now, some of the folks didn't look like regular churchgoers. But Red Eye, Mr. Jones, he explained to me afterwards that he and his friends just wanted to make sure their contributions had been put to a good use. I don't know if they've been back since, but you never can tell, Reverend Broom preached a real fine sermon that morning.
Shooter is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Marvin Miller, Ted DeCorsia, Robert Griffin, and Red Eye Kirk. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Oh, by the way, you'll be interested in knowing that the six-shooter has been chosen for broadcast to our men overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Services. This is John Wall speaking. Tonight, play Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards on the NBC Radio Network.
Lucky Strike presents the Jack Benny Program. But first, here's an important message from the National Tobacco Tax Research Council. Smokers, next time you buy cigarettes, remember that over 800,000 tobacco farm families thank you for contributing to their support. And remember also that you help support your government, federal, state, and local. When you buy a pack of cigarettes, the federal government gets 8 cents. Most local and state governments get 3 or 4 cents more. That's better than a 50% tax on every cigarette you smoke. Yes, in buying cigarettes, over half your packs go for tax. And now, the Jack Benny Program, transcribed, presented by Lucky Strike.
Do you be happy, go lucky, be happy, get better taste, be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, tear and compare. See for yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer. Carefully tear a thin strip of paper straight down the seam from end to end and gently remove the tobacco. In tearing, be sure not to loosen or dig into the tobacco. Now, do exactly the same with the Lucky Strike. Then compare. Some cigarettes are too loosely packed. Some even fall apart. But look at that Lucky. See how it stays together, a perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco. Now, what does this mean to you as a smoker? It means exactly this. Because your Lucky is so round and firm and fully packed, you avoid annoying loose ends that spoil the taste, hot spots that burn harsh and dry. Because your Lucky has long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco, it burns evenly, smokes smooth and mild. Yes, tear and compare. Prove to yourself that Luckies are made better to taste better. Then make your next carton Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Easter Sunday, and in cities all over the country, people are Easter parading. Right now in Beverly Hills, Jack is getting ready for his stroll down Wilshire Boulevard. At the moment, he's taking a shower, and Rochester is laying out his clothes.
Mr. Benny's been in that shower a long time. But he always stays in there pretty long. He'd get through sooner if he'd sing in the shower like everybody else instead of playing his violin. Well, I'd better lay out his clothes.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
I'm through with my shower. Bring me a nice big towel.
The biggest towel we have is the one you took from the Acme Plaza Hotel.
Well, bring me that.
I can't. It's still on the roller.
Well, bring me any towel. I'm cold.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you. Here, Rochester, hang my violin on the line. Professor LeBlanc is giving me a lesson tomorrow.
Yes, sir. You want your clothes now, boss?
Just my shorts. I'm going to do my exercises.
Here you are. You've really been doing your exercises regularly, haven't you?
That's right, Rochester. I want to look nice and trim on my TV show next Sunday. Well, I'll start with my bending exercises. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bend down, touch the floor. Lift my arms up in the air.
Bend down, pick up your hair.
Oh, yeah. Gee, it's hard to bend down like that. Oh, boy.
Now for your knee bends. Ready?
Uh-huh.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
Down, up. Down, up. Down, up. Down, up, 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 up. Congratulations, boss, you made it.
Yeah, that's enough for today. I better get dressed. And I think I'll wear my blue suit today.
That ought to look swell. I'll get it for you.
Good. And Rochester, while I finish dressing, look through my closet, see if any of my clothes need to be sent to the cleaners.
Yes, sir. Well, what about this gray suit, boss?
I don't know. How does it look to you?
Well, it's got a gravy stain on the sleeve, salad dressing on the pants, butter on the cup, coffee on the lapel, and meat sauce all over the vest.
It has?
Yeah, shall I send it to the cleaners or put it in the refrigerator?
Send it to the cleaners. But first, Rochester, go through the pockets and make sure I didn't leave any money in it.
Oh, boss, calm down.
Never mind, just do it. Well, I'm all dressed, Rochester. How do I look?
Fine, but you'd better put your glasses on.
Oh, I'm not going to wear my glasses today. They make me look old.
But you don't see too well without them.
Rochester, I just wear my glasses for reading. Now, let's see. I think I'll take I'll get it. Oh, hello, Phil.
I'm Mary.
Oh, happy Easter, Mary. Well, I'm ready to go walking if you are.
Okay, but aren't you going to say anything about my new dress?
Say, it's very pretty. Hey, Mary, isn't it kind of daring?
No, Jack. It's been the style for a couple of years. It's called a plunging neckline.
Oh.
All the girls will be wearing them today.
They will?
Yes.
Rochester, bring my glasses. Thanks. Come on, Mary. Let's go to the boulevard and stroll in the Easter parade. Gee, there are a lot of people on Wilshire Boulevard, aren't there, Mary?
Yeah, and everybody's dressed so nice.
Well, so are you. Gee, that new hat you're wearing is really cute. Where'd you get it?
The May Company. They give me all my clothes.
The May Company gives you your clothes? Gee, that's funny. You've been working for me for the past 15 years.
I know. They send me food, too.
Oh, well, that's nice of them.
Say, Jack, how far do you think we ought to walk?
Oh, I don't know. Probably as far as La Brea, and then we'll...
Oh, Jack, look who's coming this way. Isn't that one of the boys in your Beavers Club?
Oh, yes. Hello, Joey.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Hello, Joey. Say, that's a mighty cute rabbit you have there.
Yes, it's my Easter bunny. I'm taking him over to Mr. Benny's house to feed him.
To my house to feed him? Why?
My father says you've got more lettuce than anyone in Beverly Hills.
Did you just get this rabbit, Joey?
Oh, no. I got him last Easter. In fact, I had 2 of them.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
Just a minute, Jack. What happened to your other rabbit, Joey?
I don't know. He just disappeared around Christmas time.
Mary, let's go.
Joey, exactly when did your other rabbit disappear?
It was, December the 23rd.
Well, thanks for telling me. Goodbye, Joey.
Goodbye, Miss Livingston. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. You know, Mary...
Oh, quiet. You and your mink Christmas presents.
That was just a coincidence. I happened to get a mink with pink eyes. Oh, say, Mary, look at that billboard. Opening April 21st at the Philharmonic, Julie Garland and her Variety Review. You know, Mary, strolling down the boulevard today reminds me of that picture we saw a couple of years ago with Judy and Fred Astaire.
Oh, you mean Easter Parade?
Yeah, that's the one. Remember at the start of the picture when Fred was walking along Fifth Avenue singing that song, and the people answered him? How did that song go again?
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Isn't it nice, Mary? They all answered us, just like they did in the picture.
Yeah.
Say, Mary, look. There's Phil Harris standing on the corner.
Are you sure?
Well, he's standing, but I think it's him. Yes, it is.
You're right. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Livy, you little Easter bunny. Who's that egg you got with you?
Darn it, I forgot to take off my bathing cap. Say, Phil, Mary and I are strolling down Wilshire. Want to join us?
No, Jackson, no. The Chamber of Commerce wants me to stand here till another bus comes by.
Another bus?
Yeah, I'm the grand finale of the 95-cent tour.
What?
Them out-of-towners go nuts.
Oh, brother.
Phil, aren't you a little conceited?
Nah. Conceit is when you think you got it and you ain't.
Phil, and you've got it?
Well, I must have, Jackson. They want me to run for president on the Prohibition ticket.
Mary, you talk to him, will you? I can't.
Look, Phil, Jack and
Step back, Libby. Here comes another bus load of tourists. I got to take a bow.
Phil, Jack and I are going for a walk. Do you want to join us or not?
I'd love to, Mary, but some of my musicians are going to pick me up. They're having a little card game, and they need a fifth for bridge.
Phil, you mean a fourth for bridge.
No, a fifth. They play and I pour. Oh, Harris, you can always depend on a feed line from that gray-haired gentleman with the button shoe.
Come on, Mary, let's go.
All right. So long, Phil.
Hey, so long, Livy. See you later.
Come on, dollface. We got a long way to walk yet. Walking with you side by side, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Fills my chest with so much pride, happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to sing as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet, happy Easter to you. Gosh, what perfect weather. Spring, the skies are clear, the flowers are blooming, the sun is shining. Hey, look who's here, my violin teacher.
Bonjour, Monsieur Benny.
Well, Professor LeBlanc, what a surprise running into you.
Hello, Professor.
Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Well, Professor, you certainly look nice today. Is that a new Easter suit you're wearing?
Mademoiselle, I am a poor violin teacher. I cannot afford to buy new suits.
Well, what do you do with the money I pay you for my violin lessons?
I buy sleeping pills.
Oh, are they any good?
No. After a few days, I wake up.
Oh, well, it was nice seeing you, Professor. And don't forget you're giving me a violin lesson tomorrow.
I will not forget. I will tie a string around my finger.
Good, good.
Better I should tie a rope around my neck.
What?
Goodbye, Monsieur Benny.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Mary, I can't understand why he hates to give me violin lessons.
I can't understand it either. You play beautifully.
Well, Huh? Mary, that was sweet. What made you say that?
Oh, I don't know. Just an impulse. Yesterday, I kicked a cop in the pants.
Sometimes you have to let yourself go, you know. Anyway, Mary, we're certainly running into a lot of people we know, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yum bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Yum bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue. And you greet all the friends you meet. Happy Easter to you.
You know, Gertrude, it's nice getting a day off. It sure is nice.
Swell getting away from that CBS switchboard.
Yeah. Oh, Gertrude, I feel so elegant walking in the Easter parade. How do you feel?
My feet are killing me. But it's my own fault for buying such small shoes.
Well, what size did you get?
9.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter?
Getting your foot in a size 9 shoe is like docking the Queen Mary in a Dixie cup.
Oh, look who's talking. Get a load of your shoes.
They're not so big.
They're not. Last year, when we went on our vacation, every hotel we stopped at pasted labels on them.
Well, it's a natural mistake because my shoes are genuine cowhide.
Cowhide?
Yeah.
From the way your toes stick out, it looks like milking time.
Gertrude, the next time you talk to me like that,
Oh, hey, Mabel, look. Here comes Jack Benny.
Yeah. And look who's with him. Mary Livingston.
Mabel, they're coming toward us.
Yum bum 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 ba bum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Yum dum dum da da dum ba bum. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Don Wilson.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
Don, I'm glad I ran into you. You know that story about me in the current issue of Radio Television Mirror?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that same reporter came back to see me yesterday, and he wanted to get some information about you.
Oh, really, Jack?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jack, it's nice of you to tell me this. I feel flattered. What the reporter want to know?
Well, he wanted to know different things like what you eat for breakfast, what you eat for lunch, what you eat for dinner, what you have for dessert, what you have after dessert, what you eat between meals, what you eat before going to bed at night, all those different things.
Well, that's nice, Jack, but didn't he want to know anything about my work on your program?
Yes, he did, Don. He thought that my last couple of shows weren't quite as funny as usual. He wanted to know if you ate one of my writers.
Oh, Jack, I know you're kidding, but I wish you'd stop with that talk. You're always giving everybody the impression I'm fat.
All right, Don, I'll stop joking about your size.
Say, Don, would you like to walk down Wilshire Boulevard with us?
Oh, I'd love to, Mary, but I'm on the other side of the street.
Oh, yes. Lift your stomach, Don. Here comes a bus. See you later. Come on, Mary. Bum 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 bum. Say, Mary, have you got a cigarette?
Oh, sure, Jack. I have some right here. Oh, gee, I forgot to put them in my purse.
Well, here's the drugstore. I'll step in and get some.
Okay.
Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Razor blade, shaving cream, Kleenex.
No. I'd like to buy some...
Magazines, aspirin, sunglasses, wife savers.
No. All I want is...
Seltzer, Tootsie Rolls, whiting paper.
I can't go into one store. Hold it, mister, hold it. As long as you're guessing and playing games, I'll give you a hint as to what I want. Now, what do you do that relaxes you and gives you pleasure?
I take off my girdle. What do you do?
Well, if you must know, I smoke a Lucky Strike.
Well, why didn't you say so? You want a pack of Lucky Strikes?
Yeah.
Here you are.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet.
Huh?
Aren't you going to open your pack of Luckies here?
Well, if you want me to, certainly. There you are. Goodbye.
Not yet.
Oh.
Aren't you going to take out a Wookie and tear it down the center?
But...
I make all my customers do it.
Well, okay. There.
See how the tobacco holds together? No loose ends. No room for air spaces. Hot spots that burn harsh and dry. Wookies are made from long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco. That's why Wookie Strikes are my favorite brand.
Well, good. And thank you for showing me. Happy Weester.
Jack, you got the cigarettes?
Yes. Come on, Mary. Let's keep walking.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
My, oh, me, there's so much to see as you stroll the avenue.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Well, Mr. Kitzel! Mr. Kitzel, it's nice running into you today.
Unusual pleasure, Mr. Benny. And how are you, Miss Livingston?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Kitzel, you certainly look nice in those striped pants, cutaway coat, and top hat.
Thank
It's
you.
just right for Easter.
Oh, thank you. But you know, I'm also wearing it for sentimental reasons.
Oh.
This is the suit in what I got married.
Oh, when you got married?
Yeah.
Gee, that must have been about 20 years ago.
Yeah, funny how a little thing like that sticks with you.
Yes.
Oh, my, I'll never forget that ceremony. When they said, if anyone has any objection to this marriage, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yes?
A voice from the back hollered, don't marry her.
Oh, my goodness, who was it?
Me, I'm a ventriloquist.
Oh, Mr. Kitzel, you're joking.
Unfortunately.
Oh, Well, Mr. Kitzel, it was a pleasure running into you on Easter, but we've got to be moving along.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Goodbye.
Mary, it's always nice running into Mr. Kitzel. I don't know, he seems so cheerful and...
Bun. Bun.
Huh?
Come here a minute.
Me?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mary. Yes?
What are you doing?
We're just strolling along in the Easter parade.
How far you going?
To La Brea.
That's fine.
What?
You said you was going to La Brea, and I said that's fine.
Well, wait a minute. Aren't you going to try to talk me out of it?
Not me. This is my day off.
Oh.
Well, happy Easter.
Well, same to you. Same to you. Come on, Mary.
What happened?
Nothing. It's all right. We can go to La Brea. Come on.
Never saw such a lovely day. Happy Easter. It's such fun just to nod and say Happy Easter.
And you greet all the friends you meet.
Happy Easter to you.
Dennis!
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Hey, Dennis, you having a nice Easter?
Oh, sure. I colored Easter eggs all morning, and then I hid them.
Uh-huh.
And then I told my mother to go look for them.
Ooh, that must have been fun.
Oh, no, it was a mess. The eggs splattered all over my mother's new dress, her 2 nightgowns, and 6 of my father's shirts.
Well, Dennis, where'd you hide the eggs?
In the washing machine.
In the washing machine?
Yeah, it was awful.
Dennis, I don't understand this. Colored Easter eggs shouldn't splatter. How long did you boil them?
Oh, boiled them!
Mary, you take them, will you? I'm still a little sick from Phil.
Dennis, Jack and I are walking down as far as La Brea. Would you like to join us?
Sure, I'm not stuck up.
Well, that's mighty decent of you. And by the way, Dennis, be sure you're not late for rehearsals for my television show.
I won't. And my mother said that it's okay for me to appear on your TV program Sunday if you give me proper credit at the end.
What do you mean, proper credit?
Well, at the end of the program, she wants you to say, Dennis Day may also be seen on his own television show. You may buy his latest recording, I Hear a Rhapsody, at all music stores. He will soon be seen in 20th Century Fox picture, The Girl Next Door, and take your judo lessons from Yamashita.
Dennis, who in the world is Yamashita?
Oh, that's my mother's business name.
Say, Dennis, while we're walking along, why don't you sing something?
Well, do you think it'll be all right? I mean, here on the street?
Well, sure. Everybody feels good today. It's Easter. They're all singing.
Okay. In your Easter bonnet, with all the frills upon it, you'll be the grandest lady in the Easter parade. I'll be all in clover, and when they look you over, I'll be the proudest fellow in the Easter parade. On the avenue, Fifth Avenue, the photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet
about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter parade on the avenue, Fifth Avenue. The photographers will snap us, and you'll find that you're in the rotogravure. Oh, I could write a sonnet about your Easter bonnet and of the girl I'm taking to the Easter.
Back in just a moment, but first...
Do you do-da-do-da-do-da-do-you-do-da-do-da-dee? Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, you can tear and compare and see with your own eyes how Lucky's are made better to taste better. From a newly opened pack, take a cigarette made by any other manufacturer. Carefully tear a thin strip of paper straight down the seam from end to end and gently remove the tobacco. In tearing, be sure not to loosen or dig into the tobacco. Now, do exactly the same with the Lucky Strike. Then compare. You'll see some cigarettes are so loosely packed they fall apart. Others have air spaces, hot spots that burn harsh and dry. But you won't find that in a Lucky. Look at that perfect cylinder of fine, mild tobacco, so free of annoying loose ends that spoil the taste. Notice those long strands of fresh, clean, good-tasting tobacco, so firmly packed to smoke smooth and even, giving you a milder, better-tasting cigarette. Yes, friends, tear and compare. Prove to yourself that Lucky's are made better to taste better. Then make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Bung, 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 be happy, go Lucky Strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday night, immediately after my radio show, I will do my 5th television program of the season. My guest stars will be Dennis Day, Rochester, and one of the world's greatest violinists, Mr. Isaac Stern. I will also play a violin solo. That's funny. They told me there would be applause here. Oh, well, happy Easter, folks.
The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes. This is Don Wilson reminding you to listen to Your Hit Parade with Guy Lombardo every Thursday night, presented by Lucky Strike. Consult your newspaper for time and station. The Jack Benny program has been selected as one of the programs to be heard by our armed forces overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately.
Transcribed, this is the CBS Radio Network.
Hello? Oh, yes, I did. Thanks for calling back. I'll tell you why I phoned. I just received a letter, and I want to read it to you. Are you listening? It says, Dear radio friend, that's me, we have received so many wonderful letters requesting us to repeat our Easter show that we are going to do it. Wishing you a happy Easter, your good friends, the Nelson family. Ozzie and Harriet, David and Ricky.
How do you like my new Easter outfit?
Oh, Harriet, you look beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Do I look nice enough to make a pretty speech?
You look nice enough for anything.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, presents the amusingly transcribed adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring America's favorite young couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Another year, another Easter, with its joyful reaffirmation of man's hope, its traditions, observances, and customs. Like many other families, the Nelsons of 1847 Rogers Road have a few traditional Easter customs of their own. For instance, some years ago, on the night before Easter, Harriet remarked,
"You know, Easter sunrise services must be beautiful. I'd love to go sometime."
Thus, a great tradition was established in the Nelson household. In fact, last night wouldn't have seemed like the night before Easter if Harriet hadn't remarked,
"You know, Easter sunrise services must be beautiful. I'd love to go sometime."
Why don't we go tomorrow, Mom? We can get up.
Sure, we can get up.
Well, I know you boys can get up.
Well, the only reasons we haven't made it in the past is because we haven't gone to bed early the night before. Nothing difficult about getting up early if you get plenty of sleep.
Can we go tomorrow, Mom?
Well, all right, we'll try it again. But I wonder if... Well, Ricky's had the sniffles all day, and you know how cold it is at that time of morning, sitting outdoors on those benches.
I'll put on 2 pairs of socks.
I think it'd be a better idea if you bring along that heavy lap robe, and you guys could wrap yourselves up in it.
Well, that's fine, Deborah. Where is the lap robe? I haven't seen it since before Christmas.
Now, wait a minute now. Didn't Thorny borrow it? It seems to me he did. I'll go over a little later and ask him.
We're liable to get hungry out there, too. Maybe I ought to fix something to eat.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Some hot coffee and sandwiches. Maybe some deviled eggs or something.
Oh, Pop, they won't let you bring those in.
They won't let us bring what in?
Deviled eggs at a church service.
Well, I think maybe we can get by with it.
You can bring some angel food cake to balance it off.
Come on, fellas, up to bed.
So soon?
Well, of course, if you're going to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you got to get some sleep.
Somebody at the door, Mom.
We better stay up and see who it is.
Hello, Emmy Lou.
Hello, David.
It's Emmy Lou.
Come on in, Emmy.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I want to see what you thought of my new Easter outfit.
Oh, that's very nice.
Oh, you look beautiful, Emmy Lou.
Oh, thank you. Do you really like
Oh,
it?
yes. Turn around and let me see the back.
I couldn't make up my mind between red accessories and brown.
Well, I like either one with beige.
The thing that decided me was the brown piping on the blouse.
Yes, what kind of material is that?
Wool crepe. Do you like this new short bolero?
Oh, yes, and I love that jabot on the blouse. Move over here by the light.
Do you like the 3-box pleats in the front of the skirt?
Oh, yes, and those extra wide gauntlets are very smart this year.
What are they talking about?
It's a secret language, David. It's a game women play called Make the Salary Disappear.
Yes, you really look just lovely, Emmy Lou. It's a beautiful outfit.
Thank you, Mrs. Nelson. What are you folks doing tomorrow?
Well, the current rumor says we're going to the sunrise services out at Silver Lake Mountain.
Are you really? Oh, how wonderful. Mother and I have always wanted to go, but Daddy can't get up that early.
Oh, I'm sure he could. It just takes a little willpower. Incidentally, we're looking for a lap robe to sort of keep the boys warm. Do you folks have one?
We used to have one, but I haven't seen it in ages. Have you tried Mr. Thornberry?
Not yet, but don't worry about it. We'll find one.
Well, I have to run home. Good luck in the morning.
Thanks, Emmy.
Thanks, Emmy. A happy Easter.
Same to you.
Oh, will we see you in the Easter parade?
You bet. I'll be there with bells on.
Gee whiz, they'll wear anything.
Come on now, fellas, up to bed.
Yeah, come on, boys. Now, you heard your mother.
Daddy and I'll be up in a few minutes to see how you're doing. How's it going, boys?
Fine.
Brushed your teeth, David?
Yes, ma'am.
Get to sleep as soon as you can now, fellas. Harriet, I'm going over to Thorny's and see if he has that lap robe.
Okay. Don't stay all night now.
Now, don't worry, I won't.
Can we listen to the radio for a while, Mom?
Oh, no, not tonight. You'll be getting up at 4 o'clock. Do you realize how early that is?
Mom?
Yes, David?
I'm kind of worried about Pop.
Do you think he'll make it tomorrow morning? Oh, of course he will. Now, don't you worry about Daddy.
He's awful hard to get up, Mom.
Look, if you promise not to tell, I'll let you in on something. When Daddy's in bed tonight, I'm going to set the clock ahead an hour. So we'll really have 2 hours to get there.
Mom?
Yes?
Are you smarter than Pop?
Well, of course not. This is just a little joke, so he'll be sure and get up.
Pop's really smart, isn't he?
Well, certainly he is. Why all this concern?
He told me I was going to grow up and be just like him.
Gosh, Oz, I'm awful sorry, but I can't seem to find the lap robe anywhere.
Oh, that's okay, Thorny. Don't worry about it. Harriet says she has some army blankets.
Well, be sure they're heavy ones. It gets awful cold that early.
Oh, I know.
You just think you do. Wait and see.
What do you mean, wait and see? You talk as if I've never gotten up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Have you?
Well, of course I have. Lots of time.
Oh, Oz.
No, it's a fact, Thorny. I don't mind getting up early after I'm on my feet. The reason we've missed the sunrise service before is... Well, confidentially, Harriet has a little difficulty waking up in the morning. You know how women are.
You're telling me. My wife comes in the morning and shakes me, calls me to breakfast. She can hardly keep her eyes open.
See, this whole thing was their idea, but I'll probably have to drag the whole family out of bed in the morning.
Say, I have an idea. Why don't you give yourself a little extra time? Play it safe.
Just how do you mean?
Well, play a little trick on Harriet. Wait till she's asleep, and then you get up and set the clock ahead an hour.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. You know, Thorny, it'll serve her right, too. That's exactly the kind of a stunt she's always pulling on me.
Well, it works both ways, too. Tomorrow morning, by the time you remember what you've done, you'll probably be half dressed and you won't dare climb back into bed.
No, don't worry about me, Thorny. Incidentally, why don't you and Catherine come along with us?
No, we'll just go to the regular Easter service.
Ah, but there's something about getting up at that time of the morning.
Yeah, I know. We'll just go to the regular service. Oh, by the way, Oz, if you should happen to get up in the morning, and if it should happen that you actually do go, don't slam the garage door.
Ozzie.
Yeah?
I was just going to ask if you were asleep.
Funny, I was just going to ask you the same thing. Well, good night. Gotta get some sleep.
Yeah, gotta get some sleep.
You know, if you count sheep, you'll fall asleep faster.
Does that really work?
Oh, sure.
Why don't you try it?
1 sheep. 2 sheep. 3 sheep. A shepherd and a shaggy dog. 4 sheep.
Oh, dear.
Hmm? What's the matter?
I forgot something. Just go to sleep, dear. I'll only be a minute.
Harriet, what are you doing?
Winding the clock. Go to sleep, dear.
I thought you wound it before.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, golly, that reminds me.
What's the matter?
I forgot something.
I just wound the clock.
Yes, I know. Just making sure the alarm is set.
I set it.
Just checking up, sort of making sure of everything.
Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 o'clock.
Yeah. 1 more hour, it'll be 12.
Mm-hmm. 1 more hour, it'll be 12.
That is, I meant to say in 1 more hour, it'll be 11.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Good night.
Good night. Harriet,
Yes?
When we leave in the morning, remind me to slam the garage door a little.
Gosh, the excitement of Easter is really buzzing around the Nelson household. Ozzie and Harriet planning to get up early. Emmy Lou all dressed up in a new Easter outfit. You know, folks have been putting on their prettiest clothes for Easter for a good many years now. And it's still the thing to do. Just the way it's still the thing for you and your best beau to go walking down the avenue after church, looking in all the store windows along the way. One of the things that will surely catch your eye is the beautiful gleaming display of 1847 Rogers Brothers in the silverware store. Now, as over a century ago, young couples fall in love at first sight with that lovely silver plate created by famous 1847. Now, as then, they make it their choice for their homes, and the reason is simple enough. It's because there's no other silver plate you can buy that's so beautiful, that's created with such imagination and exquisite craftsmanship. 1847 Rogers Brothers truly is the finest silver plate in America. And amazingly enough, 1847 has not gone up in price since 1945. See it tomorrow. And remember, it's still the thing, as it was over a century ago, to choose the one and only 1847 Rogers Brothers. It's the night before Easter, and all through the house, not a creature is stirring, not even a mouse. The clock on the dresser has been set with care, in hope that morning will soon be there. It's getting later all the time, and I think Ozzie and Harriet are still awake.
I can't seem to get to sleep. Ozzie. The bedroom door just opened. There's somebody in the room.
Don't be frightened, dear.
Who's there?
Me, Pop. Oh, David, what do you want? Is it time to get up yet?
No, it isn't time yet, David. Now go on back to bed.
Isn't it almost time, Pop?
Ricky, where'd you come from?
We're together.
Now, boys, you know better than to come sneaking in like that, frightening your mother.
Scaring your father?
Now go back to bed, boys. We'll call you when it's time to get up. You woke Mother and Daddy up in the middle of the night.
Come on, Ricky.
Okay, good night, Mom.
Good night, Ricky.
Good night, Pop.
Good night, Ricky.
Good night, Mom.
Good night, David.
Good night, Pop.
Good night, David.
Good night, Mom.
Will you boys please go back to bed?
Prowling around this time of the night. Let's go to sleep. Harriet, there's somebody at the door. Pick a fine time to go to sleep. Where's my bathrobe?
It's on the chair by the door.
Oh, hello, Emmy Lou. What do you want?
I found that lap robe you asked me about for the sunrise services, so I brought it over.
Oh, thank you very much, Emmy Lou. You're very thoughtful.
You are going in the morning, aren't you?
Oh, of course we're going.
Daddy will be glad to hear that.
What's he got to do with it?
Well, Mr. Thornberry betting all the men in the neighborhood $1 that you won't get to the sunrise service. So Daddy bet on you.
Your father is a good man, Emmy Lou.
He made Mr. Thornberry give him odds. Well, good night, Mr. Nelson. Remember, we're rooting for you.
Are you asleep, Harriet?
You want me to go in your room and see, Pop?
Ricky, what are you doing in my bed?
I'm not in your bed. You're in my bed.
Oh, I gotta get some sleep. I might as well stay right here.
I like to sleep with you, Pop.
Oh, that's nice. Go to sleep now, son.
Good night, Pop.
Good night, son. Okay.
Hello, Oz. Were you in bed?
Well, of course I was in bed. And I think it's a pretty cheap trick coming over here to wake me up so I can't get up for the sunrise service so you can collect the bets you've been making all over the neighborhood. Furthermore, it's the most unsportsmanlike conduct I've ever heard of in my life. Now, what do you want?
Oz, I came over to bring you the lap robe.
Lap robe?
Yes. After I'd gone to bed, I remembered where I put it. So I got up, got dressed, and brought it over to you. So little Ricky would be warm in the morning.
Oh, thanks, Marnie.
Now I'll go all the way back home, go upstairs, and get undressed again, and go back to bed.
Well, that's nice of you, Thorny. That is,
Good night, Oz. Enjoy the sunrise service.
Move over, Ricky.
Ricky?
Oh. I'm sorry, Harriet. I guess I got in the wrong room. No, this is the right room. Go to sleep, Harriet.
The telephone.
Put the pillow over your head, Harriet. You won't hear it.
Oh, who could be calling at this hour?
We don't have to answer it, you know. There's no law compelling a person to answer a telephone.
Well, you may as well. They'll just keep on ringing.
All right, I'll answer it, but I won't be civil. Hello.
Hello. Have you got Mexicali rolls?
I'm afraid you have the wrong number.
Oh, is this the Smiling Dan, the all-night music man?
No, it is. You have the wrong number.
And you can't play Mexicali rolls?
No, definitely not.
Well, how about Clancy Lord of the Booth?
Will you please hang up and go to bed?
Why are you so mean to me, Dan? You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
sleep, Ozzie. Those things happen.
Mexicali Rose.
Oh, relax, dear. You have to get some sleep. Now forget it. Good night.
Good night.
David. Yep, that's it.
I got a shirt on, but I can't button it.
I'll button it. You tie his shoes.
I'll be dressed before you know it.
It's a little chilly. Gee, it's still dark out, just like nighttime. Are you sure you don't want me to drive, dear?
Oh, no, I'm fine. This fresh air did the trick.
How much farther, Mom?
Oh, we're almost there now. When is the sun coming up? Pretty soon, David.
Just wait till you see it, boys. It's a beautiful sight.
It's awful dark out. You think we'll see any bears?
Hey, look, there's a bonfire.
Oh, yeah, so I see. I guess that's where we park.
There's a man by the fire.
I guess he has it to keep away the bears.
Hello there. Is this where we park for the sunrise services?
Oh, yes, it is. Just park anywhere you like.
Where is everybody?
Oh, you're the first ones here.
How about you?
Well, I've been here all night. I'm in charge of the ushers. Expect they'll be along in an hour or two.
An hour or two?
Yes, you folks are about 2 hours early.
2 hours early? How did this happen?
Well, Ozzie, I have a confession to make. I was a little worried about your getting up on time, so I set the clock ahead an hour.
Oh, Harriet, I'm surprised at you. All the mean tricks. How could you do a thing? Harriet.
Yes?
I know you meant well, so I forgive you.
Oh, thank you, dear. But that only accounts for 1 hour. What happened to the... Oh, so that's it. Well, I forgive you, too, dear. Now, what do you think we ought to do?
Well, as long as we're all wide awake, we might as well stay right here.
Mom? Yes? Can we get out of the car? Well, it's a bit chilly, David. I think you better just sit here with Daddy and me. My, this morning air is refreshing, isn't it?
Sure is.
Ozzie, you aren't going to sleep, are you?
No. You'd say not. Fully awake. What about you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Pop? Pop?
What is it, dear? Daddy's asleep.
How does the sun come up?
Oh, Ricky, it doesn't really come up.
Then how does it get daylight?
The sun is standing still, and the world is turning around. And when it turns to our side, then it's daylight.
Why, you're just saying that.
I am not.
Mother? Mother?
Mom's asleep.
How can the world be turning around? We'd get dizzy, wouldn't we, David? David? Gee, I better get to sleep before some bears come around and scare me.
Hey in there. Hey, wake up. Wake up.
Yes, dear. Oh, my neck.
Come on, it's time for the services.
Time for the services? The services were over long ago. It's after 8 o'clock. Time to go home.
Oh, no, we missed the services?
Yeah, first one's here, last one's to go.
Oh, dear, an Easter Sunday of all time.
Harriet, if we rush right home, there's still time to get ready for church.
That's right. Let's get started. Make sure that door is closed.
That was fun, wasn't it, David?
Yeah.
Hey, Ma?
Ricky, don't interrupt Mom when she's driving. What is it, Ricky?
Can me and David go sometime again?
Ricky, David and I.
Okay, Ma, but if you and David go, can I go with you, Ma? Ma?
I guess so, but don't shout so loud. You'll wake Daddy.
Ozzie and Harriet will be back in just a moment. Well, there's one thing you can say. The Nelsons tried hard, and they almost made it.
I'd better not say anything at all, Mr. Smith, because I intended to make that sunrise service, too, and missed it myself. But I blame it all on 1847 Rogers Brothers.
1847 Rogers Brothers?
Mm-hmm. Last night, my husband brought me home a service for 8 of 1847 as an Easter present. And I was so excited that I didn't even think about winding the clock and setting the alarm.
Well, gosh, it's a wonder to me you even went to bed at all. Just think, you could have stayed up all night admiring your 1847 pattern. Every one of them so unusual. Adoration, eternally yours, first love, remembrance. They're designed to suit every woman's individual taste and decorating preferences. The pattern ornaments are more highly raised, more deeply carved, exquisite in every detail. And look at those beautiful gem-like open-work knife handles. And the extra luster and weight of each piece, too.
Well, honestly, Mr. Smith, I've never seen silver plate that has such richness in every way. It's really more like solid silver, and you can hardly blame a woman for getting excited when she sees a set of 1847 on her own table.
Oh, not a bit, because it means she owns the best, the finest silver plate in America. The one and only 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Morning. Morning.
Hi, Jimmy.
Good morning, Mrs. Johnson.
There sure were a lot of people at church this morning, huh?
Oh, yes, quite a few, David.
Papa's sure quiet. He didn't say anything.
Wait a minute. Where is your father?
He was walking with us.
He goes down the street. He didn't turn in our house.
Oh, you better go bring him back, boys. I think Daddy's walking in his sleep.
Adventure of Ozzie and Harriet, starring Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard.
And remember, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Yes, Harriet, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Appearing in our cast tonight were Ozzie Nelson, Harriet Nelson, David Nelson, Ricky Nelson, Barbara Nelson, John Brown, Janet Waldo, Joe Kearns, and yours truly, Vern Smith. Original music was composed and conducted by Billy May. Say, folks, you got a pencil handy? Write down the date, April 24th. Next Sunday. What's going to happen then? Oh, that's the surprise. But I'll give you a hint. On the QT, it's QL.
And believe me, folks, I've seen it, and it's truly beautiful. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
The Kraft Food Company presents Wilbert Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of Velveeta, the famous pasteurized processed cheese food that tastes so good and is so good for you. Yes, Velveeta is another of the Kraft family of fine foods. Foods you can depend on for delicious eating, for wholesome, healthy eating. So remember, to get the cheese food of quality, get Velveeta, the cheese food that's made by Kraft. Well, in the town of Summerfield, it's the day before Easter, and the Great Gildersleeve's family is making elaborate preparations for the occasion. Marjorie has selected a new Easter outfit, Leroy has a new suit, and they've resolved to do something different this year, attend the Easter sunrise service. Of course, the Great Gildersleeve hasn't heard about these early morning plans.
It's something I've always wanted to do, Leroy.
Yeah, it'll be keen. Boy, I can't wait to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Let's go talk to Unky. Unky?
Hey, Unc, where are you?
In the den, children.
Are we interrupting anything?
No, not at all. Just glancing through the paper. Looking for an Easter gift for Paula.
Oh?
Guess I could get her one of these 2-pound chocolate Easter eggs. They're not too expensive.
Well, if you want to be cheap, why don't you get her an Easter rabbit and let him lay the eggs?
Leroy, I'm not trying to be cheap. I'm just trying to hold down expenses. Easter's beginning to cost as much as Christmas.
Speaking of Christmas, do you know what I want next time?
Leroy, please. Now then, what's the purpose of this delegation?
Unky, we have the most marvelous idea. Tomorrow we're going to sunrise service.
Yeah, we're getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
4 o'clock. We'll have a good time.
Unky.
Just leave quietly and come home quietly.
You mean you don't want to get up at 4 o'clock?
No.
But, Unky, the sunrise will be beautiful.
Marjorie, I've seen the sunrise. I worked my way through college delivering milk. I'm going to the 11 o'clock service the way I always do. I'll need my sleep, so I'll be alert when I pass the collection plate. I don't want to drop it again.
Well, of course I can drive Leroy and Bertie to the service, but I wish you'd come along.
Is Bertie going?
She's singing in the choir. 100 voices, Unc.
Well, I would like to hear Bertie sing. Well, if there are 99 other voices, I wouldn't hear much of Bertie anyway.
Hey, Bertie! That's Leroy! Unc doesn't want to go hear you sing. He don't.
No, it isn't that, Bertie. But I intend going to the 11 o'clock service tomorrow. Had my day all planned, a very busy day.
We all have a busy day ahead, Unky.
Yeah, I know Bertie's going to be busy. Bertie's going to sing like an angel at sunrise, then she's going to fly home and bake the ham.
You ought to see Bertie's choir robe, Unc.
Really?
Oh, it'll be a beautiful spectacle, Unky. Cedar Hill will be banked with flowers.
Yes, I read about that.
Well, I've been there every year, and it's worth it just to hear those trumpets when the sun comes up.
It is, Bertie?
Oh, Easter's such a thrilling day. And, Unky, you'll see all the beautiful women in their new spring dresses.
Well, if you children insist.
Oh, boy, Unc. Glad you changed your mind, Miss Gildersleeve.
Well, I didn't exactly change my mind. I've been considering going for some time, but I wanted to be sure all of you were willing to get up at 4 o'clock as I am.
Oh, brother.
Say, look at Peavy's window. All decorated for Easter. See, that rabbit holding the talcum powder looks just like Judge Hooker. I think I'll go in. I still don't have a gift for Paula. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this morning?
Peavy, what would make a nice Easter gift for Paula Winthrop?
Well, Easter's usually a little chilly. How about a hot water bottle?
No, Peavy.
How about some perfume?
Perfume?
Women like to dress up for Easter, and a good perfume like this is the crowning touch.
How much is it, Peavy?
$12 an ounce. That's the crowning touch.
Well, what the heck? Wrap it up. It's Easter.
Very well. Planning a big day, are you?
Yes, indeed. Peavy, guess what important official is getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning for the sunrise service?
Reverend McNair?
Well, he's got to be there. I'm thinking about a fellow who's just volunteering.
You don't say.
Yep, I'm taking the little family. And then I'm passing the collection plate at the 11 o'clock service, too.
Well, good for you. I went to both services one Easter.
Is that so?
I didn't sleep the night before, not wanting to miss the sunrise service, and by 11 o'clock my eyes were so red I wore dark glasses to church.
You did?
And you know what the minister did? He lectured me for staying out all night.
Oh, my goodness.
But Mrs. Peavy and I always enjoyed the sunrise services. Of course, it's usually a little foggy at that hour, but...
Well, I haven't been up at that hour since I was an air raid warden.
Well, you'd better take a flashlight. There's a tendency to bump into trees.
Oh?
And if you're showing off a new suit, take a cushion along.
Peavy, I'm not the sort of person who just goes somewhere to show off. I'm wearing my old blue serge.
Yeah, you can't hurt that.
Yes.
It's quite a climb up Cedar Hill, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Are you trying to discourage me, Peavy?
Oh, my, no. I consider it quite a rewarding experience. In fact, Mrs. Peavy and I would be going again this year if she could stand the trek again.
Settling for the 11 o'clock service, are you, Peavy?
Yes, but between you and me and the gatepost, I'd rather get up at 4 o'clock and go with you than go to the 11 o'clock with Mrs. Peavy.
Well, I don't follow you.
Well, she insists on wearing her new Easter bonnet.
What's the matter with it, Peavy?
Well,
that bad, huh?
Worse. It's one of those dove on the nest affairs.
Oh.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't mind having people point at Mrs. Peavy's hat, but when bird dogs start pointing...
Peavy, it can't be that bad.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, Gildersleeve, you're ready for the sunrise service. I wonder if I will need this flashlight Peavy sold me. Who's that? Oh, the judge.
Here I am, Diogenes.
Judge, what do you mean, Diogenes?
With that flashlight, you must be looking for an honest man. Here I am.
All right, Judge.
Hop in. I'll take you home.
Thanks, Horace. That's where I'm headed.
Gildy, why are you carrying a flashlight in the middle of the day?
No, I'll need it in the morning. I'm getting up at 4 o'clock.
You're going to the sunrise service?
You bet. Then I'm going to the 11 o'clock service.
Well, you must have a new suit you want to display.
Judge, you're as bad as Peavy. I'm not going to church just to show off my clothes. Besides, I don't have a new suit to show off.
I see. Here's a bump, Gildy.
What bumped me in the back of the head?
That's my canteen.
Canteen? What is all this junk in the back of your car?
Thermos bottles, blankets, folding chairs, and a buffalo robe.
Judge, where are you going? On a safari?
I'm taking Miss Matterhorn to the sunrise service.
Do you need all this equipment?
Well, you have to prepare for it. You're not just taking a flashlight, are you?
Well,
Besides what I have in the car, Miss Matterhorn is packing a lunch basket.
Lunch basket?
The road to Cedar Hill is narrow, Gildy, and with several hundred cars up there, it takes hours to get home. Miss Matterhorn and I enjoy the service, then spread our lunch and listen to the singing birds and the clash of bumpers.
That 11 o'clock service looks better and better.
I thought it was all settled that you'd go.
No, Marjorie, they can conduct the sunrise service without me. You, Leroy, and Bertie go and enjoy yourselves.
I don't know why you don't go.
My dear, I might not get back in time to pass the plate at the regular service. Judge says traffic is pretty heavy out there.
Uncle, you've just cooled off on the idea.
Well, I'll admit I'm not as keen about it as I was this morning.
Why?
Well, Peavy and the judge nettled me. They accused me of going just to show off my new Easter suit.
But you don't have a new Easter suit. You just don't want to miss out on your sleep, that's all.
That has nothing to do with it. I'm staying home as a matter of principle.
All right, Unky, if that's your final decision.
That's my final decision.
I'll get it!
All right, Bertie.
Hello, Bertie. Good afternoon, Miss Winthrop. Come in.
Oh, thank you.
Well, it's Paula.
Hello, Throckmorton. Marjorie. Hello, Mrs. Winthrop.
Paula, I was about to come over and pay you a visit.
Oh, really?
I have a little Easter gift for you.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you. Well, why don't you give it to me early tomorrow morning?
Early tomorrow morning?
Uh-huh. Leroy told me you're all going to sunrise service.
You did? Well,
Would it be terrible of me if I invited myself to go along? Oh, Leroy, Bertie, and I'll be delighted to have you go with us.
Paula, I had no idea you planned to go to the service.
Oh, I wouldn't miss it. Marjorie, you should see my Easter suit. Oh, I want to. It's blue pastel file with piqué collar, cuffs, and gloves to match. Oh, it must be darling.
Sounds great. What the heck is file?
And that isn't all. I have matching piqué shoes and hat with file trim. Oh, how wonderful. Easter's thrilling. What are you wearing, Marjorie? Well, I have the cutest linen dress with a full skirt and fitted top, and it has eyelet trim. Very smart.
Yeah, I can see this is no conversation for a man.
Oh, Throckmorton, here we are talking about our new outfits and not letting you get a word in.
Well.
I know you're going to be so handsome in your new Easter suit.
Handsome? Well, thank you.
I like to see men dress up. You know, people don't just look at the pretty girls.
Yeah.
I hope you got a powder blue pinstripe. I just love them. Well, I must go. See you bright and early in the morning, Throckmorton.
Yes, indeed, Paula. Bright and early.
Bye-bye, Marjorie. Goodbye, Paula. Unky, I thought you decided not to go to the service.
You going after all, Miss Gildersleeve?
And why shouldn't I go?
Miss Winthrop talked him into it, Miss Marjorie?
She had nothing to do with it.
No, sir.
I thought you weren't going because of what the judge and Mr. Peavy thought.
Why should I worry about what the judge and Peavy think? I'll put on my new suit and go.
You don't have a new suit.
Well, I'll get one.
A powder blue pinstripe?
Well, I had that in mind anyway before Paula mentioned it.
Yes, sir.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. Keeping the food budget in line is a mighty good trick these days, if you can do it. And if you've been having difficulty, here's an idea to help you out. You can make really thrifty main dishes with Velveeta, Kraft's smooth, melting, pasteurized processed cheese food. Velveeta is simply wonderful in casseroles, soufflés, omelets, and for a smooth golden cheese sauce that's perfect so many ways with bits of meat or seafood, vegetables, or just poured over toast. Now, this Velveeta sauce couldn't be easier to make. All you do is melt a half pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Watch how quickly it melts without any lumps at all. Then gradually stir in a third of a cup of milk, season, and serve. How the folks will go for this golden beauty of a cheese sauce. And no wonder. It's delicious because Velveeta gives it such a grand, rich, yet mild cheddar flavor. And Velveeta makes this sauce nourishing because Velveeta is rich in high-quality, complete protein, as well as other important food values from milk. And Velveeta is digestible as milk itself. Get Velveeta tomorrow in the 2-pound loaf so you'll have plenty for snacks and sandwiches, as well as hearty, good-to-eat main dishes that'll help stretch your food budget. Just be sure you see the name Velveeta on the package you buy. Remember, Velveeta is the cheese food of top quality made only by Kraft. Well, the Great Gildersleeve had decided not to attend the Easter sunrise service with his little family when his girlfriend Paula Winthrop came over and mentioned how handsome he'd look in his new suit. Of course, the great man didn't have a new suit, but that was 2 hours ago.
Isn't Unky home yet, Bertie?
Not yet, Miss Marjorie. He's probably having trouble finding a suit.
Well, he shouldn't have waited till the afternoon before Easter.
No, ma'am. I never saw a man change his mind so fast.
Neither did I, Bertie.
First he said he wasn't going, then he said he was. Then he said he wasn't because he's afraid somebody'd think he was showing off a new suit he bought, which he wasn't because he didn't.
That's Unky.
Then he said he was because Miss Winthrop thought he'd look handsome in a new suit which he didn't have, but which he would if he had it. So I hope he gets it.
Oh, so do I, Bertie. Oh, my hair's in curls. I don't want to be seen like this.
Never mind, it's Gildersleeve.
Yeah, thanks, Bertie.
What you got in the box, Miss Gildersleeve? New suit?
Yep.
Unky, why'd you ring the doorbell?
Well, seems that when I tried on my new suit, I left my keys in it. I was excited, I guess.
Open the box, Unky. Let's see what you picked out.
All right. I'll get rid of some of this wrapping twine.
Hey, what's going on?
Hello, Leroy.
Hi. Well, maybe I can help you, Unky. What's going on?
I sure am anxious to see that.
So am I, but what am I anxious to see? What's in there?
Leroy, keep your shirt on.
Did you get the one with the stripe?
Here, white stripe.
What's in there, a forecast?
Leroy, don't be silly.
I'm not. I'm just trying to find out something.
I can't untie this knot. Where's my penknife?
Miss Gilsey, how'd you get it so fast?
I practically had to grab it and run.
Run with what?
It still has to be let out, Bertie.
Well, take the lid off and let it out. Well, let's see what's in there.
There it is. Isn't that a beauty?
Oh, it's beautiful, Unky.
Ain't that something?
Oh, for corn's sake, nothing but a suit.
My Easter suit, Leroy.
I thought you weren't going to buy an Easter suit.
Well, Marjorie, how do you like this necktie I bought to go with it?
Well, it's very striking, Unky.
It should be with those baseball bats on it.
Leroy, they're not baseball bats. It's just a modern design.
And he got the powder blue suit.
You don't think he'd come home with anything else after what Mrs. Winthrop said, do you?
Ah, so that's why you bought a suit. You want Mrs. Winthrop to see you in it.
Leroy, that isn't it at all. There'll be hundreds of other people who'll see me in it, too. Yeah, I mean, Bertie, you suppose you can give me a hand with a few alterations? The tailor couldn't get it ready today.
Yes, sir. Of course, it's a little late, and I got to take him in my choir robe.
Well, I guess I am upsetting things a little.
Well, if we're going to get up at 4 o'clock, we should be getting to bed soon.
Yeah, I got a lot of things to do.
So have I. But I'll help you with Unky's suit, Bertie.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, now, let's not make a big thing of this. What we need is a little organization, and I'll be the organizer.
Sure.
We all have things to do, so let's do them. Bertie, you go do the things you have to do.
Yes, sir.
Marjorie, you and Leroy get the things done that you have to do.
All right, Unky.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to set the alarm for 4 o'clock and go to bed.
What a character.
Leroy, there'll be a lot of things to do in the morning, and I'll be up bright and early doing them.
It's 4 o'clock. You said you were going to get up and start doing things.
First thing I'm going to do is turn off this alarm and go back to sleep. Where is the darn thing?
Look out, you're pushing it off the table.
Oh, my goodness. Make it stop. Step on the thing, Leroy. Do something.
It's hiding from me under the bed. I got it.
Thank you, my boy. Good night.
Good night? It's Easter morning. We're going to the sunrise service, remember?
Sunrise? Oh, yes. Up, everybody. Rise and shine. Marjorie, Bertie, Leroy, up.
Are you kidding? Everybody's up but you.
Oh?
Don't sit there in bed shouting, rise and shine. Aunt, how much further is it?
Can't be far. The way traffic's slowing down, Leroy.
Such a winding road.
A little rough, too. Paula, I hope your Easter outfit isn't getting rumpled. It's so beautiful.
I'm fine.
You look lovely.
How can you tell? It's dark.
Oh, Leroy. Marjorie, how are you and Bertie doing?
All right, Unky. I just hope Bertie isn't going to be late to join the choir.
Oh, don't worry about Bertie.
We'll make it.
We'd be there now if Unc hadn't spent 10 minutes tying his tie.
Well, Leroy had to get it right. This is Easter, you know.
Are you stopping, Unky?
As far as we can go, Marjorie. Cars are all parked ahead of us.
Well, let's get out and start hiking.
Unky, aren't we awfully far away?
No, my dear, I'll get you there. Just follow me. I know a shortcut.
We got plenty of time. There's no sign of a sunrise yet.
I can't see a thing in this fog.
Hey, Unc, where's your flashlight?
Flashlight? Last night I put it right where I could lay my hands on it this morning.
And you don't know where you put it?
Yes, I do. It's right on the dresser at home. Come on, everybody. Follow me.
since we left the car.
Well, Leroy, not many people know about this shortcut, I guess.
Unky, do you know where you're taking us?
Of course I do. I think. Sure. This is the top of the hill, right here.
This is the top of the hill? Well, what hill?
This don't look like Cedar Hill to me.
We came up the back way, Bertie.
Oh, we certainly did. Oh, what a climb. Where is everybody, Hunky?
Well,
Hey, fog's lifting a little.
Uh-huh, you can see up here.
Look, there's the choir and everybody.
where?
Across the ravine on the other hill. Half a mile away.
Oh, fine.
Uncle Mort, you and your shortcuts. Oh, I'm afraid Bertie will never make it in time to sing in the choir.
I'm sorry, Bertie. Very sorry.
Oh, they'll get along without Bertie.
We'll just have to watch things from up here.
Hey, there's a lot of moving around. What are they getting ready to do?
They're going to have a pageant, Leroy, telling the story of Easter.
Yeah?
Here we are, all dressed up, and we can't be with the crowd. What an Easter.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, there was only a few on hand the first Easter when they saw the rock was rolled away.
Well, that's right, Bertie. We shouldn't forget that. I guess nobody there put much importance on fine clothes.
I guess they didn't.
Listen, they're playing music.
They're getting ready to sing about the crucifixion.
Oh, Bertie, you were going to sing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you sing it for us, Bertie?
We'd like to hear it, Bertie. Would you?
I'd like to.
Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you there when they my Lord? Were you there when they laid him in the tomb? Were you there when they laid him in the tomb? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you there when they laid him in the tomb?
How beautiful.
Yeah. We got lost, but we found the true spirit of Easter.
Look, Unc, the sun's rising.
It's a new day.
It's the meaning of Easter. A new day and new hope for the world.
Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just 30 seconds. What do you look for in a snack food? Good, pleasing flavor? Of course. But as guardian of your family's health, Mother, you want that snack food to be wholesome, too. Good for them. So get Velveeta, Kraft's famous pasteurized processed cheese food, and let your family enjoy snacks that are delicious and nourishing. Velveeta is rich in important food values from milk that everyone needs. Remember, for perfect snacks, Velveeta, the quality cheese food made only by Kraft.
This is Gildersleeve again. Thanks to Bertie and the children, our little journey to the mountaintop for the Easter sunrise was a very wonderful experience. I hope that for each one of you, this Easter will bring renewed faith in the promise he gave to all of us. Renewed strength to follow his light through these days when the forces of darkness endeavor to confuse our path. Thank you all. Bertie, your song was lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night, everybody. See you next week.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, William Sobronsky, Gene Bates, Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. This is John Heaston saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
There are two kinds of delicious Kraft prepared mustard. Mild Kraft mustard, smooth and delicately spiced, and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. And whichever you prefer, remember, when you add a little mustard, you add a lot of tang. Try it on cold sandwiches, hamburgers, frankfurters, and cold cuts. Enjoy the wonderful sauces you can make for hot meat and vegetable courses with Kraft prepared mustard. Keep both kinds on hand and keep the whole family happy. Get mild Kraft mustard and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added at your favorite food store.
Next, Groucho Marx presents You Bet Your Life on NBC.
Good health to all from Rexall. It's the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening and happy Easter from 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists. Tonight we have some unusually important news for you. This coming week in 5 different magazines you'll be seeing a double-page advertisement telling you about Rexall's Spring 1-cent sale that starts April 20th and runs through the 24th. This ad will appear in Life, Look, the Saturday Evening Post, Collier's, and the Farm Journal. And it contains 197 different items, all of them regular Rexall branded, guaranteed merchandise. And all of them offered to you at 2 for the price of 1 plus a penny. These items and many more are available at any Rexall drugstore in the country. So it's a nationwide chance to buy twice as much for a penny more. Watch for this ad. Check what you need in advance and use the ad as your shopping list. Remember, it appears this coming week in the Farm Journal, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, Look, and Life. And when that money-saving date of April 20th rolls around, remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Yesterday, being the day before Easter, Phil insisted on telling the children the story of the Easter Bunny. So let's go back to yesterday and listen in while Phil tells the story in his own inimitable fashion.
And so you see, kids, when you're asleep tonight, the Easter Bunny will drive up with his reindeer, come down the chimney, and put the colored eggs under the tree.
Phil, you have the wrong holiday.
The wrong holiday? Oh, yeah, of course. I got it mixed up with the 4th of July.
That's right, Wonga. Easter is the day when if the turkey comes out and sees his shadow, you know it's 6 weeks until Labor Day.
Well, that's how they know when Labor Day comes, huh?
Daddy, do you believe in the Easter Bunny?
Well, sure. Me and Frankie see him quite often.
What does he look like?
Well, he has big ears, pink eyes, and a funny nose that twitches.
We know what Uncle Frankie looks like. It's about the bunny.
Well, that was the bunny. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, there is a similarity. But you know something, kids? I talk to the bunny all the time.
Oh, Father, please.
What's the matter? Don't you kids believe me? What are you, a couple of clinics or something? Tell you a beautiful story about the Easter Bunny and you don't believe me.
I believe you, Philip, and please go on. You intrigue me.
Well, if it isn't Uncle Wiggily. Pull up a cabbage and sit down. You kids will think differently tomorrow morning. When you see the eggs my friend the rabbit leaves tonight, you'll think differently, all right. Come on, Alice. Let's leave these two little disbelievers here.
Phyllis, he really believes that corny bunny story. It figures. Gee, poor Daddy. He'll be awful disappointed if that rabbit doesn't show up tonight. We've got to do something about it. What can we do? It's simple. All we have to do is find a big rabbit that can talk.
Oh, Sis, you've been popping your bubble gum too hard.
Where can we find a talking rabbit? I know a guy. Where do we find this guy? Well, you know Daddy's other radio program?
You mean the one that he stars on for Lucky Strike?
Yes. Well, there's a stooge on that program who can talk like a rabbit.
Oh, I don't think Mr. Benny can talk like a rabbit.
Alice, Mr. Benny is not a stooge. Daddy says he's the best straight man he ever had. Anyway, I'm talking about Mel Blanc. He's the one who plays Bugs Bunny in the Warner Brothers cartoons.
Oh, yes, he's wonderful. Let's call him and see if he'll dress up in a rabbit suit and come over.
Yeah, and will Daddy be surprised? But remember, we got to keep it a secret. We'll tell Mr. Blank to come to the back door so nobody will know that he's here.
Alice, wait a minute. You don't have to tell me. I don't believe in the Easter Bunny, but children should. Gee whiz. I want them to live in their little world of make-believe as long as they can. I want them to have faith in the little sprites and elves who cavort through the fiction of fairy tales.
Thank you, Mother Goose.
Okay.
Now, you know no rabbit's going to show up tonight.
I know no rabbit's going to show up tonight. But tomorrow morning when the kids wake up and they find the colored eggs, and then they'll think that the bunny was here. And that must be Frankie. I'll get it. I told him to get a dozen eggs and some dye on his way over. Oh, hello, Franklin.
Hiya, Curly. Well, I got the stuff you wanted. You get the glasses and nutmeg, and I'll mix it.
Glasses and nutmeg for what? I told you to bring eggs and dye.
Oh, I thought you said eggs and rye.
Bramley, listen to me. I wanted to color eggs for the kids. Now you made a mistake.
Oh, what a pity. Now we will have to make an eggnog.
Yeah, this is going to be a great Easter for the kids. When they get up in the morning and go looking, they'll find eggnogs.
Don't worry. But we're going to put them, they ain't going to find them.
Frankie, we ain't mixing eggnogs. Now, we're going to spend the evening coloring eggs.
We're going to do what?
Color eggs. Oh, we'll have loads of fun, Frankie. We'll take all the colored dyes and mix them with water and then put them into bowls. And then we'll take the eggs and dip them in gently, and they'll come out beautiful colors, such as violet, fuchsia, cerise, chartreuse.
Well, la-di-da! Sounds like a racy evening.
All right. Look, Remley, this is for the kids. I want them to believe in the Easter Bunny. Now, look, you got the wrong stuff, so you'll have to go back to the store and get some dye.
All right, I'll exchange it. I'll take back the rye.
Don't touch that bottle. It has a color all its own. Old fuchsia.
We're going to dye eggs. What do you need the bottle for?
We'll use to crack open the eggs. Now get going.
Okay. While I'm gone, do me a favor and sing.
Why do you want me to sing while you're gone?
Better than having you do it while I'm here.
Well, he wouldn't understand this number anyway. Ain't I got the song of the robin? Ain't I got a roof in the sky? Wonder why my heart keeps a-throbbing, a son of God's country am I. Ain't I got the plains and the mountains? Ain't there treasures mine if I try? One by one my blessings I'm counting and counting. A son of God's country am I. I've got the sun up in the sky that streams when I am dry. The fruit on the boughs of the tree. The clouds bringing me rain. The fields giving me grain. Thanks to the Maker for me. Ain't I got a loved one who loves me? Kids to make my cares hurry by. I may not be in heaven, but I can't be far away. A son of God's country am I. Sun up in the sky that streams when I am dry, the fruit on the boughs of the trees, clouds bringing me rain, the fields giving me grain, thanks to the Maker for thee. Ain't I got a loved one who loves me? Kids to make my cares hurry by. I may not be in heaven, but I can't be far away. A son of God's country am I. One of God's children am I.
Did Mel Blanc say he'd be here? He said he'd be here. That's the back door. It must be him now. I'll let him in. Gee, it's Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Gosh, Mr. Blanc, you look swell in that rabbit costume. You look like a real bunny.
Thanks.
We asked you to come over because we want you to fool somebody. Do you think you can do it?
Well, I can do it, but I don't know if I ought to. You see, I don't like to fool people.
But you promised us. You're not going to go back on your word, are you?
Of course not. What do you think I am, a Welsh rabbit?
That's all we needed, a hokey hare.
Well, what do you expect from a rabbit? Good jokes?
Well, it's kind of hard to pass myself off as an Easter bunny. You know, kids are pretty hip these days. Who is this backward child you want me to fool?
Our Daddy. He believes in the Easter bunny.
He believes in the Easter bunny? Oh, he's been nibbling on painted ham hocks. Hey, does your mother believe in this, too?
No, so don't let her see you. You sneak into the living room and sit in the corner, and we'll send Daddy in to see you. And don't forget, if Mommy comes in, hide.
Yeah, okay, Doc.
Come on, Phyllis. We'll tell Daddy we have a big surprise for him in the living room. Oh, Daddy!
I'm not talking to you two, you Easter Bunny scoffer-atters.
If you go in the living room, we have a big surprise for you.
Oh, a surprise for me? Oh, gee, that's wonderful. Hey, thanks, kids. I'll go right in. Oh, gee, it was nice of the kids to get me something for Easter. Gosh, I hope it's a potted calla lily. I wonder where they put it. I don't see anything. I got to take care of the water on my knee. Keeps gurgling. What's that sound? Seems to be coming from the corner. Oh, it's just the Easter Bunny. I knew he'd show up and... Wait a minute! Now, wait a minute. Get a grip on yourself, Curly. Oh, now I'm seeing rabbits. Now, look at the size of them. I can't understand it. I haven't touched a drop in 2 months. I've been fighting it. I've been fighting it too hard. I'm suffering from battle fatigue. You're not really there, are you, Bunny? Alice, come in here quick, Alice!
Oh, for heaven's sake, what is it, Phil? What's wrong?
Alice, look in the corner. A rabbit with a glandular condition.
What are you talking about? There's nothing in the corner. I don't see anything.
He's right over. He's gone.
Who's gone, dear?
Alice, I saw a 6-foot Easter bunny sitting over there.
I know, dear. He was dressed in white fur, and he had pink eyes and big ears, and he was wearing a high hat.
Don't be funny. He wasn't wearing a high hat. It was a derby. Didn't you see him, Alice?
Of course not, Phil. You're seeing things.
Oh.
Now lie down, dear, and I'll go get you a cup of hot tea.
Tea?
Poor Phil.
What's wrong, Alice?
Oh, it's Phil. Willie, he's seeing 6-foot rabbits. What should I do?
Cut down the water pressure in the shower. It's beating his little brains out.
Willie, this is no joking matter. He's seeing things, and I have to snap him out of it.
Alice, I have a suggestion. If he thinks he's seeing 6-foot rabbits, why don't you get a 6-foot rabbit and actually let him see it?
How's the water pressure in your shower, kid?
No, I mean hire somebody to put on a costume. Do you remember Julius in that Easter play last year? He wore a real rabbit suit, and you couldn't tell him from the real thing.
Oh, I see what you mean. Willie, you call Julius and tell him to come over here in his rabbit suit as fast as he can.
Very well, sis.
Oh, this'll do it. Because if there is a rabbit for Phil to see, then the one he thinks he sees won't be the one he didn't see, because he really will see the one... Oh, I'd better check the water pressure in my shower, too. I'll have to sing my way out of this. We've got to stay with the happy people. Have your fun, live in the land of joy. Stay with the happy people. Face the sun, life is a Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious, and take it from me that misery is looking around for with the happy people. Don't wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style. Just stay with the people who love to wear a smile.
Smile, won't you wear a smile? Smile, smile, won't you wear a smile? Smile, smile, won't you wear a smile? If you want to stay with the happy people,
have your fun, live in the land of joy.
If you want to stay with the happy people,
face the sun, life is the Christmas toy. Down through the endless ages, tears have been contagious, and you can take it from me that misery is looking around for company.
so stay, stay, stay with the happy people.
Don't you wrinkle your brow, it's strictly out of style.
Just stay, stay, stay with the people. Love, love, love all the people who wear a smile.
Alice, I called Julius, and he'll be right over in his rabbit suit.
Oh, good. And when he comes, we'll sneak him in the dining room.
Where's Philip?
Oh, he's still in the living room resting. Let's not disturb him because it's been quite an ordeal.
It's the most ridiculous thing that ever happened to me. If the rabbit was sitting in that corner, Alice would have seen him. But she didn't see him, so he couldn't have been there. I'm beginning to feel a little better. For a minute, I thought I was off my trolley. Frank, I'm derailed.
Alice! What are you yelling, Curly? I got the dye. What's the matter with you? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Oh, I just saw worse than that, Remley. Now, take a look in that corner behind me. Please tell me that there's nothing there.
Well, I don't see any. Oh, hiya, Harvey. As I was saying, Curly, I got the dye.
Wait a minute. You mean you not only see him, you know him?
I ought to. I've been seeing him for years.
Oh, this animal belongs to you, huh?
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. This one ain't mine. The one I always see is pink and has a long trunk and tusks.
If he ain't yours, where's he come from?
Why don't you ask him?
Oh, sure. I'll just walk up to him and say, "Hey, Rab, where you from?"
Pasadena, Doc.
Remley's talking.
Don't tell me. I'll make him believe I didn't hear him.
He's talking English.
You're lucky. Mine talks elephant language. Can't understand a word mine says.
Cut that out. Now, look, this is serious. Remley, we got to pull ourselves together. A rabbit can't talk.
But, Curly, we just...
Never mind. Now, just repeat after me. A rabbit can't talk.
A rabbit can't talk.
A rabbit can't talk.
You keep out of that. Remley did it again.
There's something phony about this rabbit. He sure is a stupid-looking thing. I've never seen such red eyes.
Hey, look who's talking.
Now, just a minute, Rabbit. My red eyes have
All
to
right,
be...
Frankie, stop talking to him. Look, Rab, I can't take any more of this. You better disappear and get out of my life, or I'll make a rabbit stew out of you.
Oh, yeah? Don't get tough with me, Doc, or I'll cut off your foot and make a good luck charm out of it.
That does it. Come on, Remley, let's get out of this room.
You don't have to urge me. Curly, I'm throwing away the nutmeg.
Huh?
When we start seeing talking rabbits, it's time to quit.
We didn't really see him.
Hmm?
Put that nutmeg back. I tell you, You we just imagined it. There's no such thing as a talking rabbit. Now forget about it and don't ever...
Phil, come into the dining room a minute. I have a surprise for you.
Coming, honey. Now, look, Remley, not a word to Alice about this talking rabbit. What's the surprise, honey?
Oh, a friend of yours is here. Look over in the corner.
Where?
Right over here, Mac.
Oh, no, another one. Frankie, I got another rabbit.
Capitalist. You got 2 rabbits. All I got is one lousy elephant.
Alice, tell me there's nothing in that corner.
Oh, but there is, honey. This is what you've been seeing. This is your Easter bunny.
Oh, no, it ain't mine. Mine's in the living room. This one's yours.
So she's got one, too. Congratulations, Alice, and welcome to our fold.
Alice, will you listen to me? This can't be the Easter bunny. I was just talking to him in the living room.
He must be an imposter. I'm the Easter bunny.
Oh, yeah? Just wait a minute. Hey, Rab, come in here a minute.
Now, Phil, please. This is the Easter bunny. If you saw another one, it was just a figment of your imagination.
Who you calling a figment, Blondie?
You stay out of... Boy!
See, I told you there's 2 of them.
And what do you mean, 2 of us? I'm the Easter bunny.
Say, you, Mac, there's only one Easter bunny, and that's I'm.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. You're working the wrong side of the street. I've had this territory for years. I'm Bugs Bunny.
You're Bugs Bunny? Don't you remember me? I'm Harry Hare.
Harry!
Stop kissing each other.
Well, you've been kidding yourself, Bud. They called you in Pasadena, but you moved.
Well, I had to, Doc. You see, me and the missus had a nice hutch there, but we got a new landlord who didn't allow children. And that's no place for a rabbit.
All right, rabbits, you can break it up now.
You stay out of this. How's your wife, Harry?
Haven't you heard? She left me.
For another rabbit?
No. They mechanize her and they're using her at the dog track.
Well, at least she's going around in nice circles.
All right, cut. And Julius, you can climb out of that rabbit suit now.
Okay.
What's the idea? What are you trying to pull?
Oh, it's my fault, Phil. I hired Julius to play the Easter bunny.
Well, what about the other one?
That one I don't know about.
Oh, I guess I better unmask, too. Look, Phil, it's me.
Well, Mel Blanc.
Yeah, the kids hired me to play the Easter bunny.
Oh, for goodness sakes, what a family. How wild can you get? Hiring 2 people to play rabbits. Well, thank goodness for one thing, I'm not crazy.
Curly, I hate to tell you this, but a 3rd rabbit just came in.
Look, another one? No, you don't. I'm not going to fall for this again. Hey, buddy, who hired you to play the Easter bunny?
Nobody hired me.
Well, what's your name? Who are you?
My name is Peter. I'm a wheel rabbit.
Oh!
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. But right now, here's a lady with a question for our Rexall family druggist.
I want to know more about the ad on Rexall's 1-cent sale.
Well, ma'am, the ad appears this coming week in the Saturday Evening Post, Look, Life, Collier's, and the Farm Journal. And it contains 197 items offered to you during Rexall's 1-cent sale at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny.
What an opportunity to save.
You said it, ma'am. A 2-for-1 Rexall opportunity. Because remember, these 2 big magazine pages are crammed full of regular Rexall-branded, guaranteed items. Every one of them a twin bargain. Every one of them going at 2 for the price of 1, plus a penny. Now, in front of every item, there's a little square so you can check what you need in advance.
Why, I can use the ad as a shopping list.
That's exactly what we intend it to be. It's your big chance to stock up for months in advance. Or you can team up with a neighbor or friend and share the savings. Yes, on April 20th, the starting day of Rexall's 1-cent sale, you double your buying power by simply adding a penny.
Where did you say the ad will appear?
In Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Farm Journal. You must get one of those at your house, so remember to watch for it. And remember also, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
This is Phil again. Folks, the Red Cross belongs to you. You are the Red Cross. National headquarters in Washington has told us that this year's quota is far undersubscribed. And as we all know, today's cost of food and shelter is higher than ever. So for every dollar you gave before, this year, add a quarter more. Good night and happy Easter.
Happy Easter, everybody.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Mel Blanc and Arthur Q. Bryan. The part of Frankie Remley was played by Elliott Lewis, and Julius was played by Walter Tetley. Alice Faye appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Watch for the double-page ad on Rexall's 1-cent sale this coming week in Life, Look, Collier's, the Saturday Evening Post, and the Farm Journal. Sale starts April 20th. Mark the date on your calendar. It's your chance to buy 2 top-quality, guaranteed Rexall products for the price of 1 plus a penny.
Quiet, please. The American Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called Shadow of the Wings.
Over there, Mommy.
Yes, dear, of course. Of course you saw him.
Not his face, though.
Of course not, darling.
I wish there was some nice medicine.
I know it tastes awful, honey, but it's medicine.
It doesn't make me well.
It will, dear. Open your mouth.
I've been taking it ever so long. Have you got to go away, Mommy?
Dr. Sam says you must have your rest, Carol Sue.
I just rest all the time.
I know, dear. Mummy doesn't like to leave you all alone so much, but...
I wish he'd talk to me.
Shall I put your dolly on the bed beside you, dear?
She doesn't talk either. Besides, aren't I getting too big for dollies now?
Do you feel all right, dear?
I hurt.
Oh, darling.
I always hurt, Mommy. It doesn't make any difference. I just get lonesome.
Mummy's right in the next room all the time, dear.
I know.
Maybe the medicine will stop the hurt.
Wouldn't you tell me a story, please?
Honey, it just breaks Mummy's heart she can't stay and tell you a story, but Dr. Sam says you mustn't get excited, don't you see?
I wouldn't get excited, Mommy.
I have to do what Dr. Sam says, Carol Sue.
I wouldn't get very excited.
And you try to sleep now, dear. Will you?
I do try.
And have nice dreams.
He's not a dream, Mommy.
I know, dear.
He just stands there by the window, and he never says anything to me.
Of course, dear.
I wish he'd talk to me or tell me a story.
Maybe he will, dear, if you go right to sleep.
He never says anything.
Where is he now, dear?
He goes away whenever you come in or anybody comes in.
Where does he go?
Just away.
What's he look like, dear? Won't you drink the rest of the medicine?
I drank ever so much, Mother. Like, I don't know.
Don't know what, Carol Sue?
What he looks like. I don't really see him. He's always there by the window, and when I look real hard...
Just another little drop, dear.
Look real hard, I don't see him.
Of course.
But he's there, Mother.
Of course. Now, Mommy must go, dear.
Just another little minute, Mommy.
Darling.
Mommy.
What, dear?
He really is here. And he's thinking about me all the time, Mommy.
Yes, darling.
I can hear him thinking. Carol Sue, all the time. I wish he'd talk to me.
Michael, put up your sword. It is only I, your brother. Why, I am no demon, Michael. I am no plotter against the throne. I am your brother. Why, you'd have run me through with that great shining sword, Michael, if I'd not spoken. And then what of the world? Be not so ready with the sword, Michael. Are you a grown testy these latter days? Are you grown a little proud, a little vainglorious in your old age? Remember our brother that grew proud, Michael, and vaunt not yourself. Oh, no, I will not say his name. I know the law, and his name is forgotten amongst us. Nay, Michael, I jested with you. Be not angry, for it is not often that I jest, Michael. Is all well? Is it well with my brothers? Is it well with you? Yes, I am well. I am always well. Too well, Michael? Oh, now you jest. Farewell a while. There's one who waits on me, and her I must attend.
Oh, you did come back. I was so lonesome all by myself. Mommy says she can't stay here with me. Mommy says I have to be alone so I won't get excited, and she won't stay with me. But you did come back. I knew you'd come back. I'm so sick. But I'm not so lonesome now. Why do you stand by the window where I can't see you? I won't get excited, really. Wouldn't you come and sit on the bed and talk to me? Tell me a story? Please. Mommy doesn't think you really come to see me. Wouldn't you come away from over there in the shadows so I can see you? Oh, please. If you'd only just talk to me, I wouldn't get excited. I promise I won't get excited, because I know what'll happen if I do. I heard Mommy talking to Dr. Sam. Dr. Sam says if I get excited, I'll die. Won't you come and talk to me, please, mister? Are you a ghost? I don't think you're a ghost, because I'm not afraid of you. Please come and talk to me. Please.
Carol Sue.
Carol Sue, are you awake, dear?
He's gone away, Mommy.
Darling, I thought you must go to sleep.
I can't sleep, Mommy.
You mustn't talk to yourself, dear. You must...
I wasn't talking to myself. I was talking to him.
Oh, darling, you were asleep. You were dreaming.
No, Mommy. He was right there by the window.
There's nobody here, dear. You were having a dream.
No.
Honey, there couldn't be. Carol Sue?
Yes, Mommy?
Carol Sue, have you been over here by the window?
No, Mommy.
Are you sure, honey? Are you sure?
No, Mommy. I've been right here in bed all the time. Why, Mommy?
Somebody's been there by the window, dear.
Mommy, I told you. He stands there by the window.
Well met, Raphael. Well met, my brother. It is not too often that we two meet here in the high place, Raphael. We must win of the world, you and I, and there is no rest for either of us, is there? How goes the pathfinding, brother? Yeah, it's a sad and thankless task, this labor of yours. Well, I know. For many a time in the night I've heard the lost ones cry, Raphael, come and lead us. We have gone astray. Then sometime I have answered their pleas in your behalf. And little enough thanks do I get when I take their hands, saying, come with me. Yeah, no. Michael and the other brother, Michael with his flashing shield and great gleaming sword, he and the young one, they need never walk the ways of the world seeking as you and I do. Tell me, are you ever weary? Yeah, there is no rest, is there? Well then, good speed, Raphael. Go about your wayfaring. I return to mine.
Tell me, Dr. Sam.
I can't understand it, Margaret. I simply can't understand it at all.
She's not getting better.
I can't understand it.
She's taking the medicine that you prescribed, Dr. Sam. Every day, just as you said, I stand right there beside her bed and watch her drink it.
I know, Margaret. I can tell she's taking the medicine.
Well, what are we going to do then, Dr. Sam?
Margaret, the child simply must be kept quiet at all costs.
She is being kept quiet.
Look, Margaret, I know a little about mothers myself. I know how you feel. Margaret, you've got to stay out of Carol Sue's room.
I do stay out.
Then who goes in her room?
What did she tell you, Dr. Sam?
Who goes in there?
Dr. Sam, what did she tell you?
Has she mentioned it to you?
Did she tell you about by the window?
She did.
It wasn't I, Dr. Sam.
It was an extraordinarily vivid dream then, Margaret.
It wasn't a dream, Sam.
Well, Margaret?
There was somebody there.
I know there was, Margaret.
Who?
You don't know?
I don't know.
Cross your heart, Margaret?
I don't know, Sam. Maybe.
Well?
Maybe it was death.
Still waiting, Gabriel? A long, long time. Eternity, brother.
A long, long time since the black darkness lay upon the face of the waters and there was no light. Aye, and a long, long time of waiting till darkness descend again at the sound of yonder great golden trumpet. How long since you have looked upon the fair green hills of the world, Gabriel? How long since your eyes have beheld the blue of the waters and felt the winds of the west upon your cheek? So many countless years, Gabriel, and yet it's fair and beautiful as first we saw it that day so very long ago. No day goes by, Gabriel, that I do not walk upon the earth, nor any night. Would you change places with me, Gabriel, and walk as I do among men? You would not. You would not have my task? Well, fortunate, Gabriel, for there is no choice. Though I weary of the hills and the mountains and the long, sweet plains of earth, I have my task, and my task I must perform. Michael with his sword, Michael the captain of the host, Raphael the seeker out who walks the earth on a gentler task than mine, and you who wait the word, as we four waited it before the evening and the morning with the first day. Wait, Gabriel. Eternity may not be so very long. Farewell, my brother. There is a vigil to keep.
I will go in. I'll stay with her and watch, Dr. Sam.
Is she asleep?
She's very quiet.
Don't wake her, Margaret.
No. I'll watch. I'll stay awake, and if...
Be very quiet.
I'll be very quiet. Good night, Dr. Sam.
Good night, Margaret. You'll call me.
I'll call you. Carol Sue. Carol Sue. Carol Sue, darling. Oh, sleep, dear. Mommy will watch over you.
I'm not asleep, Mommy.
Oh. Dear, did I wake you?
No, I was awake, Mommy.
So Mommy give you the medicine?
No, Mommy, I don't sit much. I was just lying here, waiting.
Waiting?
I thought he was here, but he wasn't.
Who is he, dear?
I don't know.
Do you dream him, dear?
Oh, no, Mommy.
Mommy will be very quiet, dear, so you can sleep.
All right.
Go to sleep, dear.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy.
Mommy is asleep, Carol Sue.
Why, you're talking to me.
I cannot forever keep silent, child.
I can't see you.
And yet I am with thee.
You talk strange.
Well,
Won't you come over here where I can see you?
perhaps you would not like what you would see, Carol Sue.
Why? Are you ugly?
No man has ever seen my face
Why?
and lived.
I can see your shadow on the floor.
Yes.
It looks as if you have wings. Do you have wings?
Yes, Carol Sue.
Tell me about them. What's your name?
Great dark wings that cast a shadow when there is no light. Great black wings, Carol Sue. The color of the deepest midnight.
Are you an angel? Come sit by me, angel.
I have been at your side, little Carol Sue, for all your life.
You're my guardian angel, then. I knew you couldn't be a ghost because I wasn't afraid of you.
You do not fear me then, Carol Sue?
Why, no. Of course not. Come and sit by me. Be careful. Don't wake Mommy.
No.
Mommy's tired. She takes such good care of me. She and Dr. Sam.
I know, little Carol Sue.
Will you tell me a story?
I will tell you a story of a little girl who lies in a great bed in a room by herself and dreams while she is awake. A patient little girl who has never known what it is to walk like other little girls, who must lie in bed alone and always be in pain.
I am always in pain, but I've learned not to mind it.
Who has learned many, many things in the great white bed, in the lonely room.
I have learned many, many things.
A little girl who knows that death will come for her very soon. Who knows and does not fear.
What's the little girl's name?
You know her name.
Carol
Sue.
What's it like to die? What's it like to die?
That I cannot tell you, Carol Sue.
Don't you know? Don't you?
Yes. I know.
Is it like going to sleep? Is it... will I go to heaven? Is it like nothing, Angel?
Do not ask me, Carol Sue. It is forbidden that I tell.
Won't you tell me anything about dying?
I will say to you, be not afraid.
I don't think I'm afraid, Angel. But I'll be sorry for Mommy. Mommy loves me.
Yes.
And I love Mommy.
Yes.
Oh, I hurt.
If you take my hand, Carol Sue.
If I take your hand, I'll die. Won't I, Angel?
Yes, Carol Sue.
Will you tell me a story before you take my hand, Angel? It's been so long since anybody told me a story.
There is so little time, Carol Sue.
Just a little story, then. Please.
Well, there are so many stories, and they all end the same way.
Tell me a story about other little boys and girls, Angel.
I remember a story.
Tell me. Please.
It is written that every living thing must one day face me, and having faced me, come with me.
Die, you mean?
Aye, it is so written.
Don't you ever let somebody go on living?
No mortal man, Carol Sue.
But little boys and girls.
There was a time, and it was long years ago, and it was in a place called Egypt. Now, in this place called Egypt, there was a great people held in captivity by the dreadful Pharaoh of Egypt.
Did he die, the Pharaoh?
His time came at last, and he came away with me. But in this time of which I speak, when the people of Egypt held these others in bondage, so that they must labor under the whips and lashes of the overseers, there rose a great man who was appointed to lead his people out of that bondage. And though through his faith he worked many miracles against the Egyptians, yet did the wicked Pharaoh never remember his promises and still held the men and the women.
And the boys and girls?
All the people he held in captivity. And so there came a night, and well I remember, for it was this very time of the year. And in Egypt the nights were hot, and the people suffered so. And the leader prayed, and behold, the Word was in him. And he went to his people and spoke to them. Woe to the Egyptian host, he said. Woe unto them and their children.
Even the children, Angel?
Hearken to me. Now came the long night, and the moon was darkened, and the heat lay upon the land and in the houses like a fell spirit. And in the night I was bidden go forth and slay the children of all the land, even the firstborn of the Egyptians.
All the little children, Angel?
But the houses of the people who were in bondage, in each of those houses, the people took a lamb and slew it. And with the lamb's blood did they mark the lintels of their doors. Therefore, I, having the bidding, did descend upon the land of Egypt, and I did take away all the firstborn of the Egyptians. But in the houses where the blood of the lamb was set upon the lintels, I entered not. And their firstborn I spared, that they lived.
Lived forever, Angel?
No mortal lives forever, my child. At that time I passed them over, but when their time came, I laid my hand on their shoulders and said, Come with me to thy long home, for it is finished.
And they died too.
As all must die. Now, you have heard your story of how I spared the lives of the children for a time, and in a good cause. Now will you take my hand?
They all died.
Yes.
I thought it was going to be a happy story, and it's all about dying.
My stories all have the same end, Carol Sue. Come. Take my hand.
Can I say goodbye to Mommy first? Mommy? Mommy? Mommy?
Carol Sue,
Mommy?
was I asleep?
Yes, Mommy. Mommy,
There's someone in this room. Carol Sue.
Yes, Mommy.
There's someone. Who is it? Who is it?
Tell her, Angel.
Where is he? I can't see it. It's so dark.
No, Mommy. You mustn't see him.
The shadow on the floor.
His shadow, Mommy.
Carol. No, the shadow of wings.
His wings, Mommy.
Who are you? Answer me. Who?
My name is Azrael.
Azrael.
Azrael. The black winged of the archangels. Azrael of the veiled face. I am Azrael.
The angel of death.
No. Where are you? Where? Carol Sue, where?
I am here.
You'll not take her.
I will take her.
You can't, you won't.
She cannot stop me. I am Azrael.
Oh, no, Azrael. Not my child. Not my own Carol Sue, no.
I have stood at her bedside for these many nights, and she has known I was here. The time of waiting is over. Come, child, take my hand.
Mommy.
No. Give her back to me. Give her back.
No.
I'll fight you. Dr. Sam, help. Dr. Sam, help.
He knows it is useless to call him. He has done his best, and he did not prevail over me.
Oh, where are you? I'll fight you. I'll stop you.
Look not on me, mortal.
I'll fight.
You fight me to no avail, woman. For I am always the winner. I am the unconquerable.
Carol Sue.
No, Mommy. It's too late. I've seen his face.
Azrael, have mercy.
I'm not afraid, Mommy.
Where are you, Carol Sue? Where are you?
She has taken my hand. Say your goodbyes, Mother.
Azrael, have pity on me. Have mercy.
It may not be.
Take me.
No.
Take me and spare her, Azrael.
No, Mommy.
Have you no pity? Must you snatch her away from
Mommy, I love you.
Azrael.
I have my duty. I may not falter. Come, child. We must go.
Azrael, listen to me.
I dare not.
Haven't you ever spared a child? Haven't you?
You told me about the children in Egypt, Mother. You spared them.
Yes, Azrael. You spared the children of Passover. Spare my daughter.
But they all time came.
It is time.
Have you always been so merciless? Can no one escape your hand and your black wings? Andrew!
Hearken to me, woman.
William!
Hearken. Not one has ever escaped my hand. Haste, woman. I may not let her stay. Never have I.
Remember.
Remember?
Remember.
I remember. Why, well, I remember.
Gabriel.
A certain high hill, shaped like to a man's skull, and a great clamorous crowd and the Roman soldiers casting dice for a cloak, and 3 tall crosses high above the heads of the multitude. 2 thieves in agony crying out from my hand and the shadow of my dark wings, and a voice saying, "Today thou shalt be with me in paradise." And so they came away with me.
And the other.
And his torments were 1,000-fold what they had suffered. And I shall never in all eternity forget the look on his face, so that I turned my face away from his. And I, the angel of death, knew pity. I, the very angel of death. And the lightnings flashed, and the very earth was rent asunder, and I could not. And I, the merciless messenger, I, Azrael, I but laid the tip of my finger upon his shoulder. In 3 days. Why, this is the day itself. This is the day he arose. Take thy daughter, woman. Keep her to cherish her, and bend thy knee in thanksgiving to the Most High. Michael! Michael! Raphael, Gabriel! Archangel brothers! Behold! Death himself is conquered!
The title of today's Quiet Please story is Shadow of the Wings. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke for you was Ernest Chappell.
And Carol Stew was played by Cecile Roy. Dr. Sam was William Marshall, and the mother was Bess Johnson. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, about next week, our writer-director Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. Next week, I have a Scottish story for you called The Vale of Glen Cove.
And so, until next week at this same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Stay tuned to this ABC station for Drew Pearson, who follows immediately over most of these same ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Over the garden of Chester A. Riley's California bungalow, darkness has fallen. Darkness and silence. In the blackness of the backyard, our hero Riley stands, a solitary figure, alert and watchful, waiting. Ah, what's that? Footsteps on the gravel path. And now the fearless Riley grows tense. The footsteps come closer. Closer. Suddenly, Riley leaps forward.
Now I got you. No use struggling. You may be bigger than me, but I ain't afraid of you.
Oh, Riley. Let go of me.
Copeland. It's you.
Where?
Oh, it's a good thing you yelled out when we started the fight. Otherwise, I might have got hurt.
Oh. Riley, what's the big idea scaring the wits out of people? What are you doing out in the garden this time of night?
Peg, not so loud. I'm watching.
Watching what?
My carrots.
For heaven's sake, Riley, why should anybody want to steal your carrots?
Well, I think somebody found out that I got a secret fertilizer for making vegetables grow very big, and they want to steal it.
Secret fertilizer?
Yeah.
You mean that awful mixture you've been spreading around in the garden with that horrible odor?
Just a minute, Peg. To you, it's an awful mixture with a horrible odor. To me, it's my brainchild. There's nothing in my fertilizer but vitamins, rotten eggs, and stale fish.
Oh, Riley, honest.
Well, go ahead, laugh. They laughed at all the great scientists who were trying to benefit mankind. They laughed at Louis Pasteur when he gave microbes to humanity.
Well, come on in the house, Louis.
All right, make fun. Great men are never appreciated by their wives. Someday I'll be famous. Whenever people see fertilizer, they'll think of me.
Well, you may be right. Now, come on in.
No, I'm watching for this carrot crook. And when I catch him, Peg, look, the prowler. There he is.
Where?
Over there in the garden, there in the shadows.
Oh, Riley. Well, it's only a rabbit.
A rabbit? Oh, well, I'll fix him. Where's a stick? I'll scare the daylights out of him.
Oh, Riley, it's late. Come on in.
Oh, okay. But you don't know rabbits. By tomorrow, there'll be more rabbits than I can shake a stick at. Say, did Babs get me some more stale fish from the market?
Well, I don't know. She's out the movies with Simon Vanderhopper.
Simon Vanderhopper? That sofa loafer? I told you I don't want that Simon taking my daughter to the movies.
Now, what's wrong with the movies?
I've been in them movies. I've seen what goes on with the younger generation in them balconies.
What if Simon does hold Babs' hand?
Holding hands is one thing. Doing it with a half Nelson is another.
Well, good night, Simon.
Good night, Babs.
Thanks for taking me to the movies.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Thanks for lending me the money.
Oh, it was really a fascinating picture.
Yes. Especially that scene where the orchestra plays Ravel's Bolero. Sitting next to you in the dark, listening to the passionate beat of the drums, brought out the primitive beast in me. Before I knew what I was doing, I ate 3 bags of ladyfingers.
Simon, you better go before my father hears us and comes out.
Well, I'll go. But first, kiss me.
I will not.
Kiss me, woman. Let's live dangerously.
Simon, what's gotten into you?
That's the way I am. You don't know the real me. On the surface, I'm like a quiet lake. But I got a terrific undertow. I love you, Babs. I love you madly.
Simon, for heaven's sake, will you go? If my father catches you.
Gee, I don't understand why your father can't learn to like me. My father learned to like me. Maybe if I went in and had a man-to-man talk with him.
Maybe. But wait till after tomorrow. Daddy was in a bad mood tonight. He's in charge of an Easter party down at his lodge, and he's having a terrible time trying to think up clever stunts for the children.
Hey, he might change his attitude if I helped him.
Helped him? How? Have you got an idea?
Well, at the party, I could dress up like an Easter rabbit.
A rabbit? Simon, that's wonderful. The children would love a big rabbit.
Isn't it lucky I have buck teeth?
Well, come on, let's go tell my father.
No, he might not want to listen. Let's surprise him. I'll rent a big rabbit suit, and tomorrow night I'll put it on and sneak in through your garden. Somebody's gonna get a big surprise.
You, Mr. Riley. It's me, Waldo Benny.
Oh, hello, Waldo. How are you?
Oh, my sagging sacroiliac. Seems my dear wife got an anonymous Easter card, and she recognized my handwriting.
No kidding. Well, what did you say on the card, Waldo?
It was a poem. The little buds grow into flowers when Easter comes our way. And you, my darling, you grow too. You grow 5 pounds a day.
Oh, Waldo, now that was mean. No wonder your wife got sore.
Oh, she was furious. And she took her revenge, too. Oh, she's cruel.
Well, what did she do?
She reported me to my scoutmaster.
Oh, that's tough, Waldo. Why did you ever marry your wife, anyway?
Well, you know how it is with us Boy Scouts. We're supposed to help old ladies across the street. One day I did. But when we got to the other side, she wouldn't let me go. Now, good night, Mr. Riley. It's getting late.
Yeah, I know, but I'm staying out here. I got to watch my carrots. Last night there was a little rabbit nibbling at them. If I ever lay my hands on that rabbit, my wife's coat will have a new mink collar.
Mr. Riley, are you still experimenting with your fertilizer?
Oh, yeah. I call it Riley Grove. It's going to make my vegetables so big, I'll have to pull them out of the ground with a bulldozer. I'll make a fortune.
Oh, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Riley.
What's the matter, Waldo?
Look, there's something moving out there in the garden.
Oh, it must be that rabbit.
See? In the dark there, over by the fence.
Yeah, it's all white and... Holy smoke!
Heavens to Betsy.
Jumping catfish!
Oh, my stars.
Waldo, do you see what I see?
Yes, I see it.
A rabbit, 5 feet tall.
Oh, my, he's coming towards us. Save me, Mr. Riley.
Don't be scared, Waldo. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. Stand in front of me.
Coming closer.
Well, get away.
Shoo.
Get away.
It's all right. It's all
Get
right.
away, you.
It's all right, Mr. Riley. You can stop now. It's gone. Stop.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, Waldo, I still can't believe it. Maybe we just imagined that rabbit.
Oh, no, we didn't. Look, there's his huge footprints. No, that rabbit was real enough.
But how can it be a rabbit over 5 feet tall? That's impossible. How could he grow so big with... Waldo.
Huh?
I got it. It's my fertilizer.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
I used it on those carrots to make them grow big, and last night when I saw that rabbit, he was small. He was eating my carrots, and now... That's it, Waldo, that's it.
But it didn't make the carrots big. I don't understand it.
Do you understand radar or atoms or plutonium, uranium, and palladium? No, but they work.
Mr. Riley, you're right. You've made a tremendous, earth-shaking discovery. You're a great man.
Yeah. I can see the newspaper headline now. Ignoramus becomes genius.
Are you feeling better now, Simon?
Oh, I think so, Babs. I think I can walk now. Come on, let's get out of this neighborhood before your father catches me.
But I don't understand. Didn't Daddy like your idea?
I couldn't tell. He was too busy throwing rocks. And then that little boy he had with him. You know, the minute he saw me, he must hate me.
No, Simon. We're going back in there and explain to Daddy.
Oh, no, he'll kill me.
Simon Vanderhopper, I despise a coward. Now, come on.
Oh, all right. But not in this rabbit suit. I'll leave it here in my car. If I have to die for you, Babs, I'll die like a man, not like a rabbit.
Mr. Riley, I just can't get over it. You, a famous scientist.
Famous? I'll be notorious.
Just think. Someday your brain will be in Cornell University.
Yeah, in a bottle. I can hardly wait to see it. You know, it's amazing. Just think, Waldo, what this discovery means. One bite out of one of my carrots.
Mr. Riley.
Well, what's the matter, Waldo?
You've been eating those carrots, too?
Oh, yes. Good, delicious, too.
But good heavens, don't you see? If the stuff works on rabbits, then...
Waldo, you mean I'm going to grow? No, it ain't possible, Mike.
In science, anything is possible.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, Waldo, what am I going to do if I grow?
Now, pull yourself together, Mr. Riley. Lots of people admire tall men.
But that rabbit grew 5 times its size. I'll be 30 feet high.
Now, don't be an alarmist. You probably won't be more than 15 feet high.
But I don't want to be 15 feet high. Where'll I live? My bedroom's too small. I'll have to sleep with my feet sticking out the window. The milkman's horse will lick them every...
Now. Keep calm, Mr. Riley.
Daddy, are you in the kitchen?
That's bad. Don't tell her about this. Not yet. Oh, my poor family. They always wanted me to be a big man. Now look.
Daddy, Simon's here and...
Simon, I got enough trouble without that pest.
Now, wait, Mr. Riley. I can explain.
Simon!
But, Mr. Riley, give me a chance.
Simon, get out of this house.
All right. But someday you'll learn to like me. You'll see. In time, I'll grow on you.
I don't want you growing on me. Right now, I'm growing on myself.
We'll hear the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Oh, Ken, more and more people are changing to Prel, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
Of course, everyone's buying Prel for 2 reasons.
First, Prel brings out the natural radiance of your hair, leaves it far more radiant than old-fashioned soap shampoos. And after a Prel shampoo, your hair curls better, too. It's easier to set, easy to manage.
Second, Prel removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Doctors' examinations proved it.
And Prel goes farther than any other known shampoo, cream or liquid, because it's concentrated for economy. You use less, get more lather.
So ask for the shampoo in the handy tube. Ask for...
P-R-E-L-L Prel shampoo leaves hair radiant, streaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L Prel shampoo.
Buy Prel shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, actually, the 5-foot rabbit that Riley saw in his vegetable garden was really his daughter's boyfriend, Simon, who dressed up in a rented rabbit costume. But poor Riley is certain that his own secret fertilizer, which he had put on his carrots, is responsible for raising this gigantic rabbit. Having eaten some of the same carrots himself, Riley now fears that he is about to grow into a giant. But his family has no inkling of what's going on.
Mother, isn't it time Daddy got up? He has to get down to his lodge and get ready for the Easter party.
Oh, let him sleep a little longer, Bab. I don't think your father's well.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, I don't know. It started last night at dinner. He wouldn't eat a bite, and he usually loves rabbit stew. And 4 times during the night, he got out of bed and measured himself in the mirror.
But why?
Well, he wouldn't tell me.
I hope you'll be all right for the Easter party.
Oh, I don't think it's anything serious. Now, you go wake up Junior, dear, and tell him to get dressed. Oh, did the tailor bring Junior's trousers?
Yes. Let's see, where did I put them? Oh, yes, I left them on the chair in Daddy's bedroom. Shall I go in and get them?
Oh, no. No, let your father have another few minutes sleep. He needs it. Oh, I wish I knew what was worrying him.
5 feet, 7 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet. I can't stop growing. Now my head is hitting the ceiling. What'll I do? I'll knock my brains out.
Riley, wake up.
What?
Wake up, dear.
Huh?
Time to get up, dear.
Oh, it's you, Peg. Oh, thank heaven it was only a dream.
Hurry up and get dressed. I'll get your breakfast ready.
Okay, I'll be dressed in a minute. Where's my pants? Oh, here they are on a chair. Oh, gosh, I wish I could go back to bed. No, I better get my pants on. That's funny. They're so tight. What's happening? No, it can't be. The pants won't pull up. They're too small. And I ain't even up to my wide part. It's happening. I know it. I'm getting too big for my britches. I'm growing, just like the rabbit. I'm getting bigger by the second. I feel it. My throat. It's swelling up. I need air. The window. Oh, this is terrible. My body keeps growing. What can I do with such a big body?
Oh, there, Riley. I brought you some lilies. Happy Easter.
Who's that?
Is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Tell me, Riley, why are you leaning out the window in that odd fashion?
I'm breathing.
Breathing? Fine habit. Don't stop on my account.
Listen, Digger, I'm in trouble. Come in the house. Can you come in through this window?
It's rather high, but I'll try.
Good, you made it.
It's a trick of the trade. You've heard of the fireman's leap?
Yeah?
This is the undertaker's vault. Good heavens, Riley, look at your trousers.
Yeah, I know. Listen, Digger, what would you say if I told you I suddenly begun to grow again? And soon I'll be 15 feet tall.
15 feet? That would upset certain plans I've made for you. I bought you a bathrobe for your birthday. It's only size 42.
Oh, it's awful, Digger. I'm like Frankenstein. I've created a monster. And I'm the monster.
That's absurd, Riley. You look the same to me. However, to make sure, I'll measure you. Lie down.
No. Measure me standing up.
Well, there's a first time for everything. Now, let's see. Just as I thought. You're still 5'11".
Are you sure, Digger? But these pants, look at them. They hardly... Wait a minute. What's this in my pocket? Marbles. When did I play marbles last? Oh, Digger. These are Junior's pants. And I thought I was growing. I guess my formula only makes rabbits grow. Yeah, that's it.
Rabbits, Riley? What rabbit?
Well, there was a big rabbit in my garden. I've been gardening, you see.
Gardening? Oh, I approve of that hobby. Recently, I was elected president of the UEPBTTSF.
UEPBTTSM?
The Undertakers, Embalmers, and Pallbearers Back to the Soil movement. A lot of people are going back to the soil, and I'm here to help them.
Oh, gee, I sure feel better. Well, I'm going to enjoy my Easter holiday after all.
Ah, Easter is my favorite holiday. This morning I gathered my kiddies about me, and we colored a dozen eggs in a variety of gay, striking colors. Black, light black, ebony black, midnight black, and pitch black.
Did they come out okay?
When it comes to dying, I know my business.
But, Digger, a dozen eggs all black?
All except one. My youngest son, Mossbank, insisted on a white egg. He's the black sheep of the family. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
So long, Digger. Watch your head going through the window. Oh, what a sweet guy. Always ready to give people a lift.
Riley, aren't you dressed? Oh, Riley, your pants.
My Oh, my pants. Yeah, don't get frightened, Peg. I tore Junior's pants when I got into them because I was 15 feet tall.
You were 15 feet tall?
Yeah.
Dear,
why don't you get back into bed? I'll call a doctor.
I don't need a doctor. I mean, I thought I was 15 feet tall.
Riley, dear, please get back into bed.
Bed? What the... Oh, you think I'm crazy? Well, I got a good logical reason for thinking I was 15 feet tall.
Oh, you have?
Well, sure. Because the rabbit I saw in the garden was over 5 feet tall.
I see. The rabbit was 5 feet tall.
Please, Peg, stop feeling my forehead. I ain't crazy.
But you're talking so foolish.
I'm not... Oh, no wonder you think I'm nuts. You don't know why the rabbit is 5 feet tall.
Why, dear? Tell me.
On account of he's been eating my carrots that I grew with my secret formula. It makes rabbits grow 10 times their size, you see? And what... Oh, Peg, this is terrible. I didn't realize...
Now, Riley, please, control yourself.
Look what I've let loose in the world. Do you know what'll happen when 5-foot rabbits begin chasing each other all over Hollywood and Vine? It'll be the end of civilization.
Oh, now, Riley, listen. You didn't see a 5-foot rabbit. And even if you did, it's only one rabbit.
Yeah, now it's only one rabbit. But spring is in the air. Suppose that rabbit decides to get married.
But, Riley, please.
Pretty soon there'll be so many big rabbits, us humans will be driven to the woods. There'll be rabbits in the streets, rabbits in our homes. Rabbits will be going into restaurants and ordering Welsh Riley.
Riley, stop this crazy talk.
Let me go, Peg. I gotta trap that rabbit and keep him a bachelor.
But you couldn't have seen a 5-foot rabbit.
I tell you, I did see
Now,
it.
you listen to me. What happened to you is what they call an optical illusion. Now, you may have seen a rabbit in the garden, but it was only a little rabbit, and you thought...
Well, Babs, I got the rabbit suit on again. How do I look?
Simon, maybe we better forget about this whole thing.
Oh, no, it's a great idea. I'll be tops with your father after this. Where is dear old Daddy?
He's still dressing in his room. He'll be out any minute.
Boy, wait till he comes in. When he sees a big rabbit sitting here in his Morris chair, it'll knock his eyes out.
So you see, Riley, it was all your imagination now, wasn't it? Come on now, admit it.
Yeah, Peg, you're right. You convinced me. I imagined the whole thing. Boy, that Waldo Binney's stupid, isn't he?
Well, I'm glad that's cleared up. Now, look, dear, you relax while I get this room straight. The Sunday paper's in the living room in your Morris chair.
Okay, Dublin, I'll get it. Imagine thinking I saw a 5-foot rabbit. It's ridiculous. Only lunatics see 5-foot rabbits. Why, I ought to be... Yep! Oh! Hey, he's in there.
Who?
The rabbit. He's sitting in my Morris chair.
The rabbit? Now, Riley, don't start...
I'm going to look again. Whoop! Now he's reading the Sunday paper.
This has gone far enough. Now, I'm going to prove to you once and for all
No,
that there's...
no, Peg, don't go in there. He may be vicious.
Daddy, hurry up.
My bed. She's in there. Help us. I got to save her. Now I got you, you monster.
Daddy, stop.
Move into my house, will you? I'll show you.
Daddy, Riley, wait.
Mr. Riley, wait. Let go. Help.
Shut up, you beast. You can't talk yourself out of your bed. It talks. The rabbit talks.
But, Mr. Riley, it's me, Simon.
Oh, Riley. Oh, Daddy, you thought the rabbit was real.
Wait a minute. It ain't a real rabbit. It's a weasel.
Sure, it's me, Mr. Riley.
What a revolting development he is. Simon, get out of that costume, you faker.
But, Mr. Riley,
Take it off or I'll rip it off.
There. It's off.
Simon, get out of this house.
Yes, sir. I'm going. I know the way by heart.
And don't come back. No daughter of mine is going to go out with an imitation rabbit.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. A favorite with all the family. That's Prell Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. From Appleton, Wisconsin, Mrs. Rellis Brown, right?
My small son's a changed boy since I discovered Prell. Now he has no fear of broken glass or spilling, and he can't get enough of shampooing. My thanks for Prell.
Yes, families everywhere love Prell. It's safe, convenient, easy to use. And Prell removes unsightly dandruff quickly. Leaves hair shining with radiance. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
Well, time to hand out these Easter eggs to the kids.
Well, if you hadn't thrown Simon out, Daddy, you wouldn't have had to dress up in that rabbit suit.
I don't need Simon. I got enough brains to be a rabbit. Well, better get started. Come on, kiddies. Your Uncle Bunny's got some lovely Easter eggs for you. Now, who's first? Here you are, little girl. Take your egg and, well, what's the matter, little girl? You afraid of Uncle Bunny? What are you staring at?
Oh, Mommy, look at the big funny ears on that rabbit.
Oh, is that so? Well, it so happens that these are my own ears.
Join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker.
Friends, Lava Soap is making a sensational offer. You can get 12 large-size gladiolus bulbs for only 25 cents and one Lava Soap box front. Make your garden a showplace. In each set of 12 large-size gladiolus bulbs are 6 beautiful varieties, such as red flaming sword, gorgeous pink Picardy, and others, guaranteed to bloom this year or your money back. Ordinarily, they'd cost 3 times as much. Here's all you do. Simply mail 25 cents and one Lava Soap box front with your name and address to Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio. To make it still easier, your dealer has convenient order blanks. Order several sets and have exquisite cut flowers for weeks. But don't delay. This offer, good everywhere in the United States except Montana, is made for a limited time only. Hurry, send tonight. Remember, mail 25 cents in coin and one Lava Soap box front with your name and address to Lava Soap, Cincinnati 1, Ohio.
This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L. Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. And now stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Fibber and Molly join us in just a moment. The easiest and best way to make a waxed floor look its shining best is to buff it with an electric polisher. And if you don't have one, here's good news. Once again, the famous Johnson's electric polisher is available in nearly every neighborhood. You can rent one at a surprisingly low cost. The Johnson's electric polisher takes all the work out of buffing. You merely flick a switch and guide it across the floor. You'll be surprised at how quickly you can polish every floor in your home. Polish them to such a hard, gleaming luster that just an occasional light dusting will keep them bright and clean. You know, of course, that there's no finer wax for your floors than genuine Johnson's Paste Wax. Now try the easiest and best way to buff Johnson's Paste Wax to a protective, mellow beauty. Rent a Johnson's electric polisher from a dealer in your neighborhood. Or if you prefer to own one, the price is $44.50. Use it with genuine Johnson's Paste Wax. They're a perfect team for bringing out the beauty of your floors.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Wistful Vista's annual contest on I Like to Patronize My Neighborhood Merchants Because is over. And guess who knocked out a prize-winning letter? The notification has just arrived in the morning mail, and... No, it wasn't him. It was her, of Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
McGee, I won. Isn't that exciting? I won a prize. Imagine, the first contest I ever won, dearie.
Well, gee, that's wonderful, kiddo. Congratulations.
Sure.
We'll sell the electric refrigerator because we already got one.
What?
We'll keep the car and sell our old one. You keep the mink coat and I'll learn to fly the airplane. We can take the trip to Honolulu while they paint the house and refurnish the living room. Then when we get back...
McGee, wait a minute.
Huh?
I didn't win all that stuff. I just won a new...
What do you mean, all that stuff? Why, that's hardly anything in a contest these days. And if that Ralph Edwards thinks he's going to renege on all them promises, by George...
This was not truth or consequences.
Huh?
This was the annual Wistful Vista I Like to Patronize My Neighborhood Merchant Because in 25 words or less.
Oh, that. What's the first prize in that vacant lottery? Trip by motor scooter through the fish hatchery?
I should say not. Listen to my award. It says, this letter entitles you as winner of the first prize in the women's division to an original Easter creation by Henri, Wistful Vista's leading couturier. Isn't that marvelous?
Who's Henri and what does he mean, an original Easter creation? What's he going to do, lay a purple egg?
For your information, sweetheart, the word couturier means fashion designer.
Huh? Oh.
It's from the French words couture, meaning dressmaker, and rie, meaning we'll sew some sequins on it for another $700.
Oh, that Henri.
Yes, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, yeah.
A special Easter dress created just for me by Henri himself. I think I'll tell him Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman, McGee. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hi, Foggy, old man. What's the weather forecast? Light flurries of sunshine, followed by Wednesday and Thursday, and unsettled bills on the first of the month?
McGee, I'm afraid you take the science of meteorology rather lightly.
He does, Mr. Williams. He says he can look at an almanac and tell what the weather is going to be better than depending on you people.
And I can, too. I'm part Indian, you know.
Really? What part?
The part that sits around the fire.
Are Indians good weather prophets, Mr. Williams?
Oh, yes, indeed they are.
Yeah, eh?
Some Indian tribes have uncanny powers of weather forecasting.
Yeah?
I spent 3 years with the Camelback Indians of western Arizona, and I'm still mystified.
Yeah?
Every year when they performed their rain dance, it rained within 24 hours.
Oh, well, that's easy explained. They just waited for a rainy day and then held the dance the day before.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. Some things aren't so easily explained.
Yeah?
Now, I'm not superstitious, but I went to a St. Valentine's dance once, and the next day I got 12 Valentines. Did the Indians make you a member of the tribe, Mr. Williams?
After I'd studied very hard and learned all their dances, Mrs. McGee, then they adopted me and gave me the name Manaho Dindin Malakil Ben Alamata Natatatata Fla.
Meaning what?
Clumsy.
Show us how they did the rain dance, Mr. Williams, will you?
Well, I'd be glad to, Mrs. McGee, but I can't dance it without a tom-tom.
Oh, that's easy fixed. Here, I'll drum on the radio, Captain. You all set?
Mm-hmm.
Go.
Hey-yee! Hoo-hoo! Hey-yee! Hoo-hoo!
Oh, that's the rain dance.
Hey-yee! Hoo-hoo! Hey-yee! Hoo-hoo!
My gosh, listen to that. Rain.
I'm sorry. I'm a little out of practice, and I guess I overdid it a trifle. I'd better get home and phone the bureau what happened. I'm afraid I might have exceeded my authority. Good day.
Wasn't that the most amazing thing you ever saw, McGee? He did the rain dance and it rained.
Oh, I don't know. My cousin Louie learned to foxtrot one night, and on the way home he got bit by a fox. So he said, hey. If we're going to get down to this dressmaker's, we'd better snap into it, kiddo.
Are you going with me?
Why, certainly. You think I'm going to have some monkey try to palm off a boulder burlap on my wife that just won first prize in the women's division? Come on, get your hat.
Well, I'm so glad you're coming with me because you have such good taste in other people's clothes.
Yeah.
I'll be right with you, dear.
Okay, Tootsie. There goes a good kid. Imagine her slinking around town in a real Paris creation. I'll bet she'll be... Uh-oh. Now, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. I can't talk to you now. I and Mrs. McGee are going shopping.
Okay, mister. Boy, did you hear the crowd burst, mister? Did you?
Hear it. I played the accompaniment for it.
Well, it sure was a...
Skip it.
Okay. My daddy said it was raining cats and dogs for a few minutes,
Yeah.
but I ran right outdoors, but I couldn't see any. Looked to me just like ordinary rain.
It did, eh?
Boy,
I says it did, eh?
Did what?
Looked just like ordinary rain.
Whom to?
To you.
When?
When it started to rain so hard a few minutes ago when you went out...
I know it. Oh, gee. I hope it clears up for Easter, Esther.
Huh?
I said I hope it clears up for Easter, mister.
Oh. I said, oh. You got big plans for Easter, sister?
Oh, I sure have, I bet you. First thing in the morning, I'm going to feed Susie some carrots and lettuce.
Who?
Susie.
Oh, your pet rabbit, eh?
No, Susie's my little sister.
Huh?
She hates vegetables.
Oh, I see.
Then after Sunday school, I'm going to take my paint box and creep into my daddy's bedroom and paint him all red and green and orange and purple and everything. I hope I can do it without waking him up, I bet you.
Well, that seems like kind of a messy trick to play on your father on Easter Sunday, sis. What's the idea?
Well, mister, I just got thinking it over. He's awful good to me.
Well, yeah, but that's all the more reason why...
I just thought to myself, Teeny, I thought...
Uh-huh.
Why don't you paint your daddy some pretty colors so he'll look nice for Easter?
Oh.
He's been such a good egg. Oh, it's stopped raining now, mister. So long.
So long.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Saturday Date.
Here's Henri. My goodness, I'm so anxious to get in there.
Yeah, hey, he can't be doing much business. He's only got one dress in the window. Down at the Bonton, they got 50 of them. I don't see why. Oh, hi there, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. Hey, what you doing downtown?
Well, I'm getting a new dress for Easter, Mr. Old-Timer. I suppose you'll be out Sunday morning to join the Easter parade?
No, I sure will, daughter. I love parades. Steam calliopes, tootling fellas with red coats and boat hooks and elephants. Sure brings back memories.
Yeah?
Used to be with a circus, till my feet got burned too bad.
Well, how did your feet get burned so bad?
Well, they used to shoot me out of a cannon, and one day they used too much gunpowder.
You mean they fired you and then you quit?
Son, it was no joking matter.
No?
I had a feeling something was wrong that sultry afternoon in Fort Wayne, Indiana in July 1889. I crawled down into the cannon while the crowds cheered. Then I heard the fellow pouring in the gunpowder, the scratch of a match, and boom.
Yes?
Next thing I knew, I was 8,000 feet over Cleveland, Ohio, headed northeast, with my shoes burned off and 3 friends back in my dressing room waiting to play pinochle.
Spoiled the whole game.
Be that as it may, and speaking of parades as I used to carry the front of the bass drum, too.
Yeah?
But I had to give that up too hard on my ears.
Oh, yes, they're pretty noisy, all right.
No, the noise didn't bother me, but the fellow that walked behind and played the drum had such long arms he liked to beat my ears off.
You should have stood in bed and pounded your own ear.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says, seen my wife lately? She's had her face lifted. Is that so? Says t'other feller. Now, who'd ever steal a thing like that?
Well, let's go in and order my Easter creation, dearie. I'm so impatient. I wonder what Henri will want to make for me. Come on.
Wow. What a shop. Some stuff. Wow. Is this an extra thick carpet, or is this joint built on quicksand? I'm in it up to my ankles, Molly. I kept...
McGee,
Huh?
look.
Huh?
Mrs. McDonald and those other women over there.
Huh?
What are they staring at me for? Is my slip showing or something?
No, and even if it was and you were wearing army boots, you'd still look better than any of them biddies. Look at him whispering. Talk about cats. I'm glad I ain't carrying a can of salmon. I bet you, by George, they're...
Oh, bonjour, Madame and Monsieur. You are perhaps wishing an appointment with the great Henri, no?
Look, sis. It's been 30 years since I was in France, and my parler français has lost some of its boo. Now, let's keep this in broken English, shall we?
Monsieur is pleased to make a joke. Your husband, Madame, il est très joli.
Oh, you ought to see him at a party with mayonnaise in his hair. Trying to flip a spoon into a water glass. Well, miss, I'd like to see Henri, please. Tell him Mr. and Mrs. Fibber McGee want to see him.
Yeah, my wife won the contest, sis. Henri's going to whip her up something for Easter.
Oh, Madame McGee.
Yes.
Oh, nay, oui, Madame. Henri didn't expect you. He is at the moment in conference, but I will tell him that you are here.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't like the idea, Henri. I thought it was a pretty clever stunt myself.
McGee, look, it's Mr. Wilcox. Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Who? Oh, hi, Junior.
Well, what are you two doing down here?
I brought Molly down to have a dress designed for Easter, Junior. What's your excuse?
Oh, I had a great idea for Henri, pal,
Yeah?
but he can't see it.
Oh.
And he's supposed to pride himself on being original.
Well, maybe he likes to think them up himself, Mr. Wilcox. Say, you don't mean you're designing dresses for him.
No, I just had an idea for a material, Molly. One of those prints that are so popular for spring. I think it'd be wonderful for hostess gowns particularly, and I'd call it the hospitality print.
Oh, that sounds good, Junior. Weave us a yard or two.
Well, it'll be a series of tiny scenes, you see.
Uh-huh.
First, a print of a housewife looking dejected, sort of downcast, with a section of dingy-looking linoleum at her feet. Then a picture of a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, and the words, no rubbing, no buffing. Then along the side of the gown would be the same housewife smiling, and the same linoleum, but with a high, glistening glow coat shine on it. The sort of beautiful new look that only Johnson's self-polishing glow coat can give your linoleum so easily. It'd be swell on a glazed chintz.
But Mr. Wilcox...
I figure he could line the gown in a contrasting color, you see, with a design of cans of glow coat rampant on a field of gleaming faces, indicating the happiness that glow coat brings and the warm hospitality which would give the print its name.
Yeah.
Along the hem, he could embroider Harlow Wilcox, representative. And maybe my phone number. Nothing vulgar, you understand. Just a small handwork signature.
Look, hey. Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal.
Do me a favor, will you?
I'd like to, pal, but I've got to go.
That's it.
Oh, so long, Molly.
Well, I wonder when we'll see Henri, McGee. My goodness, I haven't been so nervous since graduation.
Nervous?
You know, the women in this town are just scared to death of him.
Pata, no frilly little minuet dancing ruffle duster's going to scare us, kiddo. What's to be scared about?
Well, they say he's terribly temperamental. If he doesn't like a customer...
Monsieur Henri will see you now, madame. Please, 2 steps this way.
Oh, yeah.
Announcing Monsieur and Madame McGee.
Oui.
Entrez. S'il vous plaît.
Oui.
Well, heavenly days. So you're Henri.
You know this guy, Molly?
Well, I should.
Huh?
Remember the night we went to the Western movie and the man next to me spilled his popcorn all over us? Well, this is him.
And you're Ms. McGee. Well, it sure is a small world, ain't it? Well, howdy, McGee. Sit down. Say, it's a nice-looking suit you got on there.
You like this suit, Henri? January clear sale at the Bonton, $35 with 2 vests. I wear out a lot of vests because I'm an elk and my elk's tooth swings back and forth like a pendulum. I like the 6 buttons on the cuff, Henri.
Hey, that's real tricky. I sure like the way that coat drapes, too.
Well, I'm kind of fussy about how my coats hang around the chest, Hank. Not a bad-looking pair of pants you got on there, too, either. Them reverse pleats?
Yep, I always wear reverse pleats. Get thick in the waist around my age, and the pleats kind of soften up the outline. You wear belt or galluses?
Suspenders.
Oh. Me, too. The pants hang better.
I thought
I like that button-down shirt collar you got on there, too, Hank. That's nice.
Well, thanks. It's mighty comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Ms. McGee. Here's a magazine you can read while we talk.
What? Well, I don't want to read a magazine. I came down here to get a dress designed, remember?
Oh, my gosh, she did it, that, Henri.
Oh, sure. Well, now then, Ms. McGee, I'm going to design you something real pretty. Eloise, get me a bowl of that bengaline and whatever else is laying around out there, except Mrs. McDonald, and drag that dress for me in here. And hang up my beret, will you?
Oui, Henri. Bengaline and whatever else.
Well, now, let me see, folks. Take a look at these patterns. Here's one I done for Miss McDonald. She's the president of the bank's wife, and she was real tickled with it.
Liked it, did she?
No, she hated it. Huh? Tickled her so much she kept laughing in church. Kind of fuzzy material.
Well, Hank, I think you and I are going to get along. Now, here's my idea for a dress for my wife. Now, suppose we take a few yards of décolleté, sweep it up the shoulder in a sort of a percale bodice with a line gusset to offset the dirndl.
Now, McGee, I don't
Well, now, McGee, I sure would consider that idea a long time before I threw it out. Mabel, my pincushion. Okay, Miss McGee, now take off your coat. Now, let me see here. I think maybe a nice suit, full skirt with a fitted jacket and some peplum. Billy Mills Orchestra and the King's Men salute the Academy Award-winning Zippity-Doo-Dah.
Open your mouth without a song, jump right out of it. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird's on my shoulder. It is the truth. It's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Zip, 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 zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. sunshine head my way. Zippity-doo-dah-doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mr. Bluebird's on my shoulder. It's really true. It's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. What a wonderful feeling when you're feeling this way. What a wonderful zippity-doo-dah.
Now then, Miss McGee, we'll just pin it up a little higher on the left shoulder and drape it a little more around the left hip. There you are. Now take a look into the mirror.
Why, that's beautiful, Henri. Simply beautiful.
Well, George.
And all with a handful of cloth and a mouthful of pins.
Well, that's going to make a mighty handsome suit, Henri. Well, thanks, folks. Glad you like it. Eloise, take Miss McGee's measurements. Show her the best linings and buttons we got in the place. You just trot along at the fitting room with Eloise, Miss McGee.
All right, thank you. Lead on, Eloise.
Boy, you sure know your stuff, Hank, old man. Where'd you pick it up? You really from Paris? Twice. Huh? Yes, sir. I was born in Paris, Illinois, and run me a ladies' tailor shop in Paris, France in 1919. Oh. Lost my discharge papers, so I had to grow me a beard and get an accent and hide behind a dress form, see? Then I found I had a talent for it, and here I am. Oh, what do you know? I'm doing so good I could afford to throw away the accent. I was a kind of...
Hello, Henri. I was just... Oh, hello, McGee.
Hi, Doc. What are you doing here?
Well, I always go through Henri's shop on my way to the hospital. It's a short cut.
Oh?
Out the back of the post office, through Joe's Coke and Smoke, through Henri's place, around the filling station, and there I am.
Hospital?
Mm-hmm. Well, how is it, Henri?
Oh, just swell, Doc. Have a chair and roll yourself a cigarette. Here's the makings.
I haven't got time, thanks.
Well, how's business with you, bag bitches? I understand you worked some miraculous cures at the hospital last month by taking a week off.
That is a lie, and you know it. Those people would have gotten well anyhow. So what are you doing in here?
I'm going to have Henri make Molly an outfit for Easter.
Hey, that's pretty expensive, isn't it?
The best is none too good for my wife, boy. Expense is no object. Hardly. No, sir. It's only money. That's what I always say.
Oh, brother, listen to little string saver. Rhinestone Jim Brady. You don't impress me, Pinch Nickel. I happen to know you're so tight-fisted you didn't buy gloves all winter. You got out your golf clubs and used the mittens off your driver and your brassy.
Oh, now, Doc. Oh, let him talk, Hank. Let him rave. He ain't what you might call a swift man with a buck himself. The taxi drivers around town call him No-Tip Gamble, the man with the even change. I don't believe that, McGee.
Oh, thanks, partner. Well, I look forward to seeing Molly in the Easter parade, Henri. Followed at 5 paces by our little Lucius Booby in that pinstripe awning he uses for a sport coat. I mean, the one with the belted back that ought to be belted right back to the sweatshop it came from.
Now, let's not get started on clothes again, fat boy. Incidentally, what do you do in a couple of weeks from now when Ringling Brothers start on the road and want their tents back?
Well, I just...
Well, I guess everything is all set, Henri. And thank you very much. Come on, McGee, let's... Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, my dear. Can I give you a lift as far as the front door?
Oh, no, thank you, Doctor. I just want to...
Oh, excuse me, folks. Henri is speaking. Well, now, Miss McDonald, that's kind of an embarrassing question for me to ask. Ain't ethical. Mrs. McDonald, she's one of them women that was whispering about you when you come in, Molly.
Probably wants to know if Henri has any material that'll make her complexion look like Molly's.
Yeah?
She has an epidermis that looks like it had been sprayed for fruit flies.
Now, you just hold the phone, Miss McDonald. Hey, Miss McGee, Miss McDonald wants to know who made that dress you got on. She'll give me $500 to make her one just like it. Now, don't tell me if you don't want her. Tell him, kiddo.
Did I tell him? Well, I made it myself, Henri.
Yeah.
When we needed slip covers for the Davenport, McGee ordered too much material, so I used what was left for a dress.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Hello, Miss McDonald. That model was an original Sophie. That's right, and it can't be duplicated. I'm sorry, Miss McDonald. Well, I'll have your outfit ready for Easter, Miss McGee.
Thank you, Henri.
Hey, Doc, You want to get in the Easter parade with Molly and me? Molly can wear her new creation, and you and I will walk behind her carrying the Davenport, huh?
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. A friend of mine, a businessman who doesn't have much to do with housekeeping, helped his wife wax some furniture the other day. He told me about it later. He said, it's amazing how much satisfaction I got out of putting Johnson's paste wax on that table and then buffing it to a beautiful shining luster. Well, I know just how he felt. It's a very satisfying experience. You start out with a dull, ordinary-looking table, and after a little buffing, you have a table glowing and gleaming with a rich, warm, mellow glow. And then, too, it's good to know that the furniture and floors you wax with genuine Johnson's wax will stay beautiful. That shining film of tough wax will protect them and make them easy to keep clean. A quick wipe with a dry cloth will remove all dust and dirt and spilled things. And you'll have added reasons to be proud of your home if you bring out all its beauty with genuine Johnson's paste wax.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably know that the song Zippity-Doo-Dah won an Oscar during the recent Motion Picture Academy Awards.
Yes, Ken Darby and our own King's Men featured it in Walt Disney's Song of the South. And we're very proud that tonight they sang the same arrangement that Ken made for the picture.
A good boy. Good night.
Good night, all.
The makers of Johnson's Wax Products, Racine, Wisconsin, bring you Fiddle McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ NBC in Chicago.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zuki.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
A few days ago, the whole country was filled with a festive holiday spirit. 129,999,999 people had a great time. Only one person had a miserable day. And who was that one person? You guessed it, Mel Blanc. It all started with the annual Easter egg hunt in Mel Blanc's little town. It seems that the local merchants offered cash prizes to anyone who found an egg with their ad written on it. And Mel Blanc would... Well, let's start at the beginning. It was just an ordinary day, and young couples were discussing the weather. In the park, a couple was saying,
"Oh, Dave, it's 2 weeks past spring."
Yes, and it's about time I gave you a kiss.
And in another part of town could be heard,
"Oh, Will, it's 2 weeks past spring."
"Yes, it's about time I gave you a kiss." And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where we find Mel and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, Betty is saying,
"Oh, Mel, it's 2 weeks past spring."
Yes, and it's about time I stopped wearing my long winter underwear.
That was Mel Blanc in a romantic mood. But now we find Mel and Betty discussing a more serious topic.
Say, by the way, Mel, how's business?
Well, Betty, it started out terrible, and it's been falling off ever since. There just doesn't seem to be any more fix-it work in this town.
You mean you fixed everything so it can't be broken again?
No, I've broken everything so it can't be fixed again. Well, I'm in a sad way financially, Betty.
Well, have you tried getting a GI loan?
Yeah, but I can't find a GI who wants to give me a loan.
Stop being silly. Can't you get what you need at the bank?
Well, not anymore. Mr. Grimes, the banker, told me not to come back again.
Well, how can you get a loan without the bank?
Easy. I just fill my pen at the post office.
Gosh, Mel, you really are broke.
Betty, I'm so broke that yesterday when I weighed myself, the penny came back with a card saying, "Here, you need it more than we do."
Oh, Mel, stop being such a defeatist. If you only advertise the Fix-It shop more, you'd do a lot better business. I'll bet you haven't even got an egg in the egg hunt.
Oh, yes, I have, Betty. It's marked Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, and if anybody finds it, they get a prize.
Well, Blum's Candies is offering $25 for their egg, and my father's supermarket's offering $50 for his egg. What are you giving with your egg?
Bacon and a side order of potatoes. Either that or $1 in cash.
Oh, $1. Mel, no wonder you never get anywhere, and Father doesn't think anything of you.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Father.
Hello, Mr. Colby.
Mel Blanc, you idiot. I asked you to fix my cash register. What have you done to it?
Well, gosh, Mr. Colby, I ran out of parts, so I substituted them with some from a jukebox I was fixing.
A jukebox? No wonder.
Why? What happened to the cash register?
Plenty. Every time I ring up a nickel, it plays How Are Things in Glockamore. Mel Blanc, you're a failure and a moral.
Oh, but Mr. Colby...
Believe me, I'm telling you this for your own good. Oh, I wish someone had taken the trouble to tell me how to become a fine, decent, upstanding citizen when I was young.
Well, gosh, Mr. Colby, maybe it isn't too late yet.
What? Why, you imbecile. You talk that way to me. Why, I'll bet the cigar I'm smoking costs more than you've made all week.
Oh, I wouldn't be too sure of that, Mr. Colby. I wouldn't be too sure. How much did it cost?
Well, maybe I was too hasty. 10 cents.
Maybe I was too hasty. You win.
Just as I thought. And what, may I ask, are you offering to the one who finds your egg in the contest? A quarter?
No, $1. No, $100.
$100? Well, Mel, my son, if you can afford to offer $100, you must be going places.
Yeah, I wonder if I can make the next train to Mexico. I mean,
well, I certainly would like to know where your egg is hidden, you nincom... Come to see us anytime, Mel. Come, Betty. Let's go. Goodbye, future son-in-law.
Goodbye, future. Oh, what a fix I got myself into. $100. Where can I get that much money? Maybe I can go to Joe's pawn shop and talk to him about my watch. Nah, Joe won't give it back to me. I gotta do something.
Hello, Mel. How are you?
Oh, Professor Potchnick, my favorite teacher. You look peeved about something, Professor.
I am. I was sitting in the park and some kids were painting Easter eggs. Then I dozed off for a while.
What happened?
When I woke up, my nose was red, white, and blue. Mel, you don't look so good yourself. What's the matter?
Oh, Professor, I'm in terrible trouble. I need money.
Mel, my boy, I would give you the shirt off my back. And it would fit you, too, because it's your shirt.
Thanks, Potch.
You know me, Mel. Money never meant a thing to me. When I first married my wife, I never worried about money. If she asked for $5, I'm letting her have it. If she needed 10, I'm letting her have it. If she needed 100, I'm letting her have it.
Well, why were you so generous with your money?
I said no, she's letting me have it.
Professor, I need $100 to pay the person who finds my egg.
You too? The Chamber of Commerce talked me into entering my egg for $50. I haven't got the money either. What do we... Say, Mel, I got an idea.
What is it?
I'll find your egg and you'll find my egg. It's a regular egg and I. You're Fred McMurray and I'm Claudette Colbert.
Professor, that's a great idea. My egg is almost impossible to find. I hid it in a place no one would ever think of. The egg bin in Mr. Colby's supermarket. Who would ever have thought of that?
Me, that's where I hid mine. Well, now we got nothing to worry about.
Yep, you save $50 and I save $100. Oh, I'll get the phone. Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop. You bend it, we mend it.
This is the mayor's office, Mr. Blank. We've just issued a new ruling.
Yes?
Any merchant offering a prize in the contest cannot take part in the egg hunt.
What? You mean I can't find Professor Potchnick's egg and he can't find mine?
That's right. Goodbye.
Professor, did you hear that?
Hear it? I've already passed out and come to. Mel, what are you going to do?
Professor, as soon as I come to, I'm going to pass out.
just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now, Victor Miller, the sportsman, and If This Isn't Love.
What we've got to tell you is entirely confidential at this moment. A secret, we've got a little secret. Shh, a secret kind of secret. We're aching for to shout it to every daffodil and tell the world about it. In fact, we think we will. If this isn't love, the whole world is crazy. If this isn't love, I'm daft as a daisy. With moons all around and cows jumping over. And cows are jumping all over. There's something amiss, and we'll eat our hats if this isn't love. We're feeling like an apple on top of William Tell. With this I cannot grapple. Because you're so adorable. If this isn't love, then winter is summer, autumn, spring, and fall. If this isn't love, my heart needs a plumber, and that isn't all. We're swinging on stars, we're riding on rainbows, we're busting with bliss, and we'll kiss your hand if this isn't love.
Back to Mel Blanc and trouble again, as usual. To make a good impression on Mr. Colby, Mel offered $100 to anyone finding his egg in the annual egg hunt, and now Mel has got to get the money back in some way or pay $100, which he doesn't have. But now to add to Mel's troubles, along comes Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Hartley. What do you know?
Only what every girl tells me. Hartley, you're wonderful. Hartley, you're beautiful. Hartley, you're adorable. Mel, boy, it'll break the heart of every girl who calls, but I'm taking myself to Niagara Falls.
Oh, Hartley, the way you rave, you'd think every woman was crazy about you.
Well, form your own conclusion, Mel, but the telephone company comes to me for their phone numbers. In fact, statistics show that last year, 200 women dialed the operator and said, I want a policeman. 400 women said, I want a fireman. And 28,749 said, I want Hartley Benson. I tell you, Mel, it's gotten so that I can't keep my receiver on the hook, and it's cramping my style.
Why?
Well, as soon as I'm out with a girl, 3 minutes, I say, deposit another 5 cents, please.
You must get plenty of slugs.
Mel, old boy, you'll need more than slugs to pay the $100 to the person finding your egg. Well, how can you afford so much? Look, old boy, look at the way you're dressed.
Hardly, Benson, I'm dressed in the latest style. When I get a letter, it's addressed to Mel Blanc, Esquire.
Well, you may have that distinction, Mel, old boy, but when I get a letter, it's addressed to Hartley Benson, Woman's Home Companion. So you see, Mel, I'm practically a household necessity.
So is a mousetrap.
Now, that's getting very nasty. And to you I say, Now that I've blown my top, I must go. And I leave you with the two most beautiful words in the English language, Hartley Benson. Goodbye, old Mel. Nice old seeing you.
What an old character. Bet if he could get his parents' consent, he'd marry himself. Oh, but that still doesn't solve the problem of how to get my egg out of Mr. Colby's egg bin.
Hello, Mel.
Hello, mighty potentate. Ugga. Say, mighty potentate, I noticed the flag flying at half-mast outside your house. Are you commemorating some tragic event?
Oh, yes, Mel. My wedding anniversary.
Oh, too bad. I mean, congratulations. How long have you and your wife been married, mighty pote?
Yesterday, Mel, was the 20th round. I tell you, Mel, I'd been better off I'd married John L. Sullivan. John fought clean. I'll never forget the day we were married. It was in 1929.
Well, that's the year of the big crash.
Yeah. It looked as though the whole thing fell on my wife's face. Mel, I should have known there was something wrong at the ceremony. You know how on the back of every bridal auto it says, just married?
Yeah?
On the back of our car it said, condemned.
Mighty potentate, how come I wasn't invited to your anniversary party?
Well, Mel, I tell you, it was just for relatives and my wife's friends. Naturally, we had only relatives. What a party. When I carved the turkey, my wife stood next to me and she said, John, carve the wing for Cousin George. Now carve for Uncle Leon. Carve Tom. And carve me. Gad, what a temptation.
Well, what part of the turkey did you finally carve for your wife?
Ha! I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, buck up, mighty potentate. You think you've got troubles. I've got a $100 egg in Colby's egg bin. How can I get it back without Colby recognizing me?
Well, that's easy, Mel. You're good at disguises. Make believe you're an out-of-town farmer buying some eggs. You'll get it back.
Say, that's a great idea. Thanks, mighty potentate.
Well, so long, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Oh, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see my favorite brunette, or I can go home and look under the wig I'm married to.
Now to get down to Colby's supermarket. A farmer. Wonder how I sound as a farmer. Hello, Colby, old Say, sounds just right. Oh, but Mr. Colby might not let me pick out the eggs I want. I know. I'll send Zuki over to distract his attention in some other part of the supermarket while I pick out my egg. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
Hello, Mr. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. How long is it till Christmas?
Well, Zuki, what can I do for you?
Well, I want a bottle of homogeneous. Elsie's best. and I also want some cheese.
Oh, well, what kind?
It's American cheddar pot. No, make it Swiss.
Oh, how much?
Well, slice it until I tell you to stop.
Oh, okay. You say when.
Well? Stop already. You slice through all the cheese and 2 salamis. Hey, Mr. Colby, why are you hanging around the egg bin?
Well, to tell you the truth, Rookie, I've got my $50 egg hidden in that bin, and I'm not letting anybody get near it.
What?
Oh, excuse me, Rookie. I see another customer coming in. Pardon me. Well, may I help you, sir?
Howdy, Bob. Hey, think the rain will hurt the alfalfa?
I take it you're a farmer.
Yep. I've been milking cows all my life. It's all I ever done, milk cows. Getting so I can't shake a man's hand without putting a pail under it. Oh, but I can't complain. Milking cows pays me a good salary.
Oh, what do you make?
Pull down about 50 a week. Now, I think I'll take a dozen eggs.
Eggs?
Yeah.
Just a second. Why would a farmer buy eggs? Don't you have any chicken?
Oh, sure. In fact, my chickens lay a lot of eggs. I put a radio in the chicken coop, and it made one chicken lay 50 eggs in one day.
A chicken laid 50 eggs in one day because of a radio?
Yep. She got so interested in one program, she dropped everything.
Well, then, what do you want the eggs for?
Well, we use the eggs for hatching purposes. Got me a setting hen. Yeah, she was setting on some eggs when she took sick, and I had to sit on the eggs myself for a week.
What happened?
Have a cigar. Yeah, I'm also having a lot of trouble with my Rhode Island Red.
Trouble with your Rhode Island Red?
Yep, she's being investigated by Congress. Now I'll take my eggs.
All right, but I'll pick them out for you.
You'll pick them out for me. Well, don't bother. I'll be back.
What am I going to do now? I got it. I'm desperate. I'll hold him up. I'll take one of these bananas off the stand, wrap a handkerchief around it, and use it as my gun. And I'll put a handkerchief over my face, too. Say, it's a good thing Mother taught me to be neat. Always carry 2 hankies. Well, here I go.
Stick 'em up, Colby. This is a holdup.
Oh, don't shoot, mister. Take my money, take my clothes, take my jewelry.
I want none of those.
Well, what do you want?
Your eggs.
My eggs?
Yeah, I steal them all the time. I'm an egg yake.
What?
You've heard of the James boys, Frank and Jesse? Well, I'm one of their brothers.
Well, how come I never heard of you?
I always stayed in the house.
What's your name?
Home James.
This whole thing sounds highly ridiculous.
Careful now, Colby. I got you covered.
Oh, is that so? Give me that gun.
Be careful, Mr. Colby. You're bending it.
I'm bending it?
Yeah, this isn't really a gun. It's one of your bananas.
Oh, Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
But, Mel, how did you get out of paying $100 for your egg?
Well, you see, Betty, when your father found out it was me, he got so excited he dropped all the eggs.
Oh, then the egg hunt didn't cost you a penny.
Well, not exactly, Betty. It cost me 10 cents.
10 cents?
Yeah, your father made me pay for the banana.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and
That's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
A CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I hope you're ready for a long journey, because we're going to take you to a faraway place called Easter Island. It's an island in the South Pacific, which has fascinated the world's explorers for centuries. What makes Easter Island so intriguing is the mystery of its great stone gods. Carved out of volcanic rock, these gigantic idols, 30 to 60 feet high, stand upturned to the sky, perhaps to worship, or perhaps to wait. What are they waiting for? What can explain the mystery of the statues? You may hear the answer in this story of Jobo. Who is Jobo?
Daddy, just look at this photograph. Please.
Well, some other time I'll know, all right?
But look at this man. Don't you see what I see?
Doesn't look very bright, does he?
Don't you see the resemblance? He looks like an Easter Island god.
Our mystery drama, Jobo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The gods of Easter Island. Mammoth figures hacked out of stone with primitive hand tools. Hundreds of them. They were all alike. Long-eared, long-nosed, thin-bodied figures with a topknot of red stone balanced on their heads. When the Dutch Admiral Roggeveen first landed on the island on an Easter Sunday in 1922, he met the descendants of the people who had built the statues. Most of them were pure Polynesian, and the island was dotted with dozens of secret caves, shelters created as refuges against some unknown invader. To this day, no one knows what they feared. But some people, like the well-known archaeologist Professor John Tillotson, had theories.
David, it's very good of you to come all the way from Boston. I hope you find it worthwhile.
Well, if I can get to see your daughter, Professor, that'll make it worthwhile all by itself.
Well, Alma's upstairs working on that thesis of hers, as usual. I'm hoping she'll join us for dinner, however. Oh, here's what I want to show you. It's on my desk someplace here. Yes, there it is. Look at it, Dave.
It's a miniature Easter Island statue, right?
Well, that's what it looks like to me. Only not made of stone, as you can see. It's metal.
Very nice. If you like ugly-looking statues.
Ugly? Oh, well, yes, I suppose some people would find these faces grotesque. But I've been living with them for such a long time, they're almost beautiful to me. Anyway, there's something very unusual about this statue.
What's that?
It appears to be indestructible.
Well, are you kidding?
I'm not a metallurgist, of course, so I know nothing about the properties of the thing, but I've studied it. And that was the conclusion.
Slow down now. Where'd you get this thing in the first place?
Well, it was sent to me as a gift by Everett Kloorman. You know Professor Kloorman, don't you?
Oh, sure. I met him right in this room a couple of years ago. Come to think of it, you were talking about Easter Island that night.
Yeah, that's right. I got Everett all upset. I told him that I believed the original inhabitants of Rapa Nui, that's what the natives call the island, were indeed Polynesians.
And the red-headed types, they were the descendants of an alien invader, right?
Yes, that seems only too obvious, doesn't it?
But as I recall it, you thought the invader came from outer space.
Yeah, well, I suppose I was only joking that night. But it was possible, wasn't it? The islanders worshipped the sun and venerated birds. That might have been because of the spaceship. The bird which came from the sun. I meant it as a joke until Everett sent me this thing. This statue he bought from an Easter Island native who swore on his ancestors that he removed it from the belly of a large fish.
Like Jonah.
Now, Dave, let me read you Sam Schaefer's letter.
Who?
An old schoolmate, now head of the Schaefer Metals Laboratory in Chicago. Dear John, says he, for the love of heaven, will you tell me where this thing came from? If it's a joke, I give up. Our people could not melt it, dent it, even scratch it with diamond tools. It's the hardest metal I've encountered in a lifetime of study, John, and you must contact me at once.
Sounds weird, all right. Let me see that thing again.
Here.
Daddy, was there any mail for... Oh. Hello, Dave. I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Alma. How are you?
Fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, it's all right. I'm glad to see you again.
I was just telling Dave about my new Easter Island mystery.
Oh, yes. Statue. Isn't it incredible, Dave?
It is incredible if it's true.
Of course it is. Sam Schaefer said so.
Well, even scientists make mistakes.
See, Daddy, I told you Dave would be negative.
Now, wait a minute. I didn't say I was negative. I'm just trying to...
If I didn't have my darn thesis to finish, I'd go on this expedition with Daddy, and he wouldn't need you.
Expedition? What are you talking about?
Well, Dave, I'm afraid that was the real reason I asked you to come over today. I'm thinking of making another journey to Rapa Nui. I was wondering if you might care to come along.
A journey? Well, there's nothing I'd like better, but... Well, the South Pacific is a long way from
Daddy,
here.
I came in to ask about the mill. Was there anything for
me?
me?
Yes, there was. Let's see. It's right on my desk.
Everything's on that desk of yours, including the breakfast you never finished.
Here it is. Seems to be some out-of-town newspaper.
Oh, good. I've been waiting for this.
The Tennessee Times-Dispatch. You have friends in Tennessee, Alma?
I might have. Excuse me, I have to look for something.
Dave, I don't expect you to make up your mind on the spot. I'm sure you have other commitments.
Well, there's nothing I can't get out of.
Why? Here's what?
The story I was looking for. I saw an AP pickup on the story in the local paper, but there were so few details, and the photograph was such a blur that... Well, anyway, I sent for the original edition.
What's the story about?
About a farm boy or something like that. His name is Job Haley. Daddy, just look at this photograph. Don't you see the resemblance? He looks like an Easter Island god.
The people in this house have got Easter Island on the brain.
Well, just look at it closely, Daddy. Look at that long face, the ears, the nose, the hair. Oh, I knew he'd be a redhead, and he is.
What does the headline say?
It says, Superman in the Backwoods. Question mark.
Oh, Alma, this is ridiculous. You're so interested in not wasting time, and here you are.
Let me read you the story, okay? It's dated last week, and it says, Chief County lies buried in the hills of Tennessee, and develops its own legends and heroes. One local legend was brought to public attention this week with the arrest of Job Haley, 24, a 6'6", 180-pound red-headed farmhand whose unusual strength has long been a subject of local wonderment.
Oh, well, that's quite enough now.
Please, Daddy, let me finish. Job Haley, known as Jobo, by the residents of Chief County, is reputed to have the strength of 6 men and proved it to the misfortune of a Nashville professional wrestler named Lou Dappler.
Well, Alma, please, I just don't see the point of this interruption.
But you do see a point in that statue, don't you?
Well, if one thing has nothing to do with another.
Well, the only reason you want to make this ridiculous journey to the South Pacific, bad health and all, is because of a chunk of metal that happens to look like an Easter Island god.
Well, what's wrong with that?
But, Daddy, I am showing you a living, breathing human who looks like your statue. Well, doesn't that mean anything to you? Maybe this farm boy's folks came from Polynesia originally.
All the way to the hills of Tennessee? Alma, what do you expect me to do about this resemblance? It's surely just a coincidence.
And the fact that he's stronger than 6 men? All right. You 2 scientists go on your expedition, and I will go on mine.
What are you talking about?
When you go to Easter Island, Daddy, I am going to Tennessee.
Please sit down, Miss Tillotson.
Oh, thank you.
My name is Dr. Richmond, by the way. I'm attached to the psychiatric section of the Cumberland Hospital. The court asked me to examine young Job Haley.
It was very good of you to talk to me, Doctor.
Well, since you've come such a long way on this matter, although I'm not clear what your interest is.
Oh, I'm not sure myself. I'm simply very curious to meet Job Haley. See, I'm writing a paper for my doctorate, and one of the subjects I'm dealing with is, well, I guess you'd call it myths.
Well, I'm afraid you've been listening to a lot of silly stories, Miss Tillotson.
You mean it isn't true? I mean about Jobo and his superhuman strength?
Oh, I'm sure he's a strong young man, all right, but I'd say he's definitely subnormal in other ways.
Oh?
It's plainly a form of microcephaly, limited cranial development.
Oh.
And from what we've learned of his paternity, the trait is recessive.
Oh, you think that he might be a moron?
Well, would you like to talk to Jobo yourself? He's right outside.
Oh, yes, I would.
Fine. I was about to give him one of the standard intelligence tests. Excuse me. Come in, Jobo.
Yes, sir.
Jobo, I'd like you to meet Miss Alma Tillotson. She'd like to hear a little bit about you.
How do you do, miss?
Hello, Jobo. I'm sorry to hear what happened. I mean about that man you hurt.
Well, I didn't mean to hurt him. That's what I told him, miss. I was running to get Doc Blaze on account of my ma was sick, and that feller was in the way of it. He jumped on me and wanted to wrestle me, and I didn't have time for it.
Are you sure that's what happened, Jobo? The witnesses say you attacked first. Do you ever lie, Jobo?
Oh, no, sir, I never lie. The Lord wouldn't like that.
Jobo, you remember anything about your father?
No, sir. I don't know any kinfolks. Now that my ma's dead, ain't nobody loves me now.
Your mother's dead?
Yes, she died that same day.
Oh.
The day Jobo got into trouble.
Yeah, well, that man got in the way, you see, and that's why I have to hurt him so bad.
Is it true that you're very, very strong?
You were angry that day. That's why you were so strong, wasn't it, Jobo?
If you say so, Doctor.
Well, now, let's take that little test I told you about, Jobo. You see this box full of wooden pieces? Well, the box is full of holes. Some of them are square-shaped. Some of them are round-shaped. Now, the square pieces fit into the square holes, and the round pieces fit into the round holes. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is a square piece. See? Now, will it fit into this round hole?
Yes, sir.
No, Jobo. The answer is no. It won't fit in the round hole.
Yes, sir. It'll fit.
All right, Jobo, you try it yourself and see.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, there it is. Fits real fine.
Good Lord. You just squeezed it into the square hole.
Well, did I do wrong, Doctor?
I think he's just as strong as they say, Doctor. And maybe a great deal smarter.
And so, while her father and his associate prepare for a trip to the South Pacific, Alma Tillotson has made a pilgrimage of her own to visit the strange young man named Jobo. Is his resemblance to the gods of Easter Island only a coincidence? We'll find out when we continue in just a few minutes. A silent ship creeps through the darkening blue waters surrounding the lava-strewn coast of Easter Island. At the rail of the trawler, Professor John Tillotson stands and looks at the shoreline. Even now, he can see the silhouettes of the mysterious stone monoliths that stand sentry on the island. He's seen them before, but now, instead of excitement, the professor feels nothing but gloom. Outer space aliens. How could such a wild notion be true?
Professor, I found the man. Oh, the guy who sold Professor Klurman that metal statue we sent you. His name is Pakar. Pakar, over here.
Yes, sir.
The reason we had so much trouble trying to contact Pakar from the States was because he was in jail.
Oh, that doesn't sound very promising, does it? Does he speak English?
Yes, senor. I speak English. I have done nothing wrong. The charges against me were false. I have many enemies on this island.
It's all right, Pakar. We're not here to make trouble for you. Dave, get the statue out of my gear.
Right.
Pakar, do you remember a man named Klurman? A professor? He was an old man with a short white beard who visited the island last year.
You sold him this thing.
Yes. I remember now. But the price he paid was fair. The sacred things of our forefathers have great value.
All we want to know is where you found it.
I cannot remember.
Well, you told him you took it from a giant fish.
Yes. Perhaps that is so.
And perhaps it isn't. Look, Pakar, $50 American. Does that help you to remember the truth?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I do remember now. This statue came from the cave of Hotu Matua himself, senor, a first ancestor. I am the only one on Rapa Nui who knows where this cave is, and I have been entrusted with the secret by my Aku.
Your personal spirit told you where the cave is?
Oh, yes, senor. Do not ask me to reveal it. This cave holds much mana, senor, sacred magic. The other sacred things of our ancestors are all of stone and wood. But the things of Hotu Matua himself are things of silver.
You're lying, Pakar. There isn't a cave on Easter Island that hasn't been thoroughly explored by now.
No one has seen this cave. I swear to you.
And there are other things of metal in this cave?
Yes, senor. But my Aku is a jealous spirit, and it guards the cave against all but me. No, I cannot take you there.
Well, what would it take to convince you? How much?
Oh, it cannot be, senor.
Well, if you're not lying to me, Pakar, I'll pay you $200 American. And if I find another metal object in this cave, an object like this one, I will pay you $500.
$500?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are you waiting for?
Dear Alma, I had to write you this letter as soon as I could to tell you some astounding news. Dave and I have made a discovery. The cave that we entered today was located within sight of the old stone quarry of Ranoraraku. It was the private hiding place of a professional thief named Pakar. But that wasn't the most interesting part of our exploration. Because our friend Pakar removed a smoothly fitted block of stone and led us to an inner chamber. This auxiliary room was an archaeologist's paradise, my dear Alma. It was crammed with cave stones, well-cut pieces in the shapes of mythical beasts, the heads of gods and women. But then, Paccard showed us his most important possession. It was a bright silvery disk which lay in the stone lap of a small seated idol. If it turns out to be made of the same indestructible metal, Alma, I don't know whether this trip has been a total failure or an astonishing success. But Dave and I are returning home to find out. I hope you're home when we get there, and still not visiting your friend Jobo.
Well, Jobo, how have you been?
Well, I've been all right, miss. Yourself?
Oh, I've just been very anxious to talk to you alone, Jobo. That first day wasn't very satisfactory. I mean, I still don't understand what this is all about.
Well, I hurt somebody bad, miss. That's what it is. Mm-hmm. And the Lord says an eye for an eye, although I don't expect they'll take my arm off the way they had to that wrestler fellow.
Oh, yes, I heard they had to amputate. I'm so sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, too. Like I said, I never meant to hurt anybody. Usually when people poke fun at me, I just grin at them. See, they can't hurt me. You know what I mean? Mm. My ma used to say that I don't hurt like other folks. And then when Ma whipped me, it wasn't the pain that hurt. It was her crying.
You loved your mother very much, didn't you, Jobo?
Well, I always did what Ma wanted. I read the Bible dutiful like she wanted me to, and every Sunday I heard Preacher Quilt say that God put us all down on the sweet hills of Tennessee to love each other. But see, I see a mighty disobedience all around. Appears to me that only Ma's love their children, and on account of Ma's the only one who loved me. She said Pa loved me too, but I never met Pa.
They say the Lord loves you, Joe.
Well, that's what Ma told me. Well, why did he make me so big? Why did he give me such a comical face? Now, once my Ma said to me, Jobo, the Lord made you different from other folks because he had his reasons. Your Pa and me knew you'd be a trouble boy, and that's why we called you Job, after the fellow in the Bible. Mm. Now, you got to have the patience of Job, son. It's his will. Well, I'm trying. I'm trying.
Jobo, tell me about that day.
Yeah, that day. Well, I woke up with a bad feeling that morning on account of Ma had the misery the night before. So I went to her room, and she was still laying on the bed, all white-faced and looking big-eyed on account of the fever. Well, you know, I said we ought to fetch Doc Blaze, and she said no. She said I'd best be hurrying to the Wernicke place and finish up the loading job old man Wernicke wanted done on account of we needed the money. So off I went. But when I was coming down the old road, I hear this car chugging along behind me.
Hey, Jobo! Hey, you, Jobo! Hold up there a minute.
Hello, Dick. I know I got to keep going, Dick.
Hold on, I said. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Lou, this here's Jobo Haley. This is the boy I've been telling you about, Lou. Strongest kid you ever saw in your life. Ain't it the truth, Jobo?
You gotta be kidding me. This skinny kid.
Well, meet my buddy Lou, Jobo. #1 wrestler in Tennessee, right, Lou? Soon as he whumps the Masked Marvel Saturday.
This your idea of a joke, Dick. This kid looks like a matchstick. Even his red head looks like a matchstick head.
Yeah, that's right. I never noticed that before, Jobo. You look just like an old kitchen match. But he's strong, Lou, so help me. Jobo can outlift you any day of the week, right, Jobo? Hey, you show him, boy.
All right. Let's see about that.
Yeah. What you gonna do, Lou?
I am gonna lift this baby right off the ground. Watch.
Well, look at that. Clear off the ground, both front wheels. Woo! You think you can do that, Jobo?
I gotta set this down. Well, what do you say, strong boy?
Well, that's real good lifting, mister. That's all I got to say.
You do it better, Jobo? Go on, let's see.
No, sir, I wouldn't do no better.
Oh, come on, Jobo. I bet him $5 you could outlift him. Go on and do it.
Well, if you really want me to.
Yes, Jobo, go on. What happened then?
I did what he asked.
What did you do?
Well, I lifted that there car. Clear off the ground. Sort of wrapped my arms around it and lifted all four wheels up, just sort of, held it there a while. And It wasn't nothing. I lifted wood heavier than that.
What did they do?
It didn't do nothing then. It was afterwards, after I got home that afternoon and found my ma dying.
Oh, no.
I said to her, Ma, don't die. Please don't die.
Hush, Jobo. Hush. Now, you've got to listen to me, son. When I'm gone, you've got to do something.
I'll go fetch Doc Blaze. Oh, please let me fetch him.
Hear me first, Jobo. When I'm gone, you got to go out to Pa's grave back of the cabin, and you got to dig it up.
Dig up Pa's grave?
That's right, son. There's a box on top of Pa's coffin. There's something in that box he left for you. You were supposed to see it when you was 21.
See what, Ma?
I was scared, Jobo. I was scared of that thing he told me about. The Aku.
What did you say?
Well, that's what it sounded like, miss. My ma was scared of something called the Aku.
Oh, good Lord.
Well, anyway, she got quiet then, and I ran off to get Doc Blaze. Now, I ran as fast as my legs could take, and then I saw that car again.
Hey, Jobo! Jobo, stop! Stop!
I can't.
Hold it, Jobo. We want to talk to you. Oh, where's the fire, Jobo?
My mom's sick. I got to get to Doc Blaze.
Well, go on, Louie. You said you could take him. Let's see you do it. Okay, farm boy. Here I come.
Oh, no, please, now. I got no time for fooling around.
Well, hey, who's fooling? Okay, funny face. Here I come.
Yeah, that boy, Lou.
Right good. Hey, Jobo, what's the matter with you? Why don't you fight back? That's it. Grab his arm.
I'll let it be.
That's it. Stop! Oh, no, Jobo, wait. Don't do that. Stop. Stop it.
What did you do to him, Jobo?
Well, I didn't want to hurt him, miss. I didn't, but I had to get help from my moss. So I took his arm and I made juice out of it. Well, and that's when the police came, and so I never did get to dig up Pa's grave, and I still don't know what Ma was talking about when she said she was scared of the Aku.
Jobo.
Hmm?
We're going to leave this place right now.
Leave?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how come?
Well, I paid your bail, and that means you won't have to stay here until your trial. And I'll make sure you get a very good lawyer. He'll make sure that the judge knows that it wasn't your fault.
Well, that's real nice of you, miss, on
I
that.
want to do this, Jobo. But I also want you to do something for me.
Well, what's that?
I want you to go to your father's grave today. And let me come with you.
Well, sure seems like a blasphemous thing to do. Digging up Pa's burying place.
Your mother wanted you to do this, Jobo. It can't be considered wrong.
I won't have to touch Pa's coffin none. Now, she told me that. She said that what was buried with my Pa was all by itself.
And you don't know what that thing is?
Oh, no, miss, I surely don't. I hit something.
It must be the coffin, Jobo.
Oh, I am scared, Miss Alma. I don't like doing this.
Yes, I know. The Aku.
It ain't that coffin.
What is
it? This thing I hit. It's a box, miss. It's just a little wooden box.
Oh, that must be what your mother meant, Jobo. Can you get it out?
Yes, miss. I got it.
Open it, Jobo.
I'm scared to.
Oh, no, you must open it. Oh, here, let me do it.
Oh, you be careful now. If it's the aku, no telling what it might do.
It's a little rusty, but there. It's opened. Jobo. It looks like a piece of jewelry.
My pa never owned no jewelry.
But that's what it is. Look. Oh, it's lovely. It's a medallion of some sort. A shiny silver medallion.
It hurts my eyes. Just looking at it hurts my eyes.
And there's some sort of writing on it, but I can't tell what it means. Can you, Jobo?
No, please, ma'am. I can't look at it. I can't.
Jobo, what's the matter?
It hurts. It hurts me to look at that thing, Miss Alma.
Jobo!
The aku, a strange word from another world, a strange silver disk from another time, a gift from father to son, only a gift which has caused Jobo Haley to fall unconscious to the ground before the startled eyes of Alma Tillotson. What does it mean? We'll learn the answer when I return shortly with Act 3. The trial of Jobo Haley is over. It was a victory for simple justice, and Alma Tillotson had her share in the exoneration of the defendant. A frightened Deke Conroy admitted on the stand that Jobo had been provoked into the assault on Lou Dappler's arm, admitted that the professional wrestler had attacked first, and that Jobo was justified in defending himself. Lou Dappler would never wrestle again, but then Jobo would never be the same again, nor would Alma, who returned to Connecticut and waited for her father's homecoming that same day.
Hello, my darling. How are you?
Fine. Only I'm still mad at you for not letting me meet you at the airport.
Oh, there was no need for that, Alma, none at all.
Oh, you look so tired.
Yeah, I suppose I am. I don't know if it's simple exhaustion or disappointment.
Oh, then the trip wasn't successful.
Well, I'm afraid all I have to show for it is one more bit of mysterious metal. Our friend Dave doesn't think it'll prove very much.
You mean another statue?
No, not a statue. Alma, didn't you read my letter?
No, I didn't.
Well, I wrote you about it more than a week ago. Surely that letter must have gotten here by now.
Well, to tell you the truth, Daddy, I haven't even looked at the mail. I just got home today myself.
You did? Mm-hmm. Where you been? Alma, don't tell me you actually went to see that fella.
I couldn't resist it, Daddy. I felt compelled to see him. I really did. The resemblance was so uncanny. I just felt there had to be a connection to the natives of Easter Island, or maybe something even more than that.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Alma.
I was so surprised when I met him. Oh, he is the most exciting person I've ever met, especially after he dug up his father's grave and found the disc.
What did you say?
It was a bequest of his father, Daddy. You see, when Jobo's mother died, she told him to dig up the grave, that there was something left for him. It turned out to be a strange silver disc, and there was some writing on it.
Alma. Alma, where is this disc, do you know?
Well, yes, Jobo has it. He keeps it with him all the time. He's afraid to look at it. The first time he looked at that disc, he became unconscious. Isn't that strange?
Yes, very strange.
Daddy, what is it? You look faint yourself.
I have to see that disc.
Then you'll have to see Jobo. He's here, Father.
What?
I brought him home with me. I'll go upstairs and get him. Jobo, this is my father, Professor Tillotson.
How do, sir?
Hello, Jobo. Please sit down. I want to ask you something very important.
Yes, sir.
Jobo, I've just returned from a journey to an island in the South Pacific. I found something strange in this island. A metal disc with peculiar markings. A bright thing that looks like silver. My daughter tells me that your father left you something like that as a gift.
Yes, sir, he did. It's a round, shiny thing, but I don't know what it's for. It hurts me to look at it.
Well, I've brought that other disc with me, Jobo, and I've been carrying it about since my return from Easter Island. Will you look at it?
Yes, sir. The effect of the aku-aku is powerful at first, but then it can be... The first time I saw the disc was too much for my mind, and I could not support the shock.
But what happened to you?
The disc has released the power in me, Alma. What? The power which has been mine from the beginning of my life. Its effect might be described as post-hypnotic. I've come into my inheritance, Alma. The aku-aku has done this.
You mean this thing?
No, it wasn't an aku-aku in the mystical sense, Professor. There is no magic spirit in the disc. It might have been anything my ancestors chose to invest with post-hypnotic power. They chose the disc because it was an ancient emblem of our world.
Your world? Jobo, you were born here, on Earth.
Yes, Alma. I was born here, as my father was born before me and his father before him. But my distant ancestors came from a planet millions of miles from Earth, a world we called Aklia, which has, as yet, no name in your astronomy.
Who are you, then?
I am Jobo. I am the child of my father, who had the name of Seth, the grandchild of his father, who bore the name of Ephraim. We lived among the peoples of Earth, not as aliens, but as humans. We loved and married and gave birth here. For you see, this was our chosen home.
Then you are different.
No, our seed is as your seed. We can mate with the people of Earth. And so we are your brothers in life. But yes, we are different. The child of Aklia is born with a great inheritance. Memory. Memory that dates back endless generations. All that has happened to our race, all that is known to us, is known to that child. Each of us is a living record of our history.
Oh, it's incredible. You mean you remember everything? All your father knew, your grandfather?
It was a gift from the Creator, Mr. Tillotson. Perhaps as compensation for taking away so much from us. Ours was a dying race. The flight from Aklia to Earth so many centuries ago was a flight of desperation, not of adventure. In the last agonies of our planet, this power was given to us.
And are there others like you on Earth?
No. I am the last of my people. If I had never seen the aku-aku, if I had not wakened to my inheritance, the soul and sacred memory of my people would have vanished from the universe.
And you didn't know all this time?
No, Alma. I knew nothing of my destiny.
And Easter Island, Jobo. What of that?
That's where your ship landed, wasn't it?
There were 40 of us on the voyage, 20 men, 20 women. But when we entered the gravitational field of Earth, the unexpected happened. An atomic reactor exploded. Half of our number were killed. And something even worse occurred. The explosion rendered the women sterile. They could not have children. The life of our race had ended on a primitive island.
But it didn't end, Joe.
It would have, Alma, if there had not been women of this earth willing to see beyond this ugly face, this clown-like body. Oh. Women willing to accept us in love and understanding and to bear us the child who would bear the burden of our race forever. There haven't been many such women in our history. That's why I'm the last, the only survivor. And when I die, childless, we are no more.
Joe.
Alma, wait a minute.
I love you, Joe. I love you. Come in, David, come in. I've kept you away from this house long enough.
Much too long, Alma, for an old friend of the family.
Well, you didn't act much like a friend 20 years ago.
when you heard about my plans to become Mrs. Jobo Haley?
I was jealous, Alma. You know that. How's he doing, by the way? You said he wasn't well.
Oh, he's well. Jobo is just tired. He took to his bed 3 days ago. He isn't in any pain.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried when you told me. What about your son, Alma, Jeremiah?
Oh, Jeremiah. Fine. He's in town right now picking up a new suit. It's his birthday tomorrow, you know.
Is it, really?
He'll be 21. Dave, would you like to say hello to Jobo?
Do you think it would be all right?
Oh, I'm sure he'd like to see you.
Jobo, I'm sorry to hear that you're ill.
I'm not ill, Dave. The truth is, I'm dying.
What?
I've known it for 3 days now. It was as if a voice spoke inside me. It said that my allotted time was up, that I should take to my bed and sleep.
Well, now wait a minute. If that's really true, Alma should know about it. You should have a doctor.
No, Dave. There is no cure for a completed life.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I'm going to tell her.
No. Sit down. Alma must not be told anything yet. Nor my son.
I haven't met your son yet, Jobo.
The time has come for his aku, for his inheritance. For him to be awakened to the memory of our ancient race and homeland.
You really believe that's true, don't you? Jobo? Jobo? Alma, come up here.
What is it?
Hurry, it's your husband.
What's the matter?
Jobo.
I think he's dead.
No, he can't be.
He told me that he was waiting for death.
No.
That he knew it was about to happen.
No, Dave, you're wrong. You see, there's one thing you don't know about my husband, Jobo. He will live forever.
There is an old legend that says the earth trembles when a god dies. But the earth remained quiet when Jobo Haley, the living god of Easter Island, closed his eyes forever. But the next day, a new god was born. When Jeremiah Haley looked into the gleaming silver disk that was his birthright and became the inheritor of one of the most precious gifts of all, the gift which makes civilization possible. Memory. I'll be back shortly.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then. But we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You'll like the way X-Lax works gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
The story you have just heard was fiction, of course. But who can be sure that the strange gods of Easter Island are not monuments to visitors from outer space? And maybe someday the people of our planet will be landing on the shores of strange islands on other worlds. And when we leave, will the natives build monuments to us? Can you see yourself as a god of Easter Island? Our cast included Earl Hammond, William Griffiths, Russell Horton, Evie Juster, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You are invited to listen to another chapter of the dramatized story, The Life of Christ, brought to you transcribed each week by the Graymore Friars, who offer this series with a prayerful hope that this vivid portrayal of the life of Christ will help awaken in you a deeper personal love of God and a firm determination to strive to prove that love in your daily life. Now, Chapter 43. He is risen.
I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, even if he die, shall live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. Dost thou believe this?
Yes, Lord. I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, who hast come into the world.
Now Jesus had been laid in the tomb on Friday, shortly before the feast of the Passover began. And the chief priests and the rulers came to Pilate and persuaded him that the tomb be guarded, lest his disciples steal the body and say that he was risen from the dead. And the sepulchre was sealed. And people went to their homes to celebrate the Passover and to observe the Sabbath. And the soldiers remained on watch until an early hour on Sunday, at which time there was a disturbance in the bowels of the earth.
Captain, help! I can't stand.
What do you want? What is it? Lie down! Hug the earth!
No. Let's run from here.
Lie down!
Look. The tomb.
Stones rolled away. Who is that sitting there? Who goes?
It is a ghost. Run! Run for your lives!
Come back! Come back! Wait! Wait!
Captain, this is a strange tale you bring us.
It is the truth.
Perhaps you and your men have been drinking, and you make this up to protect yourselves.
No soldier could make up such an excuse.
You've not reported this to Pilate?
Knowing the Sanhedrin's great interest in the tomb, we have come direct to you.
The tomb is empty.
Yes.
How could you tell in the dark?
The man sitting on the stone lighted up the tomb. I could see within. It was empty.
You realize this is a very serious matter?
That's why we reported to you first. It was you that asked Pilate for the watch.
Desertion from a watch carries a heavy penalty, does it not?
The penalty is severe, yes. However, there seemed to be no point in guarding an empty tomb.
Of course, it was the disciples who took the body.
My men and I think differently. We will swear to it.
How do you account for it?
If questioned by Pilate, you will have to report just what I've told you. Perhaps the man spoke the truth. I told you at the time he seemed not a boastful man. If, as you accuse him, he be the Son of God, he would have no trouble pushing aside the stone from within.
We do not accuse him of being, but of claiming to be the Son of God. But that does not concern you.
If there's nothing further, I'll now report to Pilot.
No, don't go yet. Sit down, Captain. I'm wondering if we could not arrive at some understanding. Of course, you know Pilot will not believe this preposterous story.
But there are certain quarters where it will be believed.
It would be most unfortunate if your story was noised about. Yes, there are many foolish people who would believe it, and it would cause no end of speculation and rumor.
I can well understand.
Would it not be best to say his disciples came by night and stole him while we were sleeping?
Sleeping on watch like desertion is a serious matter.
Of course. But suppose you were rewarded for your slumber.
Well, it could salve the sting of Pilate's displeasure.
If the procurator hears of this, we will persuade him to keep you out of trouble.
I'll have to talk this over with my men.
You can persuade them?
Perhaps.
How many are there in the watch?
4.
Perhaps a gift would be useful.
If it be in proportion to the risk.
I think you will find the gifts contained in these bags quite in proportion.
Yes, quite.
Then it's a bargain. Your men will say the body was stolen while the watch slept, and by his disciples.
Agreed.
Now the women, who had prepared spices and ointment on the day of the burial, came early on the first day of the week. And they were Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James, Salome, and Joanna. And as they hurried toward the tomb, Mary Magdalene said,
Who will roll the stone back from the entrance of the tomb for us? Look. Look. The stone has been rolled away. Mary, Joanna, the tomb is empty. I will run and tell Peter and the others. Who's that?
Do not be terrified. You are looking for Jesus of Nazareth who was crucified. Why do you seek the living one among the dead? He is not here, but has risen. Remember how he spoke to you while he was yet in Galilee, saying that the Son of Man must be betrayed into the hands of sinful men and be crucified, and on the third day rise.
And the women fled the tomb in terror, and followed after Mary Magdalene, who ran to Simon Peter.
Peter! Peter!
Mary, what is it?
You must come at once. The tomb.
The tomb? What has happened?
Gone. Gone. Jesus is gone.
What?
I just came from there. The stone had been rolled away, and the tomb is empty. They have taken the Lord from the tomb, and we do not know where they have laid him.
No, no. John! John, come! Hurry! To the tomb!
The other women and I came early with spices and ointment. The guards were gone, and the stone was as you see it. I looked in. He was gone, and I ran to you after telling the women.
Where are they now?
I don't know. I left them here.
Let's go in. Not a trace of him. But wait. Come here. Look. The linen in which he was wrapped. The napkin that covered his face.
The napkin neatly folded.
There's no doubt the body has not been stolen. Why would they unwind the linen and fold the napkin if they wanted to steal the body?
But where is he?
I don't know. I don't know. Come, John, we must go to the others and tell them what we've seen.
Woman, why art thou weeping?
Because they have taken away my Lord, and I do not know where they have laid him.
Woman, why art thou weeping? Whom dost thou seek?
Art thou the gardener? Oh, sir, if thou hast removed him, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away.
Mary.
Rabboni. Master.
Do not touch me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say to them, I ascend to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God.
Yea, Lord. He is risen.
What? Mary, what are you saying?
I have seen the Lord, and these he said to me, I have not yet ascended to my Father. Go to my brethren and say to them, I ascend to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God.
Incredible. She's overwrought. I can't
This tale is that of the women who said they saw angels sitting at the tomb. Seems to be nonsense.
Peter, how can you say that? I threw myself at his feet. I touched him, and he said, do not touch me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father.
Mary, this has upset you and the other women. You had best go home and say no more about this. It will get you into trouble with the rulers.
Peter, all of you. How can I make you believe? He has risen.
But this tale seemed to them to be nonsense, and they did not believe the woman. And now that same day after the Passover, many people were leaving the city for their homes. And among these were two of Jesus' followers, one of whom was named Caiaphas, who were walking toward the village of Emmaus, which is about 7 miles from Jerusalem. And as they walked, they talked sadly about the things that had happened. What could have happened to the body of Jesus? We know Joseph had Pilate's permission to place it in the tomb and did so. Surely the chief priests would not have stolen it themselves after sealing the tomb and placing guards. This they did, it's rumored, because they feared the disciples would steal the body and tell all the people that Jesus had risen from the dead. I did not go to the execution place. Who is this who follows us? Greetings, stranger.
Greetings. What words are these that you two are exchanging as you walk and are sad?
Art thou the only stranger in Jerusalem who does not know these things that have happened there in these days?
What things?
Concerning Jesus of Nazareth, who was a prophet, mighty in work and word before God and all the people, and how our chief priests and rulers delivered him up to be sentenced to death and crucified him. But we were hoping that it was he who should redeem Israel. Yes, and besides all this, today is the 3rd day since these things have come to pass. And moreover, certain women of our company who were at the tomb before it was light astounded us, and not finding his body, they came saying that they had also seen a vision of angels who said that he is alive. So, Some of our company went to the tomb and found it even as the women had said. But him they did not see. How is it you are not aware of these things?
O foolish ones, and slow of heart to believe in all that the prophets have spoken.
What of the prophets?
Did not Christ have to suffer these things before entering into his glory?
What? Suffer as he did? They beat him. They spat upon him. They mocked him. And then they scourged him and taunted him the more before nailing him to the cross.
Moses and all the prophets have written of these things.
And they cried out even as he was dying, "If thou art the Son of God, save thyself." And the chief priests, the soldiers, and many of the people cried out, saying in effect, "If thou art the Christ, why art thou now nailed to a cross? Why doesn't God save thee if thou art his son?"
Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. All they that saw me have laughed me to scorn. They've spoken with the lips and wagged the head. He hoped in the Lord. Let him deliver him. Let him save him, seeing he delighteth in him. They have dug my hands and feet. They have numbered all my bones. They have looked and stared upon me, and seeing me they parted my garments amongst them, and upon my vesture they cast lots.
And beginning then with Moses, and with all the prophets, he interpreted to them in all the Scriptures the things referring to himself.
As it was written, so it came to pass. And they crucified 2 robbers with him, that the Scripture might be fulfilled. And he was reckoned among the wicked, and he was the first of the 3 to die, that the Scripture might be fulfilled. Not a bone of him shall you break. And a lance was thrust into his side, that they shall look upon him whom they have pierced. And thus the Scripture be fulfilled.
Who art thou that you should know these things? Oh, I have read the prophets with blinded eyes, but now so much is clear. But now it's getting dark. Stay with us. Let us have supper at Emmaus. And the stranger walked with them to the village. And it came to pass, when he reclined with them, that he took the bread and blessed it. He broke it, and he gave it to them. I recognize thee. Thou art the Christ. Thou art... He's gone. Vanished. Was not our heart burning within us while he was speaking on the road and explaining to us the Scriptures? And they who were slow of heart to believe in all the prophets had spoken rose up that very hour and hastened back to Jerusalem, that they might tell the others of all these things they had heard and witnessed.
Not a sound. I'll see who it is. Who comes?
Caiaphas.
We hide here and bar the door for fear of the rulers.
We've just come from Emmaus, Peter. A most miraculous thing has happened. A great thing has happened here. Simon has seen him. What? Here too? The Lord has risen indeed. He has appeared to Simon. We too have seen him.
Where?
What? Where? We were on our way to Emmaus. He came to us as a stranger and explained all the Scripture to us. We did not know him. Our hearts burned for the telling of it. And then we supped. And we recognized him in the breaking of the bread.
And did he speak to you?
No. The moment we recognized him, he disappeared.
Peace to you. It is I. Do not be afraid.
It is a spirit.
Why are you disturbed? Why do doubts arise in your hearts? See my hands and feet, that it is I myself. Feel me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bones, as you see I have.
It is true. It is true.
Have you anything here to eat?
Here. It's broiled fish and honeycomb.
And he took the fish and honeycomb and ate it in their presence. And that which remained he gave to them. And he opened their minds and spoke to them.
These are the words which I spoke to you while I was yet with you, that all things might be fulfilled that are written in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms concerning me. Thus it is written, and thus the Christ should suffer, and should rise again from the dead on the third day, and that repentance and remission of sins should be preached in his name to all the nations, beginning from Jerusalem. And you yourselves are witnesses to these things. And I send forth upon you the promise of my Father. But wait here in the city until you are clothed with power from on high. I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, even if he die, shall live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. Dost thou believe this?
Yes, Lord. I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, who hast come into the world.